episode of Summoning Insight. But you know what? I'm actually going to call executive decision here and do the usual Thorin break fourth wall, talk straight away, no introductions. Before I introduce who the co-host of this episode is, I'm going to do what I should have done a long time ago, but not on this show because the show wouldn't work otherwise, which is stop listening to Monte Cristo. Because the problem I have is I keep listening to Monty. He tells me what's going to happen on the show. And then I come on here and tell you all what's going to happen. And then next week I have to go, you remember all that stuff I said last week? 180 all that, cross it all out. And it's totally the opposite. So remember how I said before, like, props to Cadrill and Los Ratones. It's kind of cool. They're still letting like Yamato join their team, but do Summoning Insight. Then I found out after that episode, like, they're not. So he's not doing Summoning Insight for a while now. He's doing Los Ratones. I saw him doing interviews, like, we'll see how it goes. Like, first stand and everything. Like, you're going to get your shit banged out. You're going to be like fucking almost bottom of the league. Luckily, good news. You'll be straight back to my loving arms, much like people get fucked over by Riot. I'm always here. I'm the father in the prodigal son story. I'll welcome you back. And kiss you on the cheeks, give you that fatted calf. As in this analogy, I don't know, fucking, who has been loyal? I don't know, Monty or someone. They're just like the son that was like, what the fuck? I was here the whole time. I was like, shut the fuck up, you. Get back in that kitchen there. Anyway, the point is, so Yamato isn't doing the show, right? We got that one out the way a couple of weeks ago. Then you were like, oh my God, but this is almost as good. Monty's back. I love me some Monty. And then Monty was like, maybe I'll do other episodes of the show in the offseason. He's not doing it anymore. That's it. He did that one. He's fucked off now. He doesn't watch League of Legends. The joke is no one watches League of Legends because it's on like Disney Plus streaming now or whatever, or Billy Kim, whatever it is. No, you can technically. I found my way. Spoiler, I was on the really early internet. Skill issue. You either know how to get it yourself or you know someone who can get it for you. Is this your first day on the internet? You think you have to pay for things, boys? You do and you don't. Anyway, after that, I told you, well, it's all good. There was no Monty, but I have Zabatine now, so let's make it fun. I even said the premise was, so we don't make it so that it's like, oh, there's someone else as the co-host, but then you might replaces them. Did you prefer them? It's all right. What we'll do is we'll never have a permanent co-host in the meantime. We'll just rotate. Won't we? Be one person, one week. You know, maybe it'd be Zabatine, maybe it'd be some other coach, maybe some other figure from League of Legends, some retired player. That's all out the fucking window again, right after that episode. Now, Nymaera's here, who used to do, does the LEC. He used to do the LEC. In the future, Dr. Manhattan meme, he might not do the LEC again. Who the fuck knows? Maybe he's still doing the LEC. Anyway, he's here. And as of right now, well, this is Monty saying this, not me. Do not hold me to this. In theory, he's doing all the episodes until Yamato comes back. Unless Yamato never comes back, and then who knows? At that point, all bets are off. So, let's have a welcome, innit? Welcome to someone inside.
You know, if something really bad happens to me, you know, I do just have a replacement in my brother. You can't just get an influx. You know, there's like, I come with an extra life. I've got a backup. But yeah, I don't know. I'm here for as long as you'll have me. You know, get to chat shit about League of Legends, which is something which I do a fair amount of anyway. So it fits quite well.
Also, you are actually one of the. Here's what people don't realize about this show. I knew some people would complain about the last episode because Zabatine, even though he used to work in America and he even lives there, by the way, he's only watching LEC because he does French content, guys. He does French content for like KC and LEC fans, basically. So he'll watch LCK. So he has great opinions about Order and T1. He'll even tell you he doesn't watch the LPL, bro. He might watch a final, you know. The problem with this show is, to really be Summoning Insight, it's supposed to be a show where, if you remember from the very beginning, we cover every region. We even used to bring on the fucking lunatics who watch the fucking LMS all the time and shit like that. When we do Worlds,
that was my first appearance. That was me.
Okay.
I did LJL. That was me.
True.
We
also had the people who do the VCS and all that shit. So if anything, our whole shit is we're trying to cover all the League of Legends, which, as you can ask people like Emily Rand, they probably took 10 years off their life. That's impossible. If you actually do that, you are on some like fucking, you know, the people who built cathedrals and it, like, you will die before you ever complete that task. You must pass that on to your son. And maybe 4 generations later, they finished the roof and they're like, right, it's fixed now. So I know you fans at home pretend you know all the regions. Oh, you know everything about Kanavi's playoff performances. You simultaneously know everything about the history of LCK. You know, you don't, of course. You're just lying. You're just fucking saying things on Reddit. We all know that. The point is, a bit like Yamato, because he does it for a job, there's not many people I can get who actually do watch all the major regions. That's the problem. Like, I knew Zabatine mainly watches LEC, so I just stuck in his wheelhouse. We kept where it made some more sense, talked a little bit about the game balance stuff. But in theory, the other thing is Nymaera does watch all the regions. Within reason, obviously. Within reason. The major ones.
Yeah, and so this year, I did 1,000 hours of streaming LPL. And I think I did another 500.
Just LPL.
And that's just LPL. And that's also with me not doing all of the games because I had to drop games here and there. And actually, some of that was my brother covering for me because, you know, we do it together as a joint product. And that obviously has some issues in the fact that it's the same time zone as LCK. So I've actually been much more ropey on LCK than I was in some previous years because, I mean, how the heck are you meant to do both? And, you know, I catch up with the big games. But, you know, would I say this is my most confident year on the LCK? Well, yeah, I know the big teams and stuff, but I don't maybe know the depth of some of the teams that I would have done before. Luckily, I can do that with all the LPL stuff, which is a bit of a niche. But yeah, trying to cover everything in League, I think, especially since the format has changed as well into the 3-split format with the international at the end of each split. League is very saturated right now, especially if you start adding in extra off-season tournaments. I mean, for the first time, it feels like both Kespa and Demacia Cup are both relevant too, but there's some changes in that. It really does feel like there isn't a point in the year where if you tune out, you're not missing something important. It feels like there's always something there if you really want to get granular about it. So yeah, I mean, there aren't many people which commit to watching absolutely everything. I mean, I confess I don't watch as much LCP, which is actually it was a relevant region this year, and what I do for that, and what most people tend to do if you're trying to really be efficient about it, you kind of have your go-to person about that region. Now for me, that's become Vestian now. Vestian, if I want to talk about LCP, I just grab him on. When I was doing my Worlds co-streaming, I just grabbed him. That means that
he's the person we had for the Worlds preview as well.
Yeah, and he's great. And it's really cool to have a name like that. And you know, I was that person for LGL for some people before. The VCS English guys were that for me too as well. Like you kind of learn this network so you go to people. I mean, God, back when I wasn't doing LPL, I'd reach out to Orcs to him and say, you know, mate, can you give me like 3 series I need to watch from this week? Because I can't catch everything, but what are the 3 most ones to do there? The more time you spend in esports, especially when it gets this saturated, the more you realize it's about efficiency rather than doing everything. Because I've actually found this year, I've probably done less good work in some cases because I've done too much. Because just doing everything and out, I don't have a time to review as much. I haven't done as many VOD reviews this year. I used to do VOD reviews fairly regularly. I don't really do that nearly as much now because I've had to fill that with more casting and more grinding and stuff. There is an efficiency argument to it.
Yes, that is also, by the way, the real secret. You know, when fans get mad at me, because I'm going to always do the classic thing, because I watch the LPL and LCK. If you're shit hot as talent on the LCK and LPL, I want you hired for Worlds. I don't give a fuck what Riot Global thinks or what the fan thinks or if they prefer fucking Kobe or some legendary figure. Like, I'm sorry, he doesn't work those games. And it is different to watch a VOD. And then secondly, I know the dirty secret, which he just revealed to you right there, which is ever since time immemorial, when Worlds comes, the joke is half the people I want hired get hit up by the caster from NA, who it might not be Kobe. I used him because I like him. He seems like he can fucking handle. He's a bit of a chat. He can probably handle the criticism. What they normally do is message the person I want hired and sort of go, give me the crib or cliff notes, and then they get them. But the problem is, I can always tell because I watch those regions. Like, oh, you did say something right there, but that's where like you finished the cliff notes. Like you didn't know sort of like what informed that. You know, you had the right thing. This guy was really good on, let's say, like Yasuo or something. You got it. You
got like the live like teleprompter updating.
You attempted to step over the line a little bit and sort of do a reach and thought maybe I can add something else, and you got that wrong. And I knew in that moment, like, fuck. He only watched the playoffs and messaged someone.
Back in so when I started doing LGL, because this is where it's really relevant, because that was a region which no one wanted to put time into. Understandably, they weren't a relevant region. I do understand that. But back then, well, we got a bit psychopathic about it. We went way overboard. We would, and to say we as in the folks that were on LGL, officially, unofficial, you know, we got very colourful with our name. So it was myself, Mass One, Initialized, we were kind of like the 3 and a couple of others that joined us. We would basically make up like a document to hand to the casters if they wanted it going into an event. And because it got to the point, it's like, look, we really want people to know about our region. And we know that at that point, it's like, we're not going to get hired as, we're not even the right ecosystem at that point. And I think for, you know, Worlds 2020, MSI 21, Worlds 21, we handed out basically 5,000 word documents on this shit. And it went from basically like, you know, here's your entry point stuff, you know, with like your rainbow text, it's pronounced Ebi, not Evi. It means shrimp in Japanese, because you really have to nail that, because every time I hear a V in that name, I lose a brain cell.
I know.
And, you know, we go from like the simple stuff right down to the granular stuff after that point to make it more complex. And I have to say, VCS English probably did a better job than us, because they actually did like very nice and concise PowerPoints at that point.
Oh, right.
Okay. Yeah, no, they were really on it. There were some people who really put some effort in at that point. Yeah, no, so, you know, folks, if you do see like community broadcasts around stuff, and this applies to stuff like, I don't know, NA Tier 2, ERL stuff. Absolutely. There are some folks really putting in some grind behind there as well. And, you know, I'm very lucky to still manage to work and know a lot of these people ever since. I mean, you know the real ones after that point. You think, yeah, they actually do really care. They want people to know about this. There's a lot of that which goes on behind the scenes for different, like, less seen regions.
But anyway, we will cover all the regions. It won't be another EU episode. So if you're the fucking boomer who's like, I used to like it when you talked about Double Up versus KX, like, listen, it's still going to be for you, mate. Don't worry. The show's still real. You just don't have Monty doing that sort of classy way of shitting on people. I just do it the really rough working class way of it. They fucking shit out the money, the bloody assholes. Whereas he would be like, they've been dumpstered by the way that Riot has controlled the LCK, whatever. He just does it classier, doesn't he? That's, if anything, that's right, Monty's whole thing, isn't it? So
yeah,
anyway,
I've taken on the diplomat role a little bit more. I like to be a bit more of, try and balance it out a little.
That might help on the show. Yeah, we
will certainly see.
Yeah, you can be the soothing balm to my raging rash, I guess, in this particular game. Okay, so here's the thing. Speaking of watching all the games, newsflash, because I always tell people this, I haven't played a single player game in about 20 years. Because spoiler, I was doing fucking esports, about 4 of them the whole time for the last 24 years professionally. Like, even on the side, by the way, I'm the lunatic where I've never lost my passion. When I would be doing League of Legends or StarCraft 2, I was still watching like fucking StarCraft Brood War and fucking Quake online cups in Russia where the great players are playing, but there's no scene anymore. I would still be watching all that shit and old VODs. So the joke is the only single player games I've played in the last 20 years was when Nintendo invented the 3DS and on aeroplanes I could just play fucking Zelda and Super Mario 64. So even that's from the 90s. So I don't know anything beyond like Metal Gear Solid 2 and fucking Deus Ex. And like the joke is, to me, I love Fallout. It's an isometric game that has no FPS component, and you shoot people by putting a little cursor over them and clicking a button. I don't know anything about your New Vegas and all that shit. All you kids with your fucking advanced, by the way, that came out about 15 years ago. But anyway, the point is, the breaking news is I have a shit hot PC now. I've just upgraded it. Partly, by the way, you can blame a mixture of fucking Valve software, GPU developers, because basically CSGO was just essentially deleted, replaced by CS2, which is almost the same game, but requires twice the fucking requirements for your PC. And League of Legends never required a good PC anyway. So I was able to just chill on one PC for about 6 years. But now I've got the shit hot one. One, I can actually like show proper game footage and stuff on my stream. But more importantly, I can technically play other games. Maybe I will even play, an Arc Raiders or something from time to time. I've even heard this Deus Ex Remastered. The joke is I'm going to get back in by just playing a remastered version of the last.
You talked about Metal Gear Solid. Didn't that remake just come out? One of them as well?
Don't worry. The joke is I'll catch up by playing like Metal Gear Solid 4 or whatever. So I'm going to get all these games. And speaking of which, you might be able to see me play a new game because that game Mechabellum is out, isn't it? And so what we're doing is at LFN, we're partnering with Mechabellum to take part in a cool little tournament where you, LFN fans, can play and potentially win cash prizes and compete against some of the hosts on the LFN network. It won't just be me. There'll be some of the other people from League of Legends and other games over there. It's a 2v2 tournament. And basically, if you don't know, it's like a tactical auto battler that you have like a mechanized army. And the tournament is this Saturday, December the 20th. It will be at 10 a.m. EST, which is 7 a.m. PST, and it's 4 p.m. Central European time. It'll be about a 5-hour 2v2 ladder tournament. Obviously, it depends if you qualify to the semis and the finals and all that jazz. I know fuck all about it, by the way. I'm going to play it this week. I'm going to get into it all, etc. And also...
So an even playing field.
Exactly. By the way, you'll probably wreck me if you get to play me in this tournament. Like I haven't played any of this shit ever. I'm just going to do it for the fun. I don't give a fuck. Like, spoiler, I was never a pro at any game, so telling me, like, you don't know anything about you're not good at it, like, fucking newsflash, where were you about 10 years ago? Yeah, when I was telling Cormac he's ruining esports, I was a fucking diamond in league. I'll never even tell you my rank in league, because I told you I'm a pike terrorist in all roles, I don't give a fuck, so you don't need to know what my rank is, that's irrelevant.
Man saw one game from G2 2019, and that was it, just lost.
Listen, all you need to know is I was the sort of fucker in Mickey X's here, like, why aren't you getting on the pike all the time? Because remember, every other fucker was playing it in that team. I was like, mate, you're the actual best one. Get on that shit. You're a support. Anyway, the point is there will be this tournament. The top performing teams on the ladder will also be invited after the tournament is run through to like a 4-team semi-final. That will be broadcast on stream, by the way. Every single participating player, listen up, will receive in-game rewards, and there's a $500 prize pool. And then the top performing teams also get in-game rewards. Everyone who participates and all of our fans who are involved can receive a free in-game holiday reward if they use the code You guessed it, last free nation, all one word. So to join the tournament, join the LFN Discord. It'll be in the description of this particular video. Register in the Mechabellum channel. We'll be tracking your wins with a special like custom AI-powered leaderboard. And in order to participate, you have to share your Steam username and friend code in Discord. By the way, if you're in that channel and you don't have someone to assist a 2v2 tournament, do a little pickup, get someone from that channel and ask them, do they want to play with you? It's a for fun tournament, for fuck's sake. This isn't like a Los Torres entering LEC. If we win, we go to first stand. It's a fucking one-off, one and done on Saturday. I'll be probably straight out the tournament. I don't care. And also, there will actually be some coaching sessions before then on the Discord server to potentially help new players if you are a complete noob but you want to take part. So come join LFN hosts and fans for some fun competition in Mechabellum this holiday season. Play in our 2v2 tournament on December the 20th to have a chance to win $500 in cash alongside in-game rewards. Use code LASTFreeNation, all one word, in Mechabellum to earn a special holiday-themed in-game reward. Viewers who tune into the live stream will have a chance to win random reward keys by being active in the chat as well. And if you haven't tried Mechabellum yet, it's 40% off on Steam until January 5th. There's no better time to jump in and try this game. They put great game, but I haven't played it yet, so I'm just going to say this game.
I've actually seen a fair few streamers playing it.
Is it good?
Yeah, no, it's the aesthetics of it really caught me. Oh god, because I saw someone streaming it a while ago. I think they might have got early access to it. And I was thinking, oh, hang on. It's actually pretty legit because like the strategy changes round on round like all auto battlers do. So it's one of those things where if you put time into really understanding, it will give as much as you put into it.
Right.
So it does actually have that.
So this is something to research the meta and
look, folks, if you're watching this, you like stuff with a certain degree of complexity and depth into it. This is the kind of thing which actually captures you on that. It did for me anyway.
Okay. Anyway, let's talk about League of Legends, shall we?
Why not?
I think we start, mate, with just the obvious one, which is the most high-level competition that has actually taken place since the last episode is the Kespa Cup. Now, I want to start at this part, okay? What do you think? We'll just start with a totally open-ended question. The big topic, before anyone can even talk about the results, I joked about it earlier, is did they even watch the matches? Is this some sort of, if you aren't Korean, if a tree falls in the forest but no one is there to hear it, did it in fact fall? Philosophical question. So the question is, what do you actually think at the outset of the idea that this isn't just something where you went to Twitch TV and went on League of Legends and you saw it and had the usual, you had to have Disney Plus in Europe and I'm sure other streaming services related around the world, etc. Maybe Bilibili or something if you were in fucking China. What do you think about that topic? Essentially, it's sort of something equivalent to a pay-per-view tournament, right?
Well, there's two parts to this, which I think people describe separately. So there is the problem of, there is the conversation, I'm not going to say problem or not, of subscription service, and then there is genuinely a problem of region locking. Because that's the bit I think which are people conflating. I think people are saying, oh, but I can't watch it in Europe, I can't watch it in North America, because for most of the tournament, you couldn't watch anywhere outside of Asia, whilst also having Disney Plus. Some, folks found some ways around that, but basically it was prohibitive barrier to entry on that point. And then, of course, there's a subscription model. Now, I don't think there's much defending global region locking stuff like that. That, I think, is just cutting your audience down. In fact, I think Papa Smithy replied to me on Twitter, talking about how he was told, or the NA teams were told, that effectively 60% of viewership was global. And then, you're told not too long before the event, well, it's not getting broadcast globally. That's a problem. That's cutting off a huge swathe of teams, especially when this is the first Kespa Cup ever with North American teams. I can't remember a Kespa Cup that's had even because they had like a Vietnamese team and a Japanese team in there too, actually. And actually, Vietnamese viewership, I would imagine Vietnamese viewership was fine on that front. I saw a lot of Vietnamese people, streaming it in various places that probably shouldn't have been, but yeah,
probably should have blinded to that for obvious reasons.
Yeah, there's levels to that. So I think the global part of it, that I think was shooting themselves in the foot. Now I don't know why that's the case, particularly when you're dealing with subscription platforms like a huge partner like Disney Plus. I would imagine there were licensing issues, and that's why by the end of the tournament, you could watch it in North America as well. And I'd imagine that took a lot of pushing. Sadly, that only happened once the North American teams were already out. So that's obviously very, very sad. So I'd imagine that was some kind of licensing or broadcasting issue. I would imagine they tried very hard to fix that, but obviously when you're dealing with new broadcast partners, maybe there's red tape which you didn't realize before, because that red tape isn't set up for esports, it's set up for something else. So I think everyone can agree, region locking, not great. It just cuts the viewership, doesn't really benefit anyone, unless it gives you like an absorbent amount of cash by playing by their rules, which I would only be speculating on that. So that's not great. The other side of it is subscriptions side of things. And that comes into a whole different topic of people paying for anything in esports, which you've talked about at length. We as viewers of esports, we barely pay. We don't pay for.
We have it good, boys. We have it really
pay
good.
Nothing. Like
yes.
I'm a big fan of rugby union. There's like 4 different channels you have to really subscribe to for that. There's a lot of stuff.
That's
about
even
football.
actually become the main complaint. Even in games, even in sports where you can pay to watch, now they've all gotten really cynical. And the joke is, I don't know actually of, except for maybe like the UFC, which buy the individual pay-per-views. Every major sport I'm aware of intentionally sells like to 3 different fucking streaming services. Yeah. So like the joke is, when I'm in the Netherlands, even to watch the Premier League, I have one streaming service. Then to watch European fucking Liverpool games, I have to have a different one, and then certain Liverpool, I have to have another fucking one as well. So it's like bloody hell. But that's just the meta, and so it's actually a common complaint. But what is different there is I could still pay for them all. The problem here is it was the Fry meme. It was like, take my money, damn it, and some people couldn't get it right.
Yeah, so that's why, again, that's the disconnect. I think there are some people conflating this whole thing is bad because I can't get it, rather than, and let's be honest, folks, I think a lot of people would be willing to watch the first games of Gumi UC off of T1. Like that is a selling point in itself. In the same way that, like imagine if your favorite player.
The first game especially would spike for that exact reason.
Hugely so, and then people would get very frustrated, basically not being able to get access to that.
Yes.
Now in the past, I paid for back in 2012, 2013, odd, you had to pay for like HD streaming on Twitch. So if you had to, or at least some channels could set that up. So when I was watching the old OGN games in season 3, season 4, the OGN Legion, you'd subscribe to that and you get the HD and VODs and stuff like that. And that was something which people were willing to pay. I think basically at this point, most people who are fans of League won't want to pay for that much, which is where I think this toes the line very carefully. Because this was an off-season tournament, which doesn't have Worlds implications, it does have narrative implications, sure, and you're following your favorite players, and this is one of the Kespa Cups where actually people were fielding full rosters.
Yes.
But because this is an off-season tournament and one that doesn't have, international qualifiers and stuff, qualification implications and stuff like that, I actually think this was a real sweet spot to trial whether a subscription model could work in a limited capacity. Now, personally, I think it would backfire hilariously if you tried to put, your major regions behind a subscription service. Especially if it was watching any gameplay. And again, remember what I was saying in terms of you have to pay for like HD footage or something like that. When you're paying something to increase the experience, that's a little bit different rather than you have to pay for an experience at all. Like in the same way, I used to pay for ProView. I'm sad that ProView's not around anymore. That was a great way to learn from players, and in some cases, in terms of analysis, hold some players to account, because it turns out maybe there's stuff that you can find out from ProView they can't find out otherwise. So in terms of the whole picture of Kespa, I think that this is a little bit of a missed shot to trial some numbers. I don't know what their internal numbers look like in terms of what their metrics were in terms of viewership, how many more subscriptions there were, just business side of things. This could have been a really good chance for that, and I think that it's really important data anyway, because there is this whole issue of, again, something you've talked about at length, which is, the ecosystem of financial ecosystem of esports is very lopsided, and often teams are the ones which kind of end up bearing the brunt of that. This could be a way to at least stymie that. And while I'm sure there are some arguments to say, look, it's not realistically going to make much of a difference, blah, blah, blah. You don't know until you trial it, until you have actual numbers. And this could have actually been a really good real world trial on something which is lower risk than most other things. So I think that's largely my thoughts on it.
No, I'm glad you separated. I was going to say a similar thing, because the problem is people will know, for the points you said at the end there, I am massively in favor of pay-per-view options, not least because, notice I'm not saying make the whole scene pay-per-view. The joke is even the UFC, which is like a model, eventually went the WWE route and had like a TV series where it would be like the reality show. Then they had like smaller fights that would be free on TV, and then you'd pay for the big fight, because essentially what people learned a long time ago, you sort of hinted at it there, is even if you do pay-per-view, you often want to have sort of the freemium model. Like if you'd actually wanted, by the way, and it'd been available in all regions, people to pay to watch, in this case Americans obviously, because Cloud9 and Team Liquid, the cleverest angle would have been, because they're new rosters, you make like the first game free, and then you pay to get on the ones after. By the way, that would have been genius for the Gumayushi one too. Make the first T1 and Hanwha Life games,
or like only the NA games are free, and then you have to pay for the rest of
them. And then you pay for the rest, because that way you get the advert, and then you get into it if you do, but then you also know, right, now I can pay for it, but you can pay in that scenario. Like I say, the problem here, which I understand from fans, is the whole thing of sort of like but I can't even pay. And actually, technically, if I don't do some internet wizardry and the shenanigans and or steal it, I can't even watch it. Like, and I'm a fan of the game. I want to watch it all. I'm a completist in that sense. So I do understand that. I appreciate that. And that's actually a problem Korean esports, Asian esports in general, has always had with the West. Like the classic example back in the day is before YouTube got very corporate, you used to be able to find every single VOD from StarCraft Brood War in Korean history on YouTube. Then one day, someone at fucking OGN realized this. Like they were sort of like, it was like that fucking George Bush meme, like, sir, they've got all the VODs for free on YouTube. So they came in, did one of those like apocalypse fucking copyright strikes, took down an entire channel that was just a community one with no monetization, making like thousands of VODs. And then when they took them all down, the ones of us that again are willing to pay were like, okay, cool. When are you launching your OGN service with all the VODs? A bit like UFC has Fight Pass. And they were sort of like, crickets, like what?
Yeah.
And they never have done it. And so the joke is, to this day, guys, if you want to watch, remember everyone tells you about that, the time Froggen and CLG almost won an OG, you'll never be able to see that VOD. You'll never see it. There might be like half a dodgy game on YouTube. There is no Twitch VOD of it. You will not find, to find it, you actually have to know how to log into certain like Korean services that you need a social ID for, aka have a friend, and you might be able to find it there. So basically, that is one thing that is a very valid complaint. If you're saying, look, I would even pay, but you don't let me watch it, I do think that's mad, because that also ties into what you're also talking about, which is the one thing I would love to know, and this is where people like Papa Smithy, I don't think were forthcoming enough, or you can't be maybe because it's Kespa, which is this. Who really wanted the Cloud9 and Team Liquid squads in that tournament? Was it Kespa or was it Cloud9 and Team Liquid? Because if it was Cloud9 and Team Liquid, look, I've been to Korea. Korea, they do the China meme, bro. Korea #1. In fact, only Korea. In fact, their whole thing, if it was up to them, is everything would be in Korea. Esports would be Korean. We'd all go there for every Worlds and MSI. They just worry about their country and their shit. They're not actually that bothered even about the story with OGN. They don't mind that they let that streaming service go, that Riot strong-armed them. They seem like hit and miss as to how much they care about the West, depending on whether they think they can profit. Because remember, their logic's going to be, but I'm not selling my Korean sponsors to your fucking viewers in the West. They can't buy the product. They're not going to buy this like fucking BBQ Oliver's chicken or something. So their logic would be, it doesn't even really serve my purposes. So to them, I get why they just see it as it's Korea and who really gives a fuck. And to them, they put, by the way, I'll bet the people in Kespa, who, by the way, are literally really old businessmen who've been in esports years and years, I would imagine they even think they were being magnanimous, giving you Disney Plus in Europe streaming. Like, they probably thought, that's like some Marie Antoinette shit. Like, let them watch Disney Plus in Europe. Like, sir, they're living in North America. Thought they were like connected to Britain or something. You know what I mean? Like, give me a break, bro. So I think they actually probably thought they did more than the usual amount. The problem obviously is, if they actually invited Cloud9 and Team Liquid, like they wanted this to be a global affair, have it be like, and we'll have the Vietnam and that's the problem I have, which is that does create a mild expectation that I might be able to fucking watch the game from North America. I don't think that's like some outrageous thought. Again, at least a paid option. Because I'm with you on the pay-per-view one. I'm sorry, like esports just will get smaller, especially in League of Legends, if there isn't one day pay-per-view. Because as you say, think about every major sport. The reason you can have these crazy financial, not financial, the transfer markets in all the major European sports, I don't know that much about American sports in that sense, although I believe all the franchise system works the same way. It's because part of the agreement you make with the league as the clubs is you get a percentage of these exact pay-per-view, TV rights deals, etc. And I'm sorry, unfortunately, right now, nobody on our TV channels is just going to pay for a free stream while paying millions to watch League of Legends. They're not. So that's actually essential to allowing those markets. Like, I've always thought, mate, when people are like, I'll give you an example. I don't actually, beyond for sentimentality reasons, bitch and moan about JDG 2023 breaking up after 1 year. The salary of the roster was $18 million. That doesn't even make sense for certain like fucking teams at like the top of the championship in the UK football. And those clubs, by the way, can get 30,000 people in a stadium and sell fucking 100,000 shirts. Like, there's no way you can pay people $18 million and then go, why did you break the roster up? I think it wasn't because they didn't win Worlds, boys. The actual real dark secret of that roster is, even if they won Worlds, they probably had to break up. It could never. It was a beautiful thing that could only last for 1 year.
That's actually a separate topic, which is worth digging into too, because like I feel like this recent T1 era has kind of blunted that kind of instinct towards, if you win stuff, your contract goes up, which makes it harder for you to keep that. In the past, basically no World Championship roster ever stayed the same. Way back in the day, it never used to happen. Maybe in the early years, it was a little bit different. And then, obviously, like SKT...
Even then, they changed one player, mate. They'd usually be one player change.
And I think every time after Season 4, I think every time some player changed, pretty much. And, like, you can't blame them, right? Because I think back then, I think players really realized it was, you have to ride that high, go somewhere else.
Yes.
I think
it's how you get the big contract. It's just logical, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And the more you win, the more expensive you get. And I think now that you've we went through the venture capital market and that, huge bump of money, and then that died out. And then we had crypto and that kind of came in and came out. And then there's some, different investors coming in and coming out. We have this waves of investment coming in, and it's kind of died down at this point where obviously global salaries are very much coming in. Leagues are trying to put in their own mechanisms to make things more affordable, well, more sustainable rather, because let's be honest, I mean, you can go back to, what was it? Was it Immortals 2016 or 20? Yeah,
that was the one that pumped it all up,
That's kind of where a lot of people point the finger out and go, that's where the craziness started happening.
The story goes, if you don't know the gist, and this is true, was they weren't even negotiating, right? Like, think of the show Porn Stars. It's like, well, I want 100. It's like, best I can do is 90. The joke is, the person was going, like, technically, like, the bidding starts at 100, and they were like, 500. And you're like, what? And some other people who were like, well, I was going to bid 150. That, essentially, they just the famous saying in economics scores, the highest bidder sets the market rate, essentially, and they just pulled the market to the moon.
Yeah, and then you think of, how that's kind of went up and up and up. Obviously unsustainable. I think everyone with two brain cells to rub together kind of knew that. Eventually it came crashing down, despite people thinking, oh, it'll last a year longer.
Shout out to the LCS players for walking out, though, over those NACL salaries. The joke is, some of you were on NACL salaries now, boys. Like, that one didn't work out, did it?
That's bad. Mate, there were players which were like on bottom tier teams earning five times I was as a caster. Like, I'm just like, when did I get any of that? I would have loved that. Why didn't I start doing this like 5 years ago? Couldn't I get any piece of that? God. Right, where was my point with this? Yeah, so obviously it started coming back down and blah, blah, blah. And obviously teams and leagues tried to make it more sustainable, especially in this era. The fact that T1 managed to keep together that many players, it's absolutely ridiculous. Doing it for 2 years was incredible. And doing 4 out of the 5 for 3, that's insane. Yes. That doesn't happen in esports. That just doesn't happen in League. Because whenever winning, anyone else who would have won that many would have gone for just a million. Anywhere else.
I'll even say that's why I actually do take a bit of umbrage with T1, the org, and the fans when they imply Zeus and now Game usually like disloyal. Because, bro, I think it's the opposite. I actually think, if anything, that plays more into the Korean idea that you sort of like owe it to your club. Because, bro, if that was either the LPL or like European or American sports, mate, if you win one Worlds and you're those players, I can tell you they were on nowhere near Faker's salary. He was on a mega salary. You would immediately, even if you had the buyout, the point is you would get sold because the LPL would go, here's 5 times the money. Like, give me that ADC, give me that jungler. Like, I don't think it would even be possible to keep these players together. It's actually a miracle. Yeah, the idea you got 3 years is fucking incredible, bro.
Yeah, I think Faker, I can't remember the numbers which I heard, and again, it's always like with like bit of arm waving and stuff, but I've heard that Faker's salary, and it's not hard to see this, it's like his salary alone is worth more than top LPL teams in some cases.
It's why, if you notice, the second they did the soft salary cap, one of the immediate rules was sort of Faker's contract is grandfathered, but they didn't say Faker, they just said they grandfathered in, because otherwise the joke is T1 would instantly be over the salary cap just from Faker's salary, and then they'd be fucked. They'd have to have all like freaks players or something.
Well, this is the thing about, like, I think there's been some appeasement. I would imagine there's been some appeasement in both LCK and LPL in terms of there are some kind of caveats and kind of ways you can kind of extend the salary cap in both LCK and LPL.
Yes.
LPL, I believe it doesn't apply to imports, which is why a lot of the top teams kind of have to have imports to a certain degree. And coaching staff aren't always included in it as well, which helps to some degree as well. Obviously, someone like Tabe has such a pretty penny to his name tag or something like that, so he always has to kind of go towards big bucks like that. But basically, if you win, so when LPL's a little bit different, but in LCK, if you win a certain amount of international events and domestic events, you get a discount on the salary basically, or it changes somehow. I think, funnily enough, because T1 hadn't won enough domestic events, despite being
the joke is they only
crazy
won Worlds,
international. They won Worlds, and there's like, so can I get my discount now? Oh, I only see one LCK tournament. I'm so sorry, there's only one LCK.
You know what? If they'd have lost 2 Worlds but won one of those game 5s in a fight,
it would have worked better financially.
Loads of money. It's mad, isn't it? I know.
God, yeah, which is insane. Yeah, although I mean, obviously there's other stuff too. Like, I would imagine T1. Well, if you win a Worlds, the money you get from the skins it's pretty
true.
And I believe them. I think this was said a while ago, but the money goes to your entire region too, because it's meant to benefit
the other teams also get some too. Yes, I believe.
Yeah. But then in LPL, some of the salary cap stuff there is wild because you actually get a higher salary cap allowance if you have better stats. So if you play better and you have better stats, you are allowed to be paid more.
That incentivizes, in theory, being selfish, by the way.
It does. It's like, I could try and trade one for... No, I'm not trading 1-for-1. That's bringing my average down. God. So yeah, there's a whole load of caveats. I'd imagine there's some appeasement if you stay long enough on one team or whatever. But yeah, the finances of League, obviously we've been talking a long time about now how there's so much red tape around this stuff. It's kind of had to be that way to keep some teams like in the business, because realistically the revenue is not being, especially it might work out for a team like T1. It's not going to work out for your mid to bottom tier table teams, which are really struggling to string together rosters. Keeping rosters together is just, if you win stuff, very, very hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll just say this for the millionth time for people who need to hear it, right? Even though it's called SK Telecom, and even though that one's called Nongshim and they make the noodles, those are like, they're not pure sponsorships. They're sort of like a partnership with the company where you're like an esports division. But that doesn't really mean you have like the SK Telecom fucking budget, where when you go to, if you don't know, if you go to Incheon Airport, that's straight there, like all the people trying to sell you that shit. Same with KT. Like the point is you still have a budget. And I'm pretty sure this is actually the reason, by the way, why T1 never has spent like the LPL teams. I get why they've got fakers signed away forever. I mean, as you say, by the way, even the other teams are incentivized to keep him in the LCK. Basically, every time he wins the World Skins, you all fucking profit. Korea really does benefit. But if you think of the way that they've done their squad, like they have to still like budget with players. They still have to convince players like, nah, if you stay, that's why if you notice the last few years, you'll notice they went from like, these are just T1 players to like, people were on like 1-year contracts and you were like, what? Because remember, Gumayushi signed last year. He signed just before Zeus, which was the big drama. Like, why didn't they all sign? Well, Gumayushi only did a 1 year himself. And after this 1 year, he's gone. By the way, that's even the area, even if you think Hanwha Life is worse now, I'll bet it made way more financial sense for him to leave in that regard. Like that's what you call like a sweetheart contract he is going to be getting there, because he's coming off a high. He was even the finals fucking MVP. Like you can't get a better deal than that. So a lot of this is to say, essentially, it's really hard to make harsh black and white statements about like economic things in esports when even the joke is I would pay for these things, but there is no way to pay for some of them. And just I don't.
Let me contribute to my ecosystem.
Even I'm not paying for it. So I know that we're all getting so many free. So when I even say I want pay-per-view, by the way, I don't mean everything. Like have Ellie, I would even say, by the way, the obvious thing to do would be have the regions not be the pay-per-view. As you say, it'd be something like what I actually would have done is when you introduce a first stand, because you nailed it earlier, the worst feeling in the world, and this is where Riot's pitting themselves in a corner, is you give them it all for free, and then you go, I'm going to take it back now and charge for it. Because, by the way, the most logical thing you'd do would be like OGN. You'd do something like this, Nymaera. We did this when I did E-League in Counter-Strike, which was on an American cable channel. Or you could watch the games for free. It was just a feed of the game, no commentary, no analysis test, nothing. Then, if you wanted to actually like hear me on the desk and hear the fucking cool commentators, you had to have the cable channel. You actually had to pay for it and log in online or go through America. The problem is, if you did that in League, people would just go, this is shit, and not watch. Like, again, they wouldn't know what they're missing, or they would, and they'd be mad at it. So what you would have done if you wanted pay-per-view is, I would have done it last year. I'd have said, we're introducing first stand, but it's a pay-per-view tournament. Because then, if I don't watch it and I don't pay, listen, at the end, it wasn't that impactful anyway. It's not the end of the world. It's not Worlds. You haven't really just taken the main thing I watch and fucked me over. You've added something, but if I want to pay for it, I can watch it. That is just psychologically, that framing makes so much more sense.
Yeah, there's a certain broadcast talent which may or may not also support, certain parts of the industry only having clean feed and then having to, add a little in to get the extra things. Far from it for me to say who would believe such things, though.
Listen, so the point is, sometimes when the clean feed's all you can get, homie, then the clean feed that is heaven itself. Better than no feed, I can tell you that. As you are to bring it all the way back, as you all found out during the Kespa Cup. Because here's the thing, I didn't watch all the games. Like, by the way, there was some dreadful fucking playoff games as well. But let's just do a little review then. What did you think of the two North American teams? So with the new Cloud9 roster and the new Team Liquid roster, what did you think of how they did? Obviously, the big result, if people don't know, was that Cloud9's new roster beat GenG, but it wasn't the real GenG. There was no Chovy, there was no Ruler, but they did get that upset win. They did actually get that crazy upset early in the tournament against players you probably never heard of, but some of the real players were there. What did you think of these two American teams? How did they do?
I was pleasantly surprised, I think. I was pleasantly surprised. I think that some of the team fight instincts were clearly in the right place, but the execution was a little off. So just for the record as well, I didn't get to catch all of the games because, again, it was a real pain in the ass to catch all of them. I did catch, Cloud9 versus HLE and a bunch of stuff like that. I did catch Team Liquid on a couple other games too as well. But yeah, I think the decision-making was actually largely in the right place. I think that sometimes the teamfight execution was a little off. And then, of course, there are some issues like, well, early game macro, actually, some of these jungle supports were just, like, tearing them apart. If Kanavi gets ahead of you, you don't really get to play the game. Whatever, that's Kanavi. But I do think that, and I was pleasantly surprised by, like, APA in the good games. The problem then was that it was balanced out by him just completely being a game loss condition in his losses. I think that it became quite clear. Which series was it where they went to 3 games where he played Mel in the 3rd game, and it's like, okay, he's just lost way too much here. He's completely blown it. He had a couple of Talia games too where he was over pushing, quite clearly not connected as well, with Blabber there as well, and he ended up getting over pushed, and he ended up getting ganked quite a lot. So there were definitely some points where I'm like, okay, the low rolls of APA could really cost Cloud9. Not to say that his high rolls weren't great too. He had, was his first game, he got the Ziggs and just tore a new one out of the folks to which they went through. And I mean, at the end of the day, Cloud9 went 3-1. That's a pretty damn good result.
Oh, they did well. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, I understand, it's like GenG without Chovy and most of that team wasn't there and whatever. But, at the end of the day, you're flying out to international tournament, off-season though it might be. You want to show, like, you want to show, like, your best side, and you want to show that you actually have some wheels in this. I think especially for Cloud9 after they, they didn't expect to make this mid lane swap. And obviously, Dom wanted to work with the old mid laner. APA obviously came in. I mean, end of the day, if you've got a pool of mid laners to choose from, I think APA, we've seen him be good before. Yeah, do I have some reservations about him and the level he could bring to the team at the peak of it? Sure, I do have some worry about his champion pool, but this guy did actually end up turning up, played a lot of his comfort champions, getting some good results out of them. So I'm glad that Cloud9 ended up playing, at least to like their comfort zone with that, and largely I think their drafts are on point too. I don't actually know what the process is in Cloud9 because obviously Dom's taking a different role with that now. I don't know who's like full draft coach and stuff. Yeah, and then trying to think what I picked up from Team Liquid in their games. I mean, yeah, obviously they've got the new player, like they've got new top jungle coming in, Hosadiodo and Morgan, which they're going to take a little while to convince me after well, particularly Morgan. Like, he's occasionally had those great games, but this wasn't the kind of tournament where I saw enough from Team Liquid, especially because they're in, like, the team of 4, and they had, like, a game against T1 as well. I'm like,
they weren't supposed to ever have a chance to get out of that one.
Yeah, it's like, you get, like, a game versus, like, look, I love my Japanese players, but, like, realistically, I've seen Yuhi for a number of years now, and he's, yeah, like, there are players here where I'm like, okay, realistically, they weren't going to give you a shot. It's like Team Liquid, obviously they came in and they didn't do as much, but Cloud9, I thought, actually, look, the decision-making in team fights is good. I even thought there was a point in their game versus HLE where I was like, look, there's actually a world because the Atakan was really quite bad from HLE in that game. It's like, they're actually in touching distance. There was a dragon fight later on into the game where, I think, if APA hadn't quite been blown out as much, and Sven landed like one more auto attack, like, actually, realistically, they can pick up a tower and get back into this game. And coming into this one, even though it's off-season and stuff, Cloud9 showed more winning angles than I thought they would do, and that's a decent sign.
Yeah, the thing I will say is this, right? Of the 2 teams, the obvious one that had the chance was Cloud9 because of that GenG, not the proper roster. And by the way, even when we say not the proper roster, yeah, they still had Duro and Keen, but bro, Ruler and Chovy are fairly important players in GenG. I think we've established that. If you've watched League of Legends, even if you saw fucking MSI, I think you are fully aware. By the way, if you saw Worlds, you're very aware they needed to play awesome. That's part of how they fucking lost the tournament. I don't even blame people like Katie played awesome. So that was obviously a chance to do that. I even actually did the cynical bet on Cloud9 in that opening game because the odds were crazy, as you can imagine, just because it was GenG name. So it was actually a banger. The problem on the Team Liquid side is Team Liquid's roster, I think, is such a bizarre concept. Even though individually I don't hate the moves. Look, I'm not a Morgan fan, but I will always tell people the hatred he got from when he was on like Animal Life a million years ago. That was like half a decade ago. In the same way as I didn't say to Poby, you can never fucking win a lane in LEC because he got shit on 2 years ago in LCK when you played Baker. I'll also give you time to develop. And if you ever saw when he was on the bad teams, actually Morgan was one of the better players on the bad teams. And if anything, they used the fucking Summon Insight meme still wears Lord Morgan in. He like would just use that fucking stupid thing. But it's funny. The problem I have is this with Team Liquid. There's 2 things. One, I actually thought when Jose Diodo played on FlyQuest years back, he's clearly had mechanics, but I always thought actually this is a pretty decent player. Maybe there will be players. Yeah, maybe they will scout players from that region and bring them to LCS. So I don't hate Adam as the jungler. I just think to myself, you're adding a Korean that's a pure Korean and then a fucking South American player. Like, that's a bit weird. In fact, I'll even say, if you remember before APA, the old gimmick of this roster was everyone could speak Korean. You could have done that again. Now, like, the joke is everyone speaks second language English, which is like, listen, some motherfucker's always trying to ice skate uphill, as Blade said in that great movie from 1998. So I think it has potential, but this team was never going to hit the ground running for me. And then you look at the group, there's no way you should ever be beating T1 because all they've done is replace their ADC. And remember, the miracle of Thorin this year was actually how many carry games he had. If anything, you always would have said with Thorin, you could just cynically beat the weak side, mate. Well, actually, now he can do that all day long. He's got the fucking guy who you can always tell who only watched Peers on GenG. You still think he's the weak side player wait from the ADC fight? No. In JDG, he was like fucking some Uzi eye, like all the eggs into the basket, or we can't even win. So actually, if you are Thorin, by the way, listen, mate, kick your feet up. You're going to be chilling this year. You aren't going to have to play the Renekton and fucking feed a game or carry a game at MSI. You've got the guy who wants to play all the fucking carry champions in the bot lane. And as people saw in this tournament, he was fucking sick. So Team Liquid had no business ever beating them. I even think people are going to misunderstand the Nongshim one. Bro, Nongshim just got scout. And when you come back off a year like he had, that's where you're going to have the bounce back, if anything, mate. If you're an all-time great player, they've actually got a not bad roster. I even think the bot lane's kind of a bit spicy. They could do things there. So on paper, I didn't actually expect Team Liquid to even get the upset. I don't mind that they failed. It's okay.
I'm actually remembering back to that specific game now because I knew there was something about Team Liquid which I was missing. That was the game where they ended up getting actually pretty far ahead, I think it was, and then there's like the game collapsed just inexplicably. That game was a real mess as you come to think about it. So TL actually ended up having a pretty good shot at that one. And actually a lot of it was, like the scout kind of landing like just some random flickbacks on the Talia. And like some more context onto that, just to put into perspective how bad it was, I actually thought Scout's career could be over with how bad he was this year. It was genuinely awful. And Taeyun obviously came in from Team W as well, a guy who pretty bad in LCK, came into Team WE, had some bright moments actually. Maybe it's just one of those moments.
In spring, if you go back, yeah.
And in fact, actually, this was the guy, or at least on the team, which popularized the top lane AD carry swap. Because a lot of people attribute that to HLE and they called it the Viper swap, but actually they picked it up from KT, who picked it up from Team WE in scrims. So it all kind of came back around to Tay in there as well. So actually, like, this guy was pretty ahead of the meta. At least he was part of a team that was there too. So like, I'm looking at this team thinking, all right, they put something pretty solid together. Actually, maybe if they high roll, it depends on like relative form. Scout needs to have good games, and I'm not going to lie, this year really brought my confidence in, which is a shame because I think particularly 2023 Scout is one of my favorite iterations of a player ever. That guy was like, he broke the LPL MVP record in spring, then broke his own record in summer. It was ridiculous. But yeah, Team Liquid had some really good moments against them actually. I seem to remember that getting quite close. It was like a 50-minute banger, went all over the place, and then somehow ended up going the side of Nongshim. But yeah, I think TL probably ended up having the harder draw. Obviously, it's an off-season tournament. I think one of the bigger bonuses for TL and for Cloud9, I think, again, perhaps Smithy was talking about this on Twitter too, which is effectively going out there also just gives you the ability to boot camp out there. And that just gives you a bit of, particularly when you've got players who, I don't know what the situation is with Morgan and visas and stuff like that.
Are you still working that out?
Exactly. So if you just travel out to him, get to spend some time in person, get to boot camp there, that's obviously a bonus there too. So for the NA teams, like, I think it was very worthwhile them going out there. It wouldn't surprise me to see NA teams try doing that again, especially if they wanted to spend some time doing some different stuff in off season, like boot camping and spending some time on the Korean server.
No, I will just say on the Scout issue, that's the saddest thing is basically, with the exception of this year, he's had one of the most underrated careers ever if you don't watch the LPL, because to you only had the one Worlds if that's all you ever watch, isn't it? So I think the real sad thing for me is you go and you look at his career, It even actually started fine this year. It just got worse and worse and worse every split. And by the end, it was really, really bad. And it also even looked like actually people just sold him out of the team and they went, fuck this guy. Like, let's just let him fucking in and lose the game, get the fuck out. People don't know he's also been an expensive player for many years. Understandably, he's a world champion. He's a league MVP. But if you go back, I can always tell who only watches Worlds, because what ruined Scout's image forever was that 2023 LNG fucking T1 series. Because coming into it, that was totally fair to say LNG is going to win this, bro. And if you remember, I actually think some of the others don't even take as much blame. He does get a lot of the blame for me because he just did. It's not even, he didn't even pew it in. He just did the deer in the headlights in front of Faker. He just did it. He just like, something happened and that's not the Scout I had ever seen play League of Legends.
And Tarzan did the same thing in the jungle. So it's like mid-jungle, the driving part of LNG 23.
The best part, yeah.
But
all the macro came from them, everything,
And you know, obviously that was the year of the JDG super team. That was the year where like everything was crazy. And you know, I've got some very fond memories of that team. I flew out to China to do the finals for that. It's the one time I've actually flown out to an event like that, which is really, really cool. And
that was the one team that pushed them. They were the ones that had the chance to win.
They took them to 5 games in summer finals, and it was a knife's edge. It was an absolute knife's edge. And I don't think people quite recognize how much Scout did for that team. Like, the way that I would describe Scout as a player, particularly when it comes to laning phase, is very interesting, because I don't think he was like the lane dominant player. He wasn't like the guy that would just smash you down 30 CS in the worst case scenario, take over a game, your tower's gone, everything's gone. He was always the guy with a plan, though. And I think there were some really cool combos from back then, which he showed, which like he was one of the best Jace mid players in the league, because he would fight very hard at level 1 to get as much control as he possibly could. Okay, that helps. But then what he would do is he'd basically just have Tarzan on someone like Maokai. So you'd have like point and click CC into a shock blast. But then because Scout had control of mid lane, he'd be able to just get a shock blast into Raptors on that first invade. So they always had like that level 3, level 4 plan or something like that. And they'd consistently pull it off. And that really annoyed a team like JDG, which were much more about the late game team fights. The mid-jungle synergy was a little bit off from them. They were very good individual players. And I'd probably take, you know, Knight, Kanavi, and 23 over Tarzan and Scout. But as a duo, that was where it got interesting. So, you know, you look at a player like that, what he managed to achieve in both spring and summer. And then obviously in Worlds 24, you can go forwards a year later. Scout, I think, actually had another good year. Undefeated in Swiss, 3-0 going into that series that you would that was the previous series, don't worry. But then obviously went again into, you know, a quarterfinals undefeated out of Swiss stage, partly because his Yone was really good, blah blah blah, and they just completely shit the bed again in another quarterfinals. So you're absolutely right. This is a guy where if you just look at Worlds, you have 2021, but then the losses were so catastrophic. Even going back to some of the EDG years earlier on too, I'm trying to remember what happened in like 2016, 17, but I can't remember him like particularly standing out individually at those ones either. This is a guy which, yeah, I mean, sadly, he's kind of been capped at being, you know, the one-time wonder at Worlds by a lot of people's minds, and then a regional goat, but not much else.
Yes. And also, obviously, they had that crazy game against DRX, didn't they? Where like they couldn't fucking beat them
5-game one
when they were the reigning champions. Like if they'd have won that one, by the way, maybe they'd be in the final against T1. That would have been the dream fake Scout narrative, wouldn't it?
I seem to remember there was even asterisks about, because obviously that was 22, and there was some asterisks about, well, you know, were people ill on the team because that was like just coming out of COVID and stuff too. And of course that carried throughout the entire one. Obviously you don't talk about that as much at the time. You don't want to undermine the event. You have to celebrate players. But actually looking back, like, well, you know, if people were ill, did that apply to Zeus in finals too? Does it undermine DRX's story if you do it too hard? Yeah, it does. So actually, you know, don't undermine them too much. But yeah, it feels a little bit sad because actually, you know, Scout is actually one of those players you should really look to as one of the greats in his role. Yeah. It's the point where one of my favorite, funniest LoLEsports stories comes from, I think it was him in 2016. Can't remember which split, where he was on like an undefeated EDG split, something like that. And at that point, the format was something like, you know, you've got this gauntlet format, and eventually you'll meet one of the top 2 teams. And you had 2 lower tier teams which are fighting for position towards the very end of the split. And basically, the winner of that game would end up on Scout EDG's side of the bracket. So it's a very famous LPL game called Oscar Night, where both teams are like, we are not winning this. We are not, because it wasn't like you wouldn't get to double elimination. It's just if you ended up going up the gauntlet to them, you'd just be out. So they were just like, no, we are doing as much as we can to not but definitely not necessarily put ourselves on that upper side of the bracket. To the point where I think like officials had to step back in. That's fairly like common in LPL
obviously the
folklore
part
from
like
back
I'll
then,
just stress is that only works if one team does it. If both teams do it, it becomes like a cartoon where you're both like trying to lose the game. So it makes it just too blatant at that point. I know what you mean. Like it became, that's why they called it Oscar night. Everyone was acting like they're trying to win the game when they're obviously like accidentally.
Oh no, I've missed my smite. Oh, the camp's reset.
Yeah.
Oh, dearie me.
I've always said one of the worst things actually about players who are pros in esports who try to match fix in any capacity is they're not fucking good at it. Like, I'd be brilliant at it, mate. I would just play 10% worse and lose the game normally. They will do stupid shit.
Just reminder, said he was never a pro player in any kind of game, just wiping the record clean.
They will just flash into a wall for no reason or smite super early. It's like, bro, you didn't fucking sell it. You made it too blatant. And part of me always thinks you almost wanted it to be like, oh no, wink, I'm not really this bad, am I? It's like, well, that game is how you get fucking match fixing banned, mate. You want it to be that it looked like you just lost the game, and then you have to just carry that forever, by the way. You have to pretend it was real, and then just get on and enjoy the playoffs, because as you say, it would be better for you to lose this game, bizarrely. It's also why, by the way, always be careful when you're designing tournaments that have round-robin formats, where at the end of the tournament, people can play with people's lives, and it's not just the usual format of win the game is always better for you, and you should always try to be your tournament life. It's actually why I don't like round-robin generally. So anyway, notice we went through all those great memories there. All the times your snout was good. But by the way, technically, this also ties into the topic about Piers, because the reason you didn't hear from Piers is because of Scout. If he'd have actually been dope, you'd have known Piers was dope. You'd have seen him at fucking Worlds. So that is true. Anyway, as I'm going through all these wonderful memories, it makes me realize in life, we don't often sit down and consider what great memories we have. And we don't always think about the memories we're making now that will become the great memories of tomorrow. So with one of our sponsors, Aura Frames, it's the perfect time for Christmas to get this gift, the Aura Frame. I always tell people, in the same way as if you ever use an e-reader, like I used to be the idiot who said that stupid cursed line, I prefer the feel of a real book and to see the cover. And then I went on aeroplanes, Nymaera, and I realized, yeah, but the difference is I can't carry 500 books in my fucking book bag, can I? Well, that's the OP thing about the Kindle. The good thing about a Kindle or fucking an e-reader is I can have 500 books on there. I can even have like some mad one I'm probably never going to read, but just in case, psychology, I know it is there if I wanted to read. So in the same way as that tech, once you embrace it, it's like, oh, this is better. Not least, by the way, because it's supplementary. A real book still exists. In the same way, the whole world was actually behind on the frame, on fucking the meta on frames, because everyone until recently just had a real life picture printed out, even if it was digital, and they put it in a physical frame, and you have one picture. It's you in a shit fucking sweater, school picture day or something, right? Here's where we all need to upgrade the meta, because in the modern day with digital stuff, we've all got fucking Instagram and cloud services. We're all taking 1 million photos on our phones. But actually, one of the problems with taking 1 million photos on Instagram is you actually forget you're updating random strangers on the internet with your life and your memories. You don't update your own family. You don't send them. No one sends the fucking film to be developed. That's the pictures from Christmas. You don't actually have family albums like you used to have back in the day. So the cool thing about the Aura Frame is because it's digital, essentially it does for the picture frame what the e-reader did for the book, which is now, and there, by the way, Aura Frames ties into this with all the things they've got. So I'll give you an example. Say you have a grandma, maybe your girlfriend, a fucking auntie, your mom. You're probably not sending them loads of pictures. You're probably thinking, like, I'll send them the odd one, or if I meet them, I'll show them something. If they want to be like updated on your life, and especially like cool memories that you've been involved in, or maybe you live in another city, another part of the world, and you want to keep them like feeling like they're following your story. One of the cool things is they don't need to know fuck all about the internet. As long as they have Wi-Fi and the electricity, essentially, you can just take the Aura Frame to their house, set it up for them. Once it's set up, you can remotely add the pictures, by the way, by having like permission granted to the frame, etc. It has basically unlimited cloud storage. It even does little videos you can have on there too. And on top of that, as a gift concept, they even have it now where you can like preload the frame before it gets sent out. You can personalize your gift. So you can put like a message on it like, hey, mom, just wanted to keep you up to date on all the things I'm doing. Because my joke is, you motherfuckers never call them every weekend like you're supposed to. You'll all be crying doing that tweet when they die. Like, fuck your mum sat close to you and love them. But you only realize that when they die, you idiot, because you don't know what you got till it's gone. So just get an Aura Frame now, you idiot. Put it there. And when you upload your shit to your Instagram, put it on the frame as well. Just put it in the fucking cloud. And the best part is you can even get it so it comes in a gift box. So you don't even have to order this to your house. house, get it, put it in the gift box, wrap it, the ribbon, with the little fucking sub. You get to do it all for you. They put it already in the gift box. So it's easy. All you do is for a limited time, save on the perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com to get $35 off Aura's best-selling Carver matte frames by using code It's Easy. Summoning. It's all one word, isn't it? It's just a single word, summoning. It's the first word from somebody inside. So if you're an idiot from back in the day, you'd put summoners and get no fucking discount. Summoning. It was always summoning, wasn't it, you fucking idiots? But anyway, summoning at checkout. That's AURA frames.com, promo code summoning. This deal is exclusive to our listeners, and the frames will sell out fast because Christmas is coming. But if you order now, you can get it in time for the holidays and support our show by mentioning us at the checkout. Offers may vary by country, and in theory, it's mainly supposed to be for UK, USA, and Canada. But I always hear people on other podcasts who have this sponsor say, if you tried their code, sometimes there'll be a regional discount that might apply as well. So check it out. It's actually, I think, one of the best things we've ever sold on this. I have loads of them myself. Every time I get another chance, I get another one and give it to another family member. I don't do what you all think I do, which is put like fucking pictures of Froggen on there, me at fucking Esports. Like, I'd put like real ones to my life that people would enjoy. And I actually am secretly, when I'm not on camera, I am a real human being. Anyway, so get the Aura frames. It's cool.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been living away from my family for a couple of. Well, I moved out. I moved like cross continent. I'm in Berlin. Rest of my family's way back in UK. I've got family in Australia too. Well, there you go. Massive distance bonus there. Yeah, no, I think particularly this year I've missed a lot of family events. So that's actually, you know what, you might have sold me on that. I hadn't even heard of that before. You might have sold me on it.
There you go. Right, okay. There is one other thing about Kespa Cup, which is obviously we did have some top teams here. Like. One of the interesting things was, if you actually saw this tournament, this really was an off-season tournament, boys, because like T1 won, but it was fucking hard work, and people would be shocked by how close D+ took T1 in our life. So this was a tournament where when you watched it, I came in thinking, right, on paper, I actually think T1 should be the best. They changed one player, and actually you could argue it's an upgrade. And as I implied earlier, I actually think the miracle of winning Worlds this year with T1 was they actually did do it with what should be a weak side top laner and a weak side ADC. Yeah. And then Faker isn't Chovy. So I remember thinking like, bro, how do you win Worlds? So actually, that was almost a miracle they did. This team is more streamlined. So I thought, mate, you change your one player, it's pays also. Bro, if you're joining at the request of Carrier and you get to play it with Carrier and your peers, this is the ultimate welcome back home. Like, I'm living the dream now, mate. I've waited my whole life for this. So I thought T1 would blast the tournament. Early on, though, actually, it was Animal Life that was looking like they were going to win. They did get Gumayusi straight in the squad. They've got Kanavi now. We can get into that in a second. So what do you think about the T1 angle? At the end of the tournament, by the way, it ended the way everyone hoped. It did end with T1 winning. Paze was the deserving MVP of the tournament. He had all the carry games. He even showed you the champion pool that you wouldn't. By the way, don't get triggered. Do get triggered. It's Thorin and someone inside. He played all those champions Gumayusi never fucking played, didn't he? He played all those champions we wanted Smash on. So I'll tell you what, if you wanted to see those champions played, welcome T1 fans. Welcome to how ADC is played when you have lane dominant players. So what do you think of T1 winning?
I think it was a really interesting tournament. Now, for just context as to why teams are playing full rosters, the reason for it, in case it hasn't been mentioned on previous episodes and stuff, is effectively to be eligible for Asian Games, you have to play in this tournament. Yes. So there are players. So for instance, Chovy wasn't playing because he played in Asian Games before and he won it, so it doesn't apply to him. And I believe Ruler was the same because that was back in 2023.
And so they also elected to do some sort of like mini thing for the military as well, I believe. Right?
I think it's basic training, which you have to, even if you don't do your full military service or you have an exemption, you still need to do like the basic. It makes sense
to do it in the off season though, because as you say, if you've already got the exemption because of you may as well just do this thing now and get it out of the way.
Which I believe Kanavi, well, funnily enough, I think Kanavi also has an exception to that too, because remember, the last time it happened was in 2023.
Yes.
And that was when the JDG Super Team was around. So actually Kanavi did get into that roster, I seem to remember. I can't actually, it's fading a little bit, but I do remember that. There was the two mid laners because there was Chovy and Faye because they wanted them, obviously, these two talismans of the region to get exemption, obviously, on a certain level there. But yeah, so obviously,
yes, Kanavi played in the Asian Games that they won in 2022.
Cool. So actually, he didn't actually like need to do that if he didn't want to. But Kanavi, I think one of the reasons he wanted to come back to Korea this year was also because he needed to do his military service, I believe, as well. I'd like the basic training. Again, I'm not actually the most knowledgeable.
No, but I believe you're right.
I'm parroting what I've seen a couple of tweets of. But largely that meant that teams were bringing their full rosters, and that meant that you at least have the scrims that they played together, which was limited in some cases. I think HLE said they had like 1 or 2 scrims.
Makes sense. You saw some of the games.
Yeah, and we'll definitely get into that Yeah, definitely get into that. But obviously, you've just got, much better players just across the board coming through. I mean, part of me was, I kind of enjoyed some of the older ones where you had just like these random plucky upstart teams doing some wild shit. Do you remember, was it ESC Ever when they came in like 2020, which was crazy? Because that was insane. Oh, man. It was also very funny because the scheduling back in the day as well, because I think it was a shorter tournament, it was like it happened over Christmas as well. So I'd be like waking up on Christmas Eve or Christmas morning, be like, who the hell's this team like beating the crap out of like Q Tigers or something like that at the time? Crazy stuff. But yes, we had a number of teams I think quickly established themselves as that's the top teams. I think Nongshim just about slipped in there, obviously after having that crazy long game versus Team Liquid. But the top three were really HLE, DK, and T1. That's not surprising given the rosters on paper, really. I was a little bit worried that particularly whenever you mess with a jungle support, that changes your actual like spine of the team. I think the grand majority of the way that teams look is actually how jungle support moves on the map. And I think that a long time ago, now people have now figured out you have to have a jungle support that is synergistic. If you can keep a good mid jungle support together, you try to. And if not, you try and pick up the two pieces which fit the best together. So when like HLE were successful, it was really when Delight and Peanut were very, very good. When they went to first stand, when they won first stand, I thought quite clearly they were the best jungle support in the world. And I think even if you go back to Worlds 24, I mean, the reason they lost that tournament was because they just had this horrible bogey matchup of like Bin in Worlds 24 meta just dunking on poor Thorin, who, I think he's very, very talented at team fighting and playing on the weak
side. Still 5 games too, by the way.
Exactly. Yeah. But basically, there's just sometimes you just run up against a top laner in form who just knows how to just dig the knife in the worst possible ways. You never get to that strength of your game. So actually, I don't call that a discredit at all on like the jungle support between like Peanut and Delight at that point. Sorry, there was obviously they were on GenG before that as well. So that duo had stuck together for a long time, that jungle support duo. So now you're replacing a part of this and you're saying, well, Kanavi's coming in. So you have to adapt to something new. Obviously, Peanut going out. You have to replace him with someone. Kanavi's a good way to do that. And we definitely saw that HLE has retained an identity of a bit of a coin flip team. Now, they have very high ceiling where you have, Zeka solo killing Faker 3 times in a game as Akali versus Mel. Okay, it's a pretty good matchup, but I think I'm trying to remember if that was the good patch because there's a point where Mel gets nerfed. I'm trying to remember if that was a good patch or not. Either way, Zeka's Akali kind of makes it a bit of a moot point. He's very good at that champion, and he solo killed Faker just time after time. That's a high roll for him. But then, of course, you get later into the tournament where he's like, oh, he's playing Kassadin. He's died 4 times in lane. You no longer have a mid laner, and like he's messing up his combos and Cassiopeia at points too. And you think, okay, right. So there's the high roll and the low roll of that. We know that can sometimes be the case with Zeka as well. And for Delight too, he's a guy that occasionally just has an absolute blinder. Will completely just find the godlike engage. People remember like his crazy rel engages he had against.
He has a couple of champs he's extremely good on. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and occasionally this guy just pulls out some absolute magic. But occasionally he's just not in sync, and he'll just turn up to a place where he shouldn't be. He isn't there to cover certain dives, and so I don't know what happened. Just some point after winter this year, Delight he just wasn't as locked in. I don't know whether it's just he wasn't assessing the resets and the positioning of the map. Is it the communication between him and the rest of the team? But it seems like that is still there. And that really led to, I think, HLE's eventual loss in this tournament, which was effectively, they lost to a lot of vision traps, where you could see like Kanavi was going up towards areas of vision, knowing that there's a teammate nearby, but not quite realizing they're not nearby enough, and there are 3 members in that brush and you're dead. So there was the point where he was playing Kiana in finals and he just got blasted because T1 were much better at playing vision traps. And that's what I really think T1 stood out to me. There are two points for them. One, Pays as a monster. I think that the AD carry level of play at this tournament was insane. We had 5 pentakills. 5 pentakills? But I think the other part about T1 is that even when they had some like more shoddy games from some individual members in lane, Faker obviously had some moments where he wasn't as good. Obviously had some good games too, not denying that. But realistically, their jungle support were the combo which I was more convinced in setting up vision in advance, playing out of that fog of war, and making just something happen. They were much better at getting to place on time. They were less likely to have someone walk up to a side lane turret and not have the support to survive the dive. They were actually more likely to punish that. And it's like those small bits where you can tell that the teams are, they're not fully practiced. There's some loose edges and stuff. But that was where things got, that was the difference in the finals, I think, between T1 and HLE. Because realistically, even T1 in their losses at that point, in games 3 and 4, they were still, I think, largely pretty close in those games. They had some pretty insane, intense team fights comebacks too, and they're very good at playing around a lot of that vision play. Yeah, so that was the two big takeaway points from that. The AD carry level play was good, but then the jungle support play was there. And I guess that leaves us with D plus Kier as the team which actually pushed some teams pretty damn far.
Way better than expected. Remember, when that roster was announced, everyone was kind of bummed. They were like, it's just whatever. Like, you didn't get the upgrades you hoped for. But, man, they were mixing it up. They could have won this tournament.
Yeah, they absolutely could, which is, I mean, well, you think about it, they could have knocked T1 out of Worlds contention too. They got to a game 5 there too.
True.
And that. So occasionally DK they just lock in. I mean, again, I wouldn't call them as coin flippy in the way that HLE are, where it's just, oh, well, you know, Zeka's had an absolute shocker or whatever. I feel like it comes down to those clutch moments because DK are much more about that frenetic, aggressive team fighting style on the whole part of it. I will say, I mean, I say it wasn't about the laning. In fairness, the game 5 versus HLE, where it was the Fiora versus Camille matchup, mate, you're locking Fiora into a skill matchup versus Zeus. You sure about that? I think we saw that Siu has some great moments. You know, he solo killed Zeus a couple of times early in the season. Very talented. I've really enjoyed watching him. You know, his Ambessa was actually very good versus Zeus on the Rek'Sai to get that solo kill onto him. But then you look at that game 5 and you're like, the game's unplayable because he wasn't using his Qs well. He was taking way too much poke because he wasn't spacing out the W. A lot of Camille matchups is spacing out those micro moments on that W so he doesn't get the full heal and the on that sweet spot and the extra damage as well. You can see that just, look, Zeus in game 5s, I know it became a little bit of a, you know, HLE in game 5s in general became a bit of a meme really over this year at points, but Zeus in game 5s is actually very, very good at playing through this matchup. So like, there's some of those percentage points of clutch, which I think DK don't quite have as much as some of those other top teams, but I'm very pleasantly surprised. You know, they were replacing Beryl right in support, so they're another team which has got a new player coming up. It's Korea, which is going to be a nightmare for some people with certain accents.
Remember, we've got it's the country Korea. There's a player Keria, and now there's a player called Korea. And I actually did once have that happen to me, like Nymaera. Like 10 plus years ago, I once interviewed a StarCraft player through a Korean translator, and I only realized later from how shit the answers were when translated. When I kept saying "in your career," they were saying the country Korea instead, and it ruined the whole interview. But yeah, I know what you mean. Those three things are going to be a nightmare for casters, bro.
Oh my god! I saw a comment about like, folks, the caster is just Australian. He's not mispronouncing. He's just Australian. It's like, Atlas, I'm so sorry for you, man. Again, he was actually doing a pretty good damn job of it. It's just that, particularly when you're in the heat of the moment. So I was like, oh god damn, I'm just gonna call him Lulu instead. I don't care anymore. We're going back to champion names if you don't deserve that. Oh god, but yeah. So you know, they're another team which is kind of messed around with jungle support. And it's important to track things now and just say, look, this is square one. Where does it go from here? Because realistically, if you're going to build as a team, it has to come from jungle support. I think it was on the first couple of games I saw from HLE. I mean, you know, I chimed in as I normally do. Like, okay, well, you know, Kanavi was playing from a lead. Kanavi's very good at closing out games. And some, you know, as they do, some asshat replies like, why would people care about reviewing this off-season tournament? Where do you think we get to track trajectories from? You got to have a starting point, even if it's not the most try-hard thing. At least you can start seeing those trends. And yeah, I mean, I was pleasantly surprised by them. Although I am reminded of this year where DK looked very, very good in winter, and they just fell apart. They were looking for a solid while.
Yep. They could have won winter.
Yeah, and then they just got blasted somehow, and then they just never recovered. They also released that, you know, behind the scenes thing too, right?
Which was almost some like breaking point shit. If you watched it, it was wild, wasn't it?
Which is insane. I guess that's return to the meta this time. Because just like FlyQuest did the same thing. Like, okay, I guess we're doing behind the scenes content. And how, I mean, KC did that earlier in the year. Well, you know what? I love it. It's great, but also
I want to watch it. It's just it will cause drama.
It will cause drama. And also there's a certain level of, okay, how much was cut out the editing room floor to do this?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I really hope that DK can keep it together a little bit more. Showmaker was actually, again, very impressive. Smash got himself a Penta as well. He looked really good. So yeah, I know. I'm really excited for all these top 3 AD carries. While I do think Pays came away as, like, probably the best of the AD carries, there was a hilarious clip of him walking 30 seconds straight from top lane to bot lane to get a double kill onto 2 people chasing Faker, which was just wonderful. I'm like, okay, all right, he's got the tier 1 source now. He'll just randomly buy into these team plays and win. I thought the level of like the top 3 AD carries were actually, well, you know, they're all within touching distance. That could change markedly over the meta, over the champion pool. was chatting to someone on my stream earlier today when they were asking the question, says, well, I value, Guma's versatility on some points. I was like, well, there are certain champions like obviously there's all the Kai'Sa, maybe some of the hyper carries where I would value, especially if someone, pays like on stuff like the Zeri. But then like, well, yeah, what about the utility champs? And I sat and thought, I thought, well, okay, fairness.
True.
Jhin, Varus, Senna, yeah.
True.
There's a meta where actually I definitely value that. But then, now you have to slot Smash into the equation too, because we haven't seen as many games of him versus the top tier talent as well. There's plenty of room for this floor that we've seen here to go like in many different directions. Now, I'm immediately going to like push back on people saying like, T1 Pays now, they're bringing the best out of him. You already mentioned this before. Like, Pays was actually really good this year.
He was a stud, bro. He was so good.
And he was doing that in a dysfunctional team. Like, JDG had a bunch of play pieces which were just not functioning.
It was basically Jhin and fucking Pays against the world, mate. Like, there's just two players trying to carry every game, it felt like.
There was like 2 series this year where all the players played well at once. Pays had to play with 3 different supports this year. He started with Missing, went to Draw, then went on to Wink. And even he's left at JDG now. He's been replaced too as well. So the poor guys had to play with like 3 different lane partners.
Wild, isn't it?
He also had to communicate with Scout in Korean to then get the translation back from him into Chinese. And I think it was Dernby saying on streams like, yeah, the reason this team is really shoddy right now is that they have to like translate mid-team fight. It wasn't a problem for Rulix, he just outplay without language anyway, because that's the kind of player he was. But Pace is just that, like, well, what I'm meant to be a role hyper communicating with my frontline and what peel I have. What do you want me to do? And the fact that I think in one of the earlier splits, I put him like my top 3 for MVPs, despite the fact that, JDG were not the top 3 team. He was really, really good.
He was one of the best players in the league.
And even before that on GenG, I know that people called him like the weak point of GenG at some points. Folks, they're still one of the greatest teams of all time. And you look at that MSI run he had in the MSI finals. I think people are going to reassess Pays. I really hope that people don't think, he's been woken up by T1. Look, I'm sure he's going to be great there. He's going to be learning against Carry. I'm very happy for him to perform well there. But like, let's make sure we actually take into account the actual real trajectory of this guy.
Yes. By the way, on the D+ one, I have to say as well, that did give me a bit of hope because I don't even hate the roster. Like, I do think Smash was hard done by. I think, unfortunately, the whole, like, if you're a T1 Guma fan, you have to pretend he was shit. It was fucking good. Like, if it wasn't actually for the fact that there was that whole fan pressure and the bizarre thing with Joe Marsh, there's a world where he might have just kept playing. He actually had games that looked like he, funny enough, delivered what Guma didn't. That's even why I liked it. It was almost the classic jungle swap, the top laner swap that we've seen in other classic past teams, including T1. Then you look at the rest of the team. I think the Shiwu guy, ever since I saw him play, mate, he's just the truth. Like, that is one of your next top laners from Korea, which Korea just shits out every few years. Lucid's been up and down. I don't think he maybe never hit the peak people hoped he would. People wanted him to become a great player. Showmaker's issue is just basically as D+ went, so did he. He started the year shit hot too this year. Then by the end, you were having some unbelievable games against those bad teams where you're like, fuck, is he just washed at this point? Like, it was like Scout. You're like, this is fucking depressing. Like, does the guy just leave the team now? Does he go to some other squad? So I look at the squad. I think they have some of the pieces to be very good. The more interesting team, though, is the Hand of Life one, because here's the part that I really think people have missed, bro. I actually think, I know what the problem with all analysis of T1 in past lineups when they had Zeus and they had Guma was, which is people are doing that analysis that is, I call it like moral or character judgments, but based on playing styles. So I'll give you an example, because this happens in both my native game of Counter-Strike and League of Legends.
Yeah,
so
I get it.
The premise goes, if you are one of the players, like my favorite players, I love those fucking losers that just lane, like Chovy and Froggen and Larson, right? To a fan, they go, he's a fucking pussy, bro. He won't
boring.
Look, he's just taking CS, even though it's like, as Froggen explained to me like 12 years ago, mate, if you get like 20 CS, that's like 1.5 kills. Like, I didn't need to gamble. I just got the CS for free and I was safe. Like, if I do that eventually, by the way, I end up with a 0-0 scoreline, but I have like 3 items and he has 2. And then we win all the team fights. I remember even him saying that to me and I'm going, you've actually nailed it there. You're right, actually. Whereas like what they want is the joke is, even though they hate him, they want Zika. They want the guy who fucking goes all in and does a solo kill and plays all the hyphy fucking Saturns. And they want the guy in game 5 who just sends it and goes, lol, I'm picking my pick. Like, that's what they all want. And they make that sound like a Zika is better. The joke is they make it sound like a Zika is better than a Chovy, even though a Chovy can be better than a Zika. So the problem you have is people genuinely needed to believe in past T1 squads that Zeus couldn't have been the best player because you have Faker. And then Guma must be the best AD carry in the world and capable of everything AD carry because every Worlds he was awesome and then he won the Worlds. The problem is that's not the way team games work. It's like styles, systems. And I always thought the amazing thing about T1, another thing about this year that's incredible, is how they did pivot from having like Zeus had all those sick carry games because you could have Goomer on the utility champion. When they made it Doran and Goomer, I remember thinking like, how does this work? And the joke is, it did sort of, but not at a championship level until Worlds. Like before that, they could have won MSI, but they didn't. They could potentially have won LCK, but they didn't. So to me, actually, I think Hanwha Life is interesting because it resurrects the same convo. It's not just that Goomer went to another team. He's back with Zeus. And then if you even want to throw one in, this is great team building, bro. Because there's another detail people miss. Yes, they added Kanavi. By the way, tell Kanavi you don't actually have to ever gank bot lane, bro. What are you talking about? I just have fucking Zeus as my top laner. Mate, that's going to be gank city. Man. So already Kanavi's going to be loving it. And then secondly, they didn't just bring Kanavi, boys. They brought the Kanavi Whisperer, Hom, the coach.
That's true.
Back.
You're very right.
That is a missed part. If you look at this exceptional career that Kanavi's had in the LPL, Hom was his fucking dude, wasn't he? That was his fucking Yoda or Palpatine, depending on which way you want to go on that. That was his fucking guy, his spiritual mentor, and they got him. So I actually think, mate, I'm so glad we get to have a Kanavi still potentially at peak level because he is also one of the most maligned players ever. Because I'll tell you, yes, he hasn't straight chalked all of them, but he has definitely underperformed a lot of Worlds. In fact, usually even in the Worlds, he'll do in Swiss one of those games where you go, that's what I'm talking about. People don't see up. This motherfucker can do like 15 kill games. He can dominate. But then the problem becomes in the playoffs when he just has those average ass games. Then you just like, you look like an idiot. You look like you hyped the guy who never go. But I always tell people, like, he's actually one of those people that has the talent to be like the GOAT. He's so fucking good as a jungler when his game conditions are right. So I want to know, what are you expecting from this Hanwha Life team? What do you think the potential is?
Yeah, funnily enough, for some reason, my mind had skipped over Hom despite me talking about the Hom Kanavi thing like the entire year. There's a trio in LPL which have just an absurd win rate, which is 369, Kanavi and Hom. They kind of went from, JDG, they went to top esports. Obviously, they're on the super team as well. They just have an unreal win rate together in LPL. Of course, they won MSI 23 together as well. And Kanavi is one of those guys where if Kanavi is in control of a game, I actually don't think there's a jungler I trust more with it. If there's
when he's ahead, when they're ahead in the game, absolutely.
When he can throw his weight around on a matchup and he's actually ahead in the game. This guy is just so good at digging the knife in. Now, in terms of there are other junglers which still do very well at that factor and actually better at getting ahead. It's like someone like Ona is actually very good at just that individual, just like fist fight in the early game to make sure he's got an extra camp up on you. Or something like that, which is why I think typically actually Kanavi has struggled against Ona because actually he's hit in that stage one of his plan. It's like, I'm not off the ground. Okay, that's a problem. And you've seen a lot of those early game plans come together. Whereas like I'm actually not sure why because Shun actually ended up having some okay win rates against him. Besides that, I need to dive into that a little bit more in another way. I haven't thought that through as much.
He's also pretty good early game jungler, though, to be fair.
Exactly. Yeah, he's maybe
that's the factor.
Again, he's just another early game psychopath who just like full sends it in a way you just don't respect. But someone like Kanavi, in early 2024, this was post Super Team era of JDG. 369 had left, Knight had left, Ruler was still on the team, Missing was still on the team, but it was, look, you don't replace those two players, really. Yago was back, and sure, he was actually always pretty good with Kanavi, actually. He was the guy that could always, respond to what Kanavi wanted to do. Sheer came in as a rookie, and I actually thought he was really good as a rookie.
He was mega miss.
Yeah. But that team didn't really flow. Again, it didn't quite click in the same way. But Kanavi would just somehow brute force through it. And if you look at some of those early 24 games, we had this nickname for him, which is just the one-man army, Kanavi the one-man army, because it didn't matter what happened. He just do everything himself. Sure, he's got 3 kills in the enemy jungle. Okay. Oh, cool. He's just won the team fight. Sweet. He's got this great engage. Occasionally he'd just do that. And you just sat there like, well, I don't really know what happened, except Kanavi played really good. And he did it kind of all by himself. When he's on that kind of form, it's such an exciting player to watch. I think my most interesting thing, and going back to your question about what do I expect from HLE, and particularly in the perspective of Kanavi, is I need to see him more consistently get into that position where he's ahead, because that's where things have started to fall apart internationally versus Korean teams, particularly again versus Ona. I think that in terms of early game plans, there weren't that many teams in the LPL that were that good at pushing that. Weirdly, Team WE, a team which didn't go international like the entire year, were better at pushing people in the early game like that. BLG's early game fell off an absolute cliff. IG, despite being one of the best teams in the region, their early game was the worst part of it. So, you've got Kanavi versus Tarzan in like the Anyone's Legends games, and they were really great matchups. They were really cool. We learned more about that. But now I think more consistently you'll see LCK teams with more consistent laning, quicker response times to you doing something strange in the early game or going for that early invade. I need to see Kanavi level up to the point where he can take a knock maybe in his early clear or be more precise in the way that he's getting ahead of the game and then use that to get ahead. Because once he's at that point, again, like a couple of the early games in this tournament, it's like, well, Kanavi's ahead. Okay, right, game's over. But as the games went on, he wasn't quite far enough ahead, and we mentioned this a little bit earlier, particularly in regards to T1. He is quite vulnerable to vision traps because Kanavi does want to push into the enemy jungle. He really does want to go into that fog of war. I think the early stage of Kanavi's career was marred by the fact that he would always...
He's even one of those players, Nymaera, to me, where even though they're the jungler, the most traditional fucking vision role, they just buy the fucking damage item instead of the pinks. You know what I mean? He's one of those guys too.
Like, this guy is like, as soon as Lilio was released, it's like, my time is now. Wonderful. A champion. I can carry on and do everything. And actually, Lilio was a really, if you go back to like his, his 2020 days or whatever, whenever Lilio was released and he was, shit hot, just invading every Raptors time after time after time. But he never realized when he shouldn't do that. And it took until about 23 until he realized, I should really wait until my mid laner can roam. Or, okay, maybe there's a better angle for this. And he started to learn, discretion is the better part of valor at some points too. But there's always been that, again, just that little monkey on his back, just being like, but you could go for another camp, you could go towards that brush. It'll work out fine. So I need to see him get I'm not saying that he can't do that all the time, sometimes rather, because there are some points where he gets into just a pocket of vision. You're like, okay, well, great angle. But he needs to be in a position really where he can actually have the backup he needs, especially if he's going to play stuff like the Kiana, which is, if you get hit, you die. You are pretty squishy. And that will have to come into, again, now bringing it out to the kind of like HLE as a whole. I need to see what happens with Delight and the combination between him and Kanavi, because I think at the end of the day, I think one of the big reasons that they ended up losing quite handily in the games which they did, and even it was close in the games which they won in finals, really, Kerry does this to a lot of people, but Kerry and Ona were just there first, and they were sat in a brush, and he walked up to it, and he died. And that can't be something which happens often, because, Korean team's very good at prepping. They will see him in these kind of tendencies. He needs to make sure that he's not just giving freebies over. And yeah, he just needs to consistently be able to get himself into the lead. And that needs to be something which the team supports as well. He needs to be communicating with his team. Okay, Delight, you need to be here. We're supporting this lane. These lanes can move. I do think HLE have the laning strength when they're all, high rolling to support that level of play. I mean, you've got Cess, like friggin' Zeka and, some great players in there.
World champions.
Yeah, like you've got these insane, like world championships in all of your lanes. So this team, if they high roll, I mean, there's a world in which they're actually, well,
they could be number one, right?
They could win LCK. Yeah, they could roll to that point. I mean, it's no surprise, right? Because they won 5 games. Of course, we didn't see GenG with all 5 members, right? So there's some other stuff there too. So we don't have like a full measure of it. But yeah, I mean, this team really excites me. I mean, if you're a fan of HLE, like, my condolences, you're gonna have to deal with a lot of coin flips. Like, a lot, because these players do just sometimes send it, but that's kind of the charm of the team too. And I can see the level being at a point where, yeah, they could high roll and take championships both regionally and internationally.
And lastly, I'll just add this as well. Whenever it's a player, I'll give the same to Scout who's coming back. I think the most unfair thing League of Legends fans do when they have these conversations about fucking Koreans that play in the LPL, they pretend they don't play in the LPL, bro. They pretend like that's just like LCK2 and everyone speaks Korean and they're all Koreans. Like, do you know how insane it is for a Korean language is nothing like Chinese, to go to China and speak broken English to a Chinese person until they're 3 years in and they can speak a bit of Mandarin? Like, bro, that is insane. It's why if you look traditionally, I think people like Scout and Rookie performed miracles being mid laners there. Actually, it always made sense. By the way, Doinby just lived there the whole fucking time, guys, and spent years learning Mandarin. The joke is he is the Chinese Korean. It's why traditionally the most easy role to import from was ADC, because you really did just go, listen, you brain dead fuck, click the mouse. You just go in when we tell you.
It should be obvious what you're gonna do. Do the team fight
for you. Exactly. You just do the damage, bro. Basically, it's like some double flank. Shut the fuck up and click the mouse. Like, that role works. Imagine playing bloody jungle. Imagine going there. And by the way, remember, this guy was an MVP his first year in China as a rookie jungler. Then he's been to Worlds a billion times. Again, we all laugh like, but he gets owned every time they play Faker. Bro, he is playing Faker and Owner, a combo that has played together, as we just pointed out, for more years than anyone else he's ever going to be on a team with, by the way. And then they're all Koreans in Korean culture, living in Seoul. Like they're essentially, if you want to use a concept, I'll blow your mind here. That's privilege. They come from fucking silver spoon privilege, living in the ivory tower of T1. Kanavi's like some fucking self-made man doing it in some foreign country who's made it through to meet you in battle, and then we're just going to pretend like none of those other factors exist. So you look at Kanavi, and logically to me, he could actually be even better, Nymaera. He's now in the environment we've never seen him in. Same with Scout. Let's see Scout on an all-Korean team with Korean coaches and everything. Yeah.
These are probably the two best Korean players in terms of historically to never play within LCK, I think. I think that's fair to say. There might be someone I'm missing out. I mean,
people would maybe say Doin, but I think that Scout was better overall. You know,
I mean, Scout was just unreal in the early days, but Doomby deserves to be mentioned in there too for sure. Like the super carry Doomby years before, like because obviously he was good before he won Worlds, and obviously people skip over that too because again, lost the annals of time of trying to keep up with many things. Archiving League is going to be a real problem at some point. People already forget about the early parts of Faker's career last year, which is crazy. But that's a whole other thing. But I'm really excited to see what happens with HLE and another point on that whole judging players harshly for facing Faker at Worlds. How many players have actually done well against like Faker T1 at Worlds?
Remember, no LPL team's beating them, so all the other LPL teams are losing as well. Even if they were all. By the way, Knight speaks all the fucking Mandarin, and he wasn't winning in the games, even if he was awesome.
And which is and which is why it kind of like makes and people also forget too. Kanavi beat he beat the Korean team. I don't think he beat T1 at MSI 23. It was that 5-game banger series. He has beat them in best of 5s internationally. MSI 23 was a banger game, a banger series. One of the best ones I've ever seen actually. It's very, very exciting. Between that and also having the returning duo of Zeus and Gumayushi, it's also just weird for me to see like Kanavi on a team with two players I would consider like international nemesis at this point, given how many enemies that T1 made as that ZOFGK roster. Like, I'm really excited to see what this team can do.
That's the other thing as well, Nymaera. This is where people miss how you build narratives, because actually narratives, an ideal narrative goes like this. It's a great story that fits archetypal aspects, but then it should always connect to analysis as well. I always say, I used to do the same thing in CS on Desk. I didn't really come up with a joke, whole cloth. I thought something about the game, then I made a comedy connection to the analysis, and then that was the way back into the analysis. So the other thing people are missing with this team is, if you actually look at LCK, it's like everyone's come back to Korea who's been fighting Faker from LPL just to fucking fight him on home soil. It's actually mental, isn't it? You've even got like fucking Ryu's back. Bloody,
oh my God, true.
Everyone's back. Everyone's back. It's bad, isn't it?
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, no, it's a real homecoming, which is crazy because I think what's the fun thing for that as well is like it's not like you have a team which is just out and out always going to be the best. Maybe GenG will, maybe GenG will still continue their run of dominance. And I mean, that is in itself would be insane if you have all this homecoming talent and they still maintain that kind of regional dominance. But I think that there's like a couple of teams who are like, okay, I'm really excited about these teams, the stories they're bringing, but they should also play well against each other too. Like there should just be good, entertaining gameplay. Which is why I'm a little bit sad that GenG didn't turn up with the full roster to Kespa Cup, but you got to give the players a break at some point. So there's a lot of narratives going into it, and I know some people get a little bit turned off by narratives, but again, that's why you have to link it to the gameplay, because at that point, it's not actually just, I'm reading you a nice story to make it easier to tell people about it. It's like, no, it is an easy way to communicate something I want to talk about the game. Turns out that the language, by the way, folks, I know there's like a lack of academia on esports, which I think actually is something here's a free research topic to you. Do a paper on the language used to efficiently talk about esports, because I'll tell you, it's different between languages too. The way that you think about the game is influenced by the language you used about it, and the language they use in Korea is different to the language that they use in China to English, and I'm sure it'll be different in Spanish and French and what have you too. Like,
I'll give you a classic example, Nymaera. It's actually one that sadly we still haven't picked up enough in the West. It's a banger. The second I heard it I think I heard it from LS like 9 years ago, something, bro. You know the one where in Korea, instead of them saying like, again, I would awkwardly use sports terminology, bro. I would go, what is the structure of the team? What model do you play with? No. Like how stylistically? They have that thing, team color, bro. The second you say it, that's such a fucking evocative. What a great phrasing that is. We should use that more. I love shit like that.
What I mean, LS, even if you don't agree with like some specific examples of what he talks about, I don't think anyone in like the Western hemisphere really has influenced dialogue and vocabulary in the scene.
I always say, I think his biggest quality is as a thinker, bro. It's not even like the coaching or it's common to put new concepts and paradigms.
He evolves the language we used to talk about the game. I mean, I think people, again, archiving is a little bit difficult because when you try and think about like the zeitgeist at a certain moment and how the feelings were about the game, you go back, before 2020 even, I don't think people thought about team comps being as coherent as a bigger thing. They just thought, it's a good lane matchup, and this play's good as a champion.
Absolutely.
Whereas later on, Alice would be like, well, actually, you need to be, you talk about the color pie, and says, well, you're looking like a blue control and whatever. And, he's using a lot of terminologies from Magic the Gathering and stuff like that. But the concepts are good. Which is why, there are plenty of times where I look at a draft and I'm like, well, in the lane matchup might not be good, but the team's really on point and they want to do the same thing. And it's just a very interesting way to communicate that. And of course, the other one is like R1, B1 through like the draft notation as well.
Everyone uses that now. Everyone made fun of him when he did it. Now we all use that terminology because it's just a better way to think about the game.
Yeah, and the more efficient you are with your language like that, which clearly defines concepts, the easier it is to be on the same page and actually evolve your thinking of the game. And yeah, I mean, in Chinese, there's a really funny, I think there's a phrase, I can't remember what the phrase is in Chinese, but I think it goes to the lines of, it's bad, but we'll outplay. Which is just such a cool way to think about Chinese League of Legends.
Yeah.
It's like, look, we're in the shitter. Well, we should still try though.
It's basically the concept of brute forcing.
Yeah, it's like, look, it's not perfect. We'll outplay. We'll do. And that just, to me, perfectly encapsulates a team like BLG or something like that.
Of course. You even saw this Worlds, bro. They're the team that would have the draft that didn't make sense. They're losing lane. But if Knight or Bin have the right champion at the right moment, they'll just fucking win the game, even though, by the way, in the review, the other team must be sat there like, but we did everything right, coach. What's I supposed to do? You're just not Knight.
And there is, and then the beautiful thing is like seeing how you can actually blend the two together and get the most out of them. So for instance, like in the West, we tend to think about, we maybe should have drafted differently. This pick wasn't really doing whatever. And there's value to that. And there is. And I think about it that way because I'm like, okay, well, you pick 4 melee champions into an anti-melee comp. Not great. And sometimes it's egregious enough like that. Even Keen was talking about it. Was the game 3 versus KT Rolls? It was like, or HLE was like, I think it starts with the draft. That was unplayable. And if a Korean player says that, it's pretty true. Whereas most of the time in Korea, they don't really talk about the draft because they prefer about, okay, these are the tools that we've got. How do you outplay it in game? And there's a brilliant blend between the two of them because you do actually need to be focused on both because at the end of the day, you're fighting for every percentage point that you can do. Think about it a different way. It's weirdly why how in LEC I got to talk. There was just a weird bit that we ran over the year, which was I found actually quite interesting in terms of which players preferred playing ARAM or Arena to warm up because it changes the way it changes the way you think about the game. In fact, the Shy when he won Worlds, he was a guy that played ARAMs because well, I've never played against a Zyra MF before or something like or whatever combo. Like I've never played against Zyra.
I've never even thought of that as an idea to get like a lot of reps in on the champions. So right, I see.
It's like I've never played against like Zyra Veigar together. Is that going to be good? And yeah,
there is a logic. I get it though. When you say it like that as a warm up, well, I get to see what his ult does like 50 times a fucking game instead of like one solo queue game where the guy never did anything.
It's like I played a shit ton of games with like Yorick Zyra like 2 years ago before you were good. It was like, this champion's pretty good or whatever. And just occasionally you can't make it replace your actual like kill threat instincts of Summoner's Rift because the damage numbers are different and there are different balances and stuff. But just it's like, I don't know, like doing chess puzzles. You're like, okay, this isn't going to turn up in a game necessarily, but just knowing the shape of something before it turns up is really important. Just the way that you think about the game like that, I think is I think it's okay, it's a little bit colorful at points, and you think, okay, well, is it necessary? No, not necessarily. But I think it can actually evolve the way that we think about the game. Let's be honest. We've been around for long enough. We should probably think about, have higher level learning within the league at some point.
Absolutely. So yeah, I'm actually super hyped for all that. So I think it's going to be fucking fire, mate. I also do think, like I said, I think it's mad underrated that some of these great Korean players were playing at a disadvantage most of their career. By the way, overcoming it. If anything, props to them. Props to people like that for making it. So we forgot about that. We just forget that they're playing with Chinese players. They're so good. We're in like the JDG one's the greatest one of all time. On paper, they were supposed to literally win Worlds, even though they had like fucking Korean mixed with Chinese. That's bonkers. But they were so good. That's why if they'd have ever won for me, that would have been like the greatest championship of all time. Like, because everyone else is like fucking all Koreans. I mean, every Korean roster that ever won was all Korean, obviously. So that was like Korea won those ones. This would have been some team building fucking concepts. Coaching probably would have been insane. Yeah, that would have been for high marks for like the high marks for difficulty and for execution on that one.
Yeah, because of course, the LPL teams which won before did have Korean solo laners, but yeah.
They were all carried by the mid laner. Yeah.
Which would have been crazy. It says, wow, okay, Knight would have been. In fact, the only non-Korean mid laner, solo laner to win Worlds since like season 2 was Flanger, right? And top lane EDG 21. It's not often you see kind of non-Korean solo laners actually make a dent like that, which is cool to track when it actually gets close to that point too.
Also, that's how you know. I wouldn't say it here, but he'll know what I mean. That's how you know Nymaera's a pro. The way he phrased that actual statement there, that could be. He could be on the witness stand right now, mate. He wouldn't get in trouble with either of the countries.
As I said, I am the diplomat.
Well done.
I'm the diplomat.
I know what it meant, but they won't. This is totally accurate. But you nailed it, mate. You nailed it. You did. I'm afraid to say Thorin wouldn't have said it that way if Monty was in the other box, but that's also because Thorin doesn't try to appease different countries.
Yeah, I've learned to pick fights better at points. Right. Thorin, I have. God, there was a point earlier where I again, like I can understand why people got annoyed at it, but I did like here's my team of the tournament for Worlds, and I think I put Umdenard over top lane. I think I put Flandre. I could have put Keen. I think I put Owner as jungle. Again, I could have put Tarzan, but I put Owner. I think I put BDD mid, and then I put Viper AD carry.
Okay.
and then
they wanted to use, I assume.
And then obviously that brought up a whole thing about, well, Guma's final MVP and whatever. And I was like, okay, it's a good conversation, but also like, I'm also not putting down a player to say this. I'm trying to celebrate these things. And let's be honest, there were so many 5-game series you can kind of understand. And that was where maybe I should have used my diplomacy skills a little better, because that one got a bit heated. Yeah, that was a bit rough.
Sure. Okay. One thing that is actually interesting about the world of fashion is obviously if you want the top-notch stuff, everyone nowadays has, like I said about Instagram, you all have the fucking social media, you're all advertising who you are, you're all showing off in the gym with the selfie. So everyone doesn't just want the fashionable stuff and the sportswear and the streetswear. They want the active wear too, that dreaded term that someone invented. Well, the problem obviously is the most expensive brands, they're fucking really expensive. That's the whole point, isn't it? To tax on the fucking working class. You want to be kitted out in all your shit, don't you? Walking out there. The problem is in doing so, that's all your fucking money gone, isn't it? That's all the joke would be like, that's all my tax money that I bloody pay that goes to you. And then you spend it on the trainers. And then I go, can I really afford these trainers? I'm just going to pay that massive tax bill. Whatever. It's not an Ayn Rand novel. Keep going. So the point is, there is a way to save money, though, and get some really awesome sportswear, activewear, fashion, which is by joining Fabletics, which basically is a company. Now, here's the thing. Andrew, who is our, he's called Hibjib, who runs a bunch of the stuff on LFN here. He's actually used this service before. I know Maui has as well, who does the CS shows with me. They say, actually, it does exactly what it says. It's a bunch of stuff that's, really quality materials. Actually, some of them, they said for the activewear, they even actually wear it around the house now, even though they thought they were just going to use it for the gym or going jogging or whatever. And the cool thing about the way the service works, basically, is when you sign up as a VIP, you get 80% off everything. And like with a lot of modern subscription services, they have that whole component where it's you don't have to just sign up forever for years and years or whatever. The deal works where you can sign up and then you can choose when you stop and all that jazz. So they have loads and loads of options and types. They have all fucking joggers and waist jackets, everything you can imagine that's got all those classic adjectives you would hope to hear: soft, breathable, durable, they help you travel, everyday wear, all that stuff. They have a community of over 2 million people who have done the VIP membership, by the way, with more than 100 retail stores. So you're not some guinea pig who's trying this service, but scoff, does it work? Are they going to add more? They've already got all the millions of inventory. This has been tried many times. As I said, Maui had actually tried this before we'd ever even been sponsored by them, because it's an American brand. So he'd already been in there. Obviously, this is brought to you by Fabletics, by the way. So Fabletics has amazing deals, but right now they're running their biggest sale of the year on top of that, as you can imagine with the holidays. And I've got an exclusive offer just for you, which is 80% off everything when you sign up as a VIP. Head to fabletics.com/summoning and sign up as a VIP to get 80% off everything. This is only available through our link. So go to fabletics.com/summoning, sign up as a VIP. And I think if you know a pattern of repetition, it's 80% off everything in it. So that's fabletics.com/summoning. There you go. Problem solved. Right. I think what we do now is we flip over. We already segued in there by talking about all the players coming to crit. Let's do some LPL. So people don't know, whereas Kespa Cup, as you say in the past, was sort of here's half a roster, or have we even practiced? When ESC ever won, it was oh, so no one else is bloody playing. And then meanwhile, they were the team that's not like an LCK team, just trying. That was their worlds, motherfuckers. They were going hard as some motherfuckers. So, and spoiler, even the players on that team that looked decent never really made it in their careers. That was it. They never became top LCK players. They never made it through. That wasn't even one of those ones where it's wow, it's Nox Time. No, it's nothing. That was a one-off miracle blah thing. In fact, they even made fucking Europe looked shit, that they had the IM that they came to and gave fucking the business to a bunch of the European teams that we thought were good. We were trying to cope that we could like play T1 boys, and they were giving us the business, same as Chowgu Reapers with DonJake did back in the day. They also gave us the business. It's like, bruh, I think I can tell you, people like Perks will admit it's people like them and Flash Wolves that taught them, like, we better step our game up. It isn't just laning and playing Jace that we're bad at. Like, actually, they understand fundamentally concepts of the game we don't. So in the Demacia Cup, listen, boys, Demacia Cup was the real off-season tournament, because even though certainly there have been famous LPL teams that didn't field their full roster, that was actually usually just by the nature of the off-season. That was usually they hadn't signed the players yet, or they were like figuring out which top laner was going to play, or maybe someone literally had to go on holiday because it's the off-season. But famously, if you ever go and you look at the greatest players ever, like famously Mako was the player that's won everything. It might sound like when I go, he won Worlds and MSI and LPL. And you might think that when I drop and say Demacia Cup, you're like, well, you don't have to mention that. No. Some of those Demacia Cups had the real rosters in. Like, there's been years, by the way, where sometimes all the top teams fielded the rest roster. And it really was just a banger off-season tournament. Because I always point out when I talk about my beloved Nymaera, formerly known as Devil, back in the day, they used to actually have Lords of Lands and the LPL.
Yeah.
It used to be like a land circle like CS and the LPL. And so back when Nymaera played, here's why Nymaera is goated, even though you think he isn't because of Worlds. Because he didn't just win the LPL, he won like 7 other lands that year or something absurd like that. Like basically that year, the only time he didn't perform, and they also claimed they were ill. They also always claim every LPL player that was bad was ill. Listen, I've seen the pattern, boys. I get it. I get it.
There's a seeing between the lines there.
There is.
Right.
There's a little bit of like, my dog ate my homework about that. I'm like, listen, I know you don't have the homework, but did the dog? Technically, a dog could eat the homework, but again, the problem with that one, son, is you said that 4 times this month. You know what I mean? That's where again, I can be so forgiving once. So the point is, it's actually more of a tradition in China that if you can, you do field the real roster. Now, with that said, they are still doing the classic format where, a bit like NLB used to be back in Korea, you don't put the top teams in round 1 of the tournament against the complete shitters from like the LDL and the squads that you never heard of that have got no good players. You start out with the bads, and then gradually as the tournament goes on, you seed in the good teams. And so one of the interesting things about this is not only will we see a bunch of new rosters, and we've already seen some of the early ones, but eventually we're also going to see things like, well, I mean, we actually might see like most of the real BLG roster, for example. We might see a bunch of the squads that we're actually going to see in the proper. We might see JDG's full roster, which is pretty spiked. So that this is like a real preview for the season. This is going to be fun. So what are your initial, you've seen the first opening matchups. What are your expectations for Demacia Cup for this year?
The opening games were sure something. But don't worry, it's only stage 1. It can only go up from here because this might be the worst day 1. Just on tournament organizer stuff, because there's a bunch of stuff about say that. We'll stick with the positives about Demacia Cup because there are some really cool stuff. But oh my god, day 1 went very, very badly from a tournament organizer perspective. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Over the last 2 years, I think before that, it might not have been the same. But basically, if you were a team which didn't go to Worlds, you basically had to field your full roster. LPL was like, you got like, this is meant to be a prestigious tournament. Don't phone it in. So basically, if you went to Worlds, you could field, less players from your full roster. But if you didn't, then you had to basically field, I think, either a majority or the entirety of your roster. So where, like last year, the 2 finalists were the teams which largely defined the year, which I think a lot of people didn't expect at that point, which were, Anyone's Legend and Top Esports. Now, BLG, I don't think BLG didn't field most of their roster there, but like you look at like the 2 teams which made their way up there, like they're the 2 teams which then went on to do just crazy stuff this year. Yes. And this time again, I think we have BLG with everyone but Knight. I think they have a substitute mid late coming in for him, which of course Knight's a huge player, but you still have Viper playing on BLG. Got all the rest.
Hype as fuck, yeah.
JDG with actually a very exciting roster. They have a lot of potential if they can get things to work together. Their full roster. Anyone's Legend are doing a full substitute roster, so that obviously we don't get to see them, and they're one of the teams which I expect to be top 3 this year. In fact, I think those 3 teams may be the top 3. And then after that point, it's just...
You have Weibo Gaming too?
You know what? That's actually up there. But the question is basically whether those players mesh together at that point.
Yes, true.
There's a whole bunch of...
Let's do that conversation in a second, but I want to keep the expectations
sure. But in terms of Demacia Cup, I mean, you have a lot of teams which are battling it out right now in terms of the lower tier teams. But the later we go into it, we're still on, the patch before preseason hits, so it's still people with their learning from this season. I think we actually get a pretty good slugfest between our top teams. Demacia Cup often sets up like a lot of our, it sets up our square one for a lot of these teams. What's the laning strength like? How, I mean, weirdly, by the way, there's a change in this format, by the way. First time since God knows when, we have blind pick in Demacia Cup. If it goes to the last game of the series, so game 3 of a best of 3 or game 5 of a best of 5, blind pick is back. It briefly made a return in. Do you remember that mid-season invitational replacement tournament in 2020?
MSC or whatever it was called.
Yeah. I think that was game 1 of those series with blind pick. I think that's the only time we've seen blind pick outside of the old days of OGN 2014 and before, when it got to game 5 of a best of 5. So yeah, I'm actually really excited to see that, because we got to see a couple of mirror matchups today. We saw like Orianna versus Orianna, Rumble versus Rumble, and like LGD's top laner, Sassy, ended up like, doing a number on Arla at points, who's, actually a very well-regarded top laner. He's in a streamer team, but sure, whatever. So that's been really exciting. So yeah, Demacia Cup is always one of those tournaments where I'm like, okay, I'm actually paying attention, especially since I've got more and more invested in LPL. Yeah, so it's one of those things which I'm tuning into. There are 3 best of 3s a day for like, a bunch of days straight, for like 12 days or whatever. So there is a ton of gameplay. Painful for the streamer, great for you as a viewer, because there's just infinite amount of stuff for you to watch. And hopefully it's just going to be just, no holds barred, crazy skirmishing League of Legends. The first round does have a couple of streamer teams, but they're also like made out of ex-pros anyway. There's people like Cryan, who's also, he was on like the MSI winning team from 21. Arla, he was on, there's Arla as well, who's been about the shop too. There's a bunch of
people. He's been back the last few years.
Yeah, it's like, like SMLZ's kind of come out, first time in 3 years. He's been back for a while. It's like, okay, are all these players going to be great? No, not necessarily, but I'm just kind of happy to see some of these old guys kind of come back in. Yeah, it's fun to see a little bit of that. So, Demacia Cup, much like Kespa Cup, it's a very unique experience where also, because the stakes aren't crazy high, you get to see a little bit more of, experimentation with the format and some of the rosters too, just to see what they're going to do. That's what I'm excited for. However, day 1, 4 hours of pauses. 4 hours of pauses between 3 series. And the last series, Ultra Prime versus LNG with a new roster, takes 2 hours to start, because the Ultra Prime players can't log in correctly. It keeps kicking them out when they log in. They get into game 1, they destroy game 1. It's actually really, really good. It was an upset. This is like a lot of an LDL team coming in there. They've changed their top laner and their jungler. And then there are network issues in their area. There's another pause, and they end up forfeiting the entire series. So Ultra Prime won the only game in a series which they then lost through forfeit, which is a real bummer, because I really want this tournament to do well. But I'm also sat there, I'm like, at least, I mean, that's the explanations I've been given to in terms of the network and stuff. I've been trying, there's some people translating some stuff off of Weibo in my Discord and whatever. It's been a real mess. Apparently there was some like maintenance on the servers which might need it to happen, and it didn't. I don't know how true that is. Weibo was exploding. It was a real pain to try and stream that today. It was just all over the place. But I'm hoping as the tournament goes on, fingers crossed, that will be sorted out, because, I mean, surely it gets better than day 1, right?
Actually, I tell you what, since we'll talk through some of the rosters, let's talk about the LNG one. So for people who don't know, it's actually quite an interesting composition. Look, it doesn't necessarily look like a championship roster, but if you look at it, it has the aforementioned Shea, who absolutely, if you go back on JDG, looked like he was going to be the fucking future, bro. He looked like
my rookie of the year, actually.
He looked fabulous. But he's another player who, first of all, he did have a little drop off, and then secondly, it was the whole thing of like, sure looks kind of young and fresh to the league, which we've already done the conspiracy on that in past episodes, so we'll leave that. They got Croco, who was the infamous, if you want to talk about someone who fucking can either win the game or just lose the whole game, he was kind of a meme, but also did have upsides. He was sort of like one of Monty's problem children junglers a few years back on DRX. I never personally rated Bulldog when he was on Freaks, just because Freaks was kind of an ass team. But I actually think it's the bot lane that's more interesting, because look, Missing's just come off probably the worst time of his entire career. He's lost all that fucking hype, and people forget he was the primary beneficiary of the JDG super team. So I always used to say, mate, when you play in a team where like the other 4 players can all be MVPs, you get to play Raycon every game you like in the old standard draft, because I'm not fucking banning Raycon. I'm banning Rulers, Zeri, I'm banning Knights, fucking Syndra, but you know what I mean? Like, that's just the catbird seat, as they say. That's the best spot to be in. And he certainly was good before that, and he was not bad after, but the last year was so bad. With that said, though, maybe it'll be a bounce back. And the most interesting part is, if you don't watch the LPL, you will go 1xN the ADC, right? If you don't know, when Thunderpick last year was able to, 2 years ago, sorry, whatever it was, no, it was last year at the beginning, was able to beat BLG, that wasn't because Thunderpick was awesome. We even found that when they signed their jungler, by the way. The 1xN guy was a fucking stud, though. This guy, I can see, if you ever watch their games, this guy was always going to get onto a better team, mate. Like, he was never going to be stuck in that, like, hell of the bottom group. This is the player I'm kind of hyped for it. So I think you have you have this 1xN guy. If you could get anything out of someone like Miss, it's kind of the janky because of the names, but there's something to this team. What do you think?
Yeah, 1xN is this guy. I've held him up on a pedestal ever since he's come up into the LPL. In fact, my brother, when he was covering more LDL, there was a weird time when LDL didn't have a stream because of lots of stuff which they needed to do in terms of match fix, and they thought not having a stream would help with that. But like 1xN was like the guy coming out of his team where you thought, okay, this guy is fantastic. I actually think this guy, and this is not a joke, I think he actually might be the best Aphelios player in the world. This guy is, the things he does in that champion are just ridiculous. And one of his very first series he came into LPL, he was up against Jackulov in prime, like, Zeri meta, and he was beating about the head with Aphelios into Zeri when Aphelios was, like, dropped off in form. And
that was when Zeri was OP as fuck.
Yeah. Exactly. This is like, 2023, 23 or whatever when he came in, and he was just taking names. Like, this guy on certain picks is just ridiculous, and he's managed to pull out those kind of performances on, as you're saying, teams like Thunder Talk, which were just, like, not great. Thunder Talk was one of my favorite teams because they just had that pluckiness to them. I thought, you know what, they can really kick someone where it hurts. When they had UCal, because I think UCal was like that guy who really wanted to be that talisman for the team. He dyed his hair blue to match the color of that team. But like, so I felt it was honestly so good. Like, just the passion he brought to the. I'm very sad he went to the LCK again because I really enjoyed watching that kind of passion. But he was like, UCal was solo carrying that team for a long time because the team was kind of garbage. And then they got this guy 1xN up, and we were like, oh, bloody hell, he's actually got, like, a buddy now. And they'd go in and just do these unreal things like Tristana, Kai'Sa, double dive, turning around team fights and whatever. And they had this real upset potential. And yeah, this year, of course, UCal left that team, went over towards the LCK. So they changed mid laner. I think it was it Satab was their mid laner this year? Yeah, and it was kind of just like 1xN versus the World Lord at the time. In Winter, I think they achieved like a record high finish ever because again they beat BLG in a best of 5.
Yep.
Like they were the team which ended like Knight's LPL best of 5 win streak, which had survived since like 22 summer finals where they lost to JDG. And like there are players around that kind of roster like, oh bloody, they've like, this random team. Which, let's be honest, if you don't watch LPL, you've never heard of them.
No,
you've never heard of them.
We don't blame you for not knowing these players. It's totally cool.
That's completely fine.
People barely know these players.
Yeah, like But yeah, this was just this random team. Just ended up just taking down BLG's crazy like 3-year undefeated LPL best of 5 win streak, and it was insane, and it was awesome. And 1xN was a huge part of that. Actually, by the way, I actually think Beitron was also crazy on that roster too. I get quite annoyed when people like really dunk on Beitron because obviously he wasn't great on BLG, but like his work before that made TT into a team that actually had that upside. Like he was a player with like specific use cases where he like leads a team in a spear point, and he's very good at that. Obviously, it didn't work it on BLG, but yeah, it really helped.
Problem is the step up's too big there, isn't it? Like he was one of the best. I get why they signed him. It's just the problem was he wasn't fucking John Orway. Like he was never going to be like an elite jungler. Yeah,
well, God, even Way struggle on that roster, right? I think the revolving door of the BLG jungle is a very difficult one to the point where I'm almost like, we'll talk about BLG later, but I'm actually not sure if anyone but Shun can hold that role.
At this point, it has to be him, bro. That's why they brought him back.
Exactly. But yeah, someone like 1xN, this guy, he's been criminally overlooked for a little while. And somehow this still continued into LPL, and then he was on the World Scrim team. So he was the team that was scrimming everyone, and people were like, "Oh my god, this guy is just too good." I was talking about it, and I think it was Benvi, one of the coach. I think it was one of VKS's coaches, if I'm not mistaken. He replied to me and be like, "Yeah, this guy's really good." Like we didn't hear about him, then we played against him in scrims, and we're like, "Okay, we're never giving him a Yunara again," or something like that. To the point where he was being considered, I think, by Weibo and IG this offseason, and maybe even and maybe even JDG as well. Like, I genuinely think this guy could be like on a top tier team. He could be. Now, sadly, that didn't work out for him. So in terms of my overall feeling, like, I think you're actually very valid in saying, yeah, damn, there's some really good names on paper here. But then my feelings were, why isn't he on a better team, actually? I've got so much belief in him. Why is he not on a better team? Obviously, you've got Viper coming into the region. Yes, you have, Ruler. Ruler's gone from the region at this point.
But it's I know the one that if you're doing that of like, hey, what would he deserve? I'll give you an example. Here's where name value and trophies do stay in people's minds. He was better than Elk, mate. But Elk just gets to walk into that other team because of past years when he was an excellent player and he's one of the best in the world. Yeah.
Or at least he's incomparable, I would say.
Sure.
Or like within the same ballpark.
You'd at least consider him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I feel like they didn't. I feel like all those top teams just signed the big names and then he just had to take what was left, which is LNG at this point.
And, you know, like Pay's left, Verpa came in, so it's like the amount of players in the rotation between the top teams were all kind of the same. And sadly, 1XM was the guy that ended up losing out on it. But it's still a better team than he was on, because I think particularly TT, after they lost Baytron this year, they just completely fell apart. It's like, well, okay, you've just ruined a year of like 1XM's career. Like, come on. This guy's actually got a real future ahead of him. Why are we dunking on this guy? Especially with like the talent pipeline in LPL being quite strange right now because of the way that gaming laws for under 18s works out and stuff like that. You really have to hoard this talent. And yeah, I mean,
by the way, as you said that they'll consider him, another obvious team. Here's one that doesn't even make sense from trophies in history. How the fuck is Fortic getting an IG over this guy? Like, you take this guy all day long if you lose Gala. What are you talking about?
I wonder if that's because he played with Rookie on V5.
I'm so scared of that, bro, because now here's the problem. Here's the problem, Nymaera. I obviously want so badly for Rookie to win and prove more. But here's the problem. A lot of my sympathy goes away when I've said Thotic's into all these teams, then you bring him back. If that's true, if you're bringing him in, you're in some like fucking metaphorical suicide pact now. Like, what are we doing? This is a murder suicide. What are we doing?
But yeah, you know, just looking at the whole team of like LNG, there's a lot of players in here. I'm like, look, if they play at like the historical best, this is like a solidly mid-table team.
Yeah,
they can punch about. You know, Shear's got a good sign of it too. Croco, I know that. Yeah, his LCK stint, I actually know less about because I was less locked on him in those days. But it's like, okay, you know, he has some upsides. He was actually part of the AL kind of uptick when anyone's Legend were like a perennial just bottom feeder. They did nothing. They were very, very poor in a lot of places. They occasionally had a good player come through their roster. I think it was Xiao Hao. He was another player which I really like. He was on their roster, but like, even with him, they couldn't win or blah, blah, blah. And then they slowly started adding people in. You know, they added in, you know, Shanks and Hope from Team WE. They came over. And then the next two which came over were Croco and Kyle, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Croco and Kyle, yeah.
Yeah, Croco and Kyle. Yeah, and then and actually for a while, they were doing pretty good, actually. If they got ahead of the game, Croco was insane. And then you got a little bit further in, and then Croco, if you just realized, if Croco ever falls behind, this guy is just like a black hole of pressure. And yeah, so there were some worries about that. And obviously Bulldog's a player which I've seen some people saying like, this is Bulldog's really his last year to make something, because you know, he's how much longer is he really going to be able to kind of get these roles and stuff? So there's a lot of like, okay, people need to bounce back from recent form. You already mentioned Missing. I think Missing after 2023, he was on Fraud Watch a bit. He was 24. There were points where I'm like, okay, he's fine. And then there were points where I'm like, this is actually on you. And then it came into 2025. I'm like, okay, yeah, this is actually really on you now, actually, at this point. I know you can be good. He's a very good opportunistic player. But, you know, is he actually making the opportunities anymore? No, I don't think so. And he's struggling on teams where those opportunities, like you said, aren't kind of provided by 4 MVP candidate material players. So yeah, and even 1XN beyond the winter split, because the team just fell apart, I think he phoned it in a little bit too. So there are a lot of players in here I'm like, you've all got to bounce back. If they do reach that higher role, I'm like, yeah, this team could be good. Now, they played one game today, again, it was against Ultra Prime, a team of like LDL players, and they got like massacred in game 1. So that's the only data point that we have. Basically, I don't know how many scrims they've had. I don't know what the rest of it was. Maybe they were tilted after having to wait 2 hours before playing their game. LNG are a team which I want to see them succeed. There are players on here which I would like to see succeed, especially 1XN and what have you. But LNG, like, they do, make no mistake, they do need to high roll. They need to get these players back to their level of form, because, I mean, when you look at this year's roster as well, I mean, they had Zucker and Weiwei, and they were still one of the worst teams of the league. They were awful. Genuinely, they were very lucky to not escape, you know, the pseudo relegation where you if you finish bottom 2 in split 2 in LPL, you're out for the like split 3. That's how it was last year. I'm not sure what the format is for this year, because I don't think they've actually officially announced the format for LPL, which is leaving a bit late. But yeah, I mean, LNG had a team which had like at least some talent you could build around, and they just performed so below their expectations. So I'm really hoping that doesn't happen again, because I actually just can't bear to see 1XN just have another bad year, like beyond, knowing this guy is good. That would be really heartbreaking for me. So I've got tempered expectations on LNG, sadly.
As I referenced, one of the ones people did miss, because look, BLG got all the headlines. I think the JDG one kind of, you know, the LPL's interesting. Some of the other ones are hit and miss. An interesting one for me to discuss is the Weibo one, though, because I actually think what's interesting is, by the way, I now get what the formula is with Weibo Gaming after observing them the last few years.
See, I don't.
Yeah, listen, you're going to get it immediately when I tell you the blueprint. The blueprint for Weibo is this. They literally just sign names, bro. Do you know what I mean? Same with this roster and the last three. What they do is every name is really good that once upon a time. So you can get the Shy when he used to be awesome. You can get fucking like he used to be the man in LG. We talking about. You can get all these. You can have fucking Tian if you have the Crisp. He won Worlds, bro. Then you look this year, they've done the same thing again. Zika was the aforementioned top laner of the LNG that was taking JDG. That was 2 years ago. Then you got JJ. Remember when he won Worlds 4 years ago? Then you got Zhao, who's still there because Zhao, who's always there, by the way. Elk. Well, remember in 2025, he was shit hot. Yeah, not so much this year. And then the only person they haven't is the Air guy. That's the gamble. That's supposedly like a talented prospect. So I have to say, they've done sort of a similar combo where if you don't watch the LPL, look, the lineup looks fire. The question is, Nymaera, how fire is the lineup? Is it going to be good? Can this work?
About 2 years ago, maybe a couple of months on top of that, I uttered some immortal phrases that I didn't realize at the time, which was Weibo Gaming consistently inconsistent. I never know what's going on with this team. I think they will always do what is just bluntly the most funny possible thing it can do.
Bro, think about this year. If people don't know, they came nowhere close to Worlds, but fucked up Worlds for everyone else like IG by beating one of the best teams in the world in the fucking upper bracket, then just bombing out the tournament. Like, I know what you mean. That even once you get the explanation, well, we can actually do this. No, you can't. Like, you actually nailed it. That is exactly what their spirit is.
No, and they beat anyone's legend in like first round to knock them down to lower bracket, which then put IG into the play-in match when the Kara's like, oh, I think IG were actually very strong. I think they could have gone very far. Well, no shit. If they hadn't let them play, I think anyone's legend in lower bracket. And the reason they did that somehow is Tarzan. I think probably best jungler maybe in the world across this entire year, getting out jungled in a full best of 5 by Tien. Tien, who's like, Tien has some good games, but I'm like, my dude, how are you out jungling Tien like Tarzan after this year at that point? It was just absolutely mad. And that was like anyone's legend even finished regular season on a good note as well. This is a Weibo which somehow coin flipped their way to Worlds Finals. I think one of my favorite points about Worlds 23 broadcast was, I think it was Shox, who was obviously, you play the role of the host. It's like, okay, well, they're currently down 0-2. What the hell do we talk about? They're getting blasted. And it's like, so Dagda, what's going on with Weibo? What's happening? And Dagda's just complete stone face. It's just Weibo. I'm just like, well, he's nailed it. We can have the desk's over, go back to game. He's actually nailed it. It's just sometimes Weibo just inexplicably win games and lose games. I was talking about Ultra Prime, like one of these very bottom tier teams. Back in 23 when Weibo had that, they had a win. They were one of 2 teams in the world with a winning record against the JDG Super Team. It was them and T1. Only 2 teams in the world. They had a losing record versus Ultra Prime. But like the year after. Like, how? This team is just it doesn't make sense. So until I know that they've now changed coaching staff, I know they've changed players, but there's just something about this roster which just goes absolutely mental every single time. I mean, going back into like outside of the ephemeral stuff and actually into the gameplay and whatever, like they've torn up every single duo. So it's dice rolling on bot lane pairing, which Elk hasn't played outside of a bot lane with On for a long time. You've torn apart jungle support. This is a rookie support as well. Hang on, how many teams has GenG been in the last year? Hang on, he's been on like... Hang on, this must be like his 4th team in 2 years.
He was the one that he started on IG and all the hype, but then he got mixed out of it, and then he was off on fucking that shit team for a while.
Yeah, well, he was on... So he was on EDG at the end of 24, and then he went to IG, lasted, most of the year, and then he went as a mercenary to FPX. So he was in 2
FPX, teams, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, that's because they brought back Milky Way, and the Milky Way got permanently suspended for, and then and now he's ended up on Weibo. So he was like the team guy on EDG, and then he's just been a mercenary ever since. GenG, as recently as 23 spring, was the best jungler in LPL. There were points in before playoffs hit in 23 spring. This guy was nuts.
I always tell people that he's one of the reasons why I don't like that the MVP for Worlds is just the finals. I think it should be like the Conn Smythe and then itself, because he would have been the MVP. He outjumbled everyone in that whole tournament. The problem is Scout was just like Scout, and he won the final against Dan1, didn't he? But I always thought JJ was robbed of like that. He would have won the Worlds MVP that year.
It was either him or Mako, one of the two, and I probably would have given it. I probably would have given it to JJ. Yeah, and occasionally this guy comes back in just a massive burst and. I was a little surprised that IG got rid of him, but in fairness, they did, they proved it was the right. They did get that uptake.
But this way, he didn't look like the worst part of the team.
Oh, absolutely not. He was single-handedly saving this team. Yes. By the way, folks, I think probably if you want to watch some like banger games, you've got time in the off season, just watch any given game between IG and JDG, just any point in this year, because for some reason they were absolutely banger. They went like 60 minutes. There was a game where there was like 2 Baron steals from GenG and a Nexus to Nexus to Nexus. I've just never seen anything like that in my life. And there was stuff like GenG flashing to kill an Elder Dragon, then on Lilia, and then killing double people with Burn in like a 1v3. Like, this guy was doing incredibly clutch stuff. And yeah, there were points where he would just fall off too, because every member of this IG team, much like, you know, Weibo, not dissimilar in their previous iterations too, just occasionally just has completely off games where historically great players just don't show up to the day. But yeah, I mean, GenG is the kind of player I would like to build a team around. I think this guy has a clear idea of how he wants to play the game. I think he's one of the players who's very cerebral about how the way he wants to play jungle. Like, if there's a guy who high rolls and can compete with, you know, the likes of Tarzan, Kanavi, GenG is on that list. He actually can be in amongst that. But yeah, you know, I do look at the this Weibo team, and I think there's a lot of synergy that needs to be built, which is why I don't expect this team to start quickly. Because, I mean, I can't remember if Zucker and GenG have played together before. I don't think, well, GenG and Xiaohu haven't played together before. Zucker and Xiaohu haven't played together. Like, none of these players have played together before.
Fresh, right?
I actually don't think there's any roster like that in the entirety of the LPL. So this is like synergy at 0. They've even changed their coach as well, because I'm trying to remember if... No, Danny was on IG. I can't remember if Weibo changed their coach. And obviously, Danny has now gone from IG over to BLG. That's another thing, too, which is actually kind of big for coaching staff. But yeah, Weibo, like, this is the one team where I'm like, this is the dice roll amongst all dice rolls. I think Zucker... This guy is maybe in the category for most elo-held player of this year, because actually on LNG, he was legitimately still very good somehow. And yeah, no, I felt really bad for him, particularly at the start of the year. This guy was doing unreal things and just didn't matter because the team was just falling apart. That LNG team was just awful. GenG, I think, was hard done by. Xiaohu, I think, was actually fine, considering how bad his last year was. I think he's bounced back actually pretty okay. Elk. I mean, as much as I think that, you know, I think some people overrate Elk because he has so many good supporting players in BLG, and they think, you know, he was the best AD carry in the world. I wouldn't go that far. He's very good. He's a great AD carry. I wouldn't put him
at his metas, you know, he's one of those guys too.
Absolutely.
ADCs.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't put him up with like Viper and Ruler when they're on form and whatever. But like, he is still someone that you really need to go towards as like one of the great AD carries of this era of League of Legends. Air is a guy which he wasn't expected to start this year. He came in as an emergency substitute after Hung. He played some of the worst games of League of Legends I've maybe ever seen. Like, he was trying to stop recalls on enemy supports as Alistar, and he was just, you know, comboing under tower and just immediately dying for nothing. I'm just like, it did genuinely look like it did genuinely look like something, you know, someone had paid him off or whatever. He said since that basically like his mental health took like a massive dip. I understand, like, that can definitely come into it, but like, either way, the play was so bad that this guy who was just an LDL had no reasonable expectation to become a starting player in LPL overnight. Came in, he started pretty well. He did drop off a little bit towards the later part of it. He was more consistent than Hung, but it wasn't really hard at that point. Of course, Hung went on to top Esports and actually did very well regionally. He did really badly at Worlds. Yeah. Like he did, but at least his summer split was actually very good. So, yeah, there's always nuance. It's just there's always nuance to it. But as the kind of guy, I'm like, I don't see this guy like explosively improving based on what you showed, but as long as his laning's fine and like GenG just kind of leads him around by the nose around the map, like hopefully it's enough to make this team into like a mid-table that can coin flip into top table. That's the way that I would view this team.
No, by the way, I always used to tell people, if you're the people, and it's totally legitimate, if you're the people who don't watch the LPL and then you watch Worlds and you go, this on guy's overrated, like, fucking insult again. I said, you haven't seen Hang, mate. You want to see that guy. On's good compared to him. We talking about, like, at least the coin sometimes comes up ahead. Hang would have fucking criminal splits, bro. So no. Then there's the one last thing about this team I have to bring up, which is obviously the elephant in the room is the one player that stays in Weibo Gaming. It's just his home now. Is Xiaohu, and here's the problem. It's getting sad now, mate, because I used to tell people and they used to go crazy, but it was a banger comparison. But if you go back to even, because remember, people know that once upon a time, Xiaohu was the best fucking mid lane, along with Rookie. Like, he used to be the guy who could be the MVP, he could win the fucking league. He obviously won not only the MSI as the mid laner, then he did that incredible, that's like the greatest role swap of all time. It's just like one fucking year doing a role swap to top, hard carrying and shot calling and playing Lucian when it's a bloody mid and ADC champion, winning fucking MSI, going
Is he the only player to win an international tournament in 2 roles? I can't remember anyone else. But he's definitely like, there can't be many people on that list. Maybe it is just him, but that's just,
it must be him.
Achievement. Yeah.
So he did that. Then what people forget, and this is where it gets controversial, is long after Uzi I was gone, he then did this weird thing where in the early parts of the 2020s, he was still really good. he would still just be like, actually, like, yeah, he wouldn't be Knight, because at the time you had like Knight and fucking, like, there were certain players that were just studs, but he was like right up there. Like, you could still be a very competitive team if you had Xiao. People will know he not only was like a person who could even be on the all LPL first team. Famously, he even did that miracle run at 2023 Worlds, which got into the finals out of nowhere, even though on paper the team had no business being there. The problem is, yeah, that was the thing though. That's why I used to say at that time, the line that made all the T1 fans mad, which is because they used to pretend Faker was like 2010s Faker when he was like the god player. I used to say, no, the joke is Zhao, who is the player you think Faker is. Like, he's the guy who kept it going. He's actually still good at laning. He can still like carry the team fight. Like, that's not even true anymore. Like, the joke is now it's the other way around. Now, I'm going to reverse the statement, guys. Now Zhao is the player that I think Faker is, which is now he is like the guy where it's like, beyond the odd split where Faker could be mega still, because he did actually have some good ones this year. I'll give him that. Actually, it just wasn't as good in the lead up to Worlds. I actually think the problem now is the rest of the team has to be mega, a bit like T1. If you do that, then yes, because of the mad experience, here's a banger stat for you. This guy has played over 1,000 games in the LPL. Guys, you know when we used to have splits where you play 18 regular season games in LEC, we had 2 splits. He has played 1,000 games in the LPL. Like, he is the fucking LPL at this point in time. So if you give a player like that stud players around him, then like Faker, I don't need you to carry the series, mate. Shanks can outplay you. Fucking this guy can go ham. Knight can outplay. But here's the thing. In game 5, use that experience, baby. Give me a call. Make a fucking cool play. Get on your champions. He still has a couple of them. If you can do that, then I can believe in you. Then I can be like a T1 fan. I can ride it. The problem is, in this roster, it's like, is it going to happen? Or is is he fading out? Are parts of him just disappearing as the seasons go by, Nymaera?
I need to see who the shot caller is on this team, because I think there was a shift in his play too. That there was, because I think when you look at maybe like pre-23, look at 22 and before, I think it was like this guy and like Ming, I guess, who were the 2 big shot callers of his teams. And this is a separate point. I actually think if you look at the way that RNG won MSI 21 and MSI 22, that has somewhat defined the way that T1 ended up playing afterwards, because they lost to RNG playing those kind of styles, right? At least in MSI 22, right? It was down 1 and 21, was it? Where actually it was like this whole, it was the smoke and mirrors. It's like, quickly shift sides of the map. You haven't put wards down on that side of the map. We can find a good flank. And Xiao would always be in that flanking spot. And he would find a way to just get that random teleport. Oh, you won one fight. But you're pushing too far beyond your vision now. We found another pocket. They were very good at like quickly finding ways around the map, switching it to another area where you haven't found wards, which was very good against the more, at that point, slow and considered Korean style, where they'd like to get an area, control the map, stay in that area, find a fight around it, move on to a next area. If you got kind of quick shifted onto you, like you had to play around an area which you just hadn't prepared, they'd find a better way to like think their way through the fog of war. And Xiaohu was like the best guy at playing that. In fact, I actually think one of the greatest tragedies to Xiaohu was the fact that Maokai became meta because every brush had a sapling in it. And it was like,
right.
And I was like, okay, well, suddenly you can't just do like these mega flanks anymore, because there's always a damn sapling. And Maokai's been in every damn game since like 22, even 21 World semifinals, right? Because he had the damn on Kier and whatever, going crazy with that. But obviously, like, he's had moments of that still. But just the way that the game has evolved to like have more kind of champion abilities which spot you out and spot out those flanks really changed the way that he played. But if you think about the way that T1 used to play, which was, the more traditional Korean style, and then obviously G2 gave them a knock, and then you go a little bit later, and then RNG were giving them a knock at MSI and whatever. I think T1 actually ended up picking up a lot of that style of play, and I think people really don't view us appropriate. I think the level of kind of that very quick thinking, quick moving around the map, that kind of skirmish style League of Legends, which I actually think came from that era of RNG. Of course, that was coached by Tabe as well. I think Tabe has gone on to do that with BLG and continue that legacy elsewhere. Of course, he plays a part in that too. I'm not saying it's just Xiaohu. But I think you come through to 23. I think Xiaohu was no longer the guy who was like on Lucian top getting 1 million resources. He was no longer the guy like getting 1 million resources on, well, Lucian mid as well when he did that before. He was suddenly stepping back in the side lane. Actually, it was probably Crisp who was shot calling a lot of the stuff on that roster from what I was hearing about at different points too. Or of course, there was the point where Tarzan was on the roster as well, and that came after. Yeah, that was 24 because he was an LNG.
They made the finals, I think.
Yes, the LPL finals. Yes,
the LPL finals.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, God, so many games, so many random roster swaps. It's actually quite hard to track the eras of these things. But yeah, so when I come around to, go down the line of, okay, well, he started going down the pecking order a little bit, and actually he wasn't playing as well. He wasn't getting the resources, which actually made him look worse. In fact, actually, I think in 24 Summer, it might be like, at the start of it at least, maybe the worst that Xiaohu has ever played in his career. It was made to look worse because Breathe was getting all the resources, he was getting none. And he also wasn't playing well with that. So he was being outplayed whilst also having no resources. So he just made it was just a catastrophe. Everything would just snowball out of control. And then you get towards the end of summer and actually ended up making it towards finals. And Xiaohu actually started playing very well again. But I think Xiaohu going down and down in the pecking order, it really has kind of eroded what once this kind of like lighthouse of kind of just his own unique style of macro was within the game. So yeah, I want to see like where he falls in the pecking order. You do have GenG, who I think he's meant to be quite a strong personality, and he's the kind of person that will lead teams and stuff like that. I actually wonder whether that is what kind of led to the IG situation where he got moved off of there. So again, with players which have never played together, I have no idea how the pecking order comes together. I would imagine Xiaohu is going to be, I guess, a little higher up. You have a rookie support, which obviously comes with negatives because he doesn't know his own way around the map as much, but maybe you can then put your own ideas in there too.
Sure.
I'm really hoping that he can kind of get some of that creative flair back, because sometimes when Xiaohu just finds that one spot, tell you when it always happens. It happens against JDG, because I think there was a streak where they had like 10 best of 3s or best of 5s, literally go the distance for like 3 years straight. They had again, the super team, and then 24 afterwards. It didn't matter what form they were either on. It's like, your TSM, CLGs, whatever. They just turn up to that match, and Xiaohu would turn up to that match. Because at that point, it was, there were loads of different points where that just went absolutely crazy. And of course, when he was against Scout, that was the thing too, because Xiaohu versus Scout was always the big matchup too. So I'm really hoping that Xiaohu can get that creativity back. And I think there's an option for him to kind of regain a little bit in that pecking order. But with GenG on the team, I do wonder if, again, he just takes a back seat. Zucker's a carry top laner anyway, if he wants to be. So I'm a little bit worried it's just like another kind of holding maintenance year from Xiaohu, and just occasionally good game.
Right. What we are going to do is we have a segment now that is sponsored by Raycon. It's called the Listen Up segment, where we pick a topic. And the idea is this is going to be like a big topic or spicy one. So I'll just quickly tell you a little bit about Raycon, because now they have their everyday earbuds, etc., but also they have these special ones that have this open ear design. So there's a bunch of things in it. First of all, because these headphones, normally when you put earbuds in, obviously you hear the music, but they also block out sound. Now that can be useful if you're in certain circumstances, but the downside is if you're crossing a road with them in, if you're like doing something where someone has to be able to talk to you, they have to tap you on the shoulder, which is really awkward, etc. The great thing about the open ear design is because they sit just outside your ear canal, you hear the music and whatever you hear in the podcast, you hear me talking about fucking tier 1 or whatever, but you also hear every world sounds as well. Like you can actually navigate the world. So great for commutes and being in any sort of an office environment. There's in a gym. Now you don't have that awkward thing where the guy taps you, are you finished with this? You can just say, oh yeah, mate, I'm going to finish that. Like it makes it so easy. They've got the multi-angular hook, which basically means it'll be secure in your ear, but it's like you can basically, it's personalized depending on what activity you are doing. They're really lightweight, and you can connect them to multiple devices and seamlessly switch between them. So how do you get some wonderful Raycons that have 36 hours of battery life? Because the earbuds have 8 hours. The case has a plus 36 hours. So that's basically for days you don't need to charge them. Well, it's simple. The essential open earbuds are here for the holiday season, and they're selling fast. Raycon audio products up to 20% off this holiday season. Go to buyraycon.com/LFN open, all one word, to save on Raycon audio products site-wide. Order by December 15th to guarantee delivery by Christmas. So today, basically, because great gifts shouldn't show up late. By the way, it's great anyway. So this is what I've picked for the Listen Up segment. When I had Yamato some moons ago was when the rumored BLG roster was there. And if people remember, because of that weird thing, it's actually what exposed how mental that LPL auction system is, because essentially the entire offseason was like, nobody moved till we find out what's happening with Knight. And he was just like the fucking kingmaker of the LPL because of that bizarre system, right? So the good news is he's staying in BLG, and they've made a roster, which, listen, I get it. Sit down, LCK fans. Strap in, T1 fans. Thorin's going to do it. I didn't do it this year, but I've done it for the last 5 years. I'm going to take the best LPL roster, usually one with Knight on, and I'm going to tell you that they could win Worlds, Golden Road, and everything. So that's what the Listen Up segment is, because here's the thing, bro. If you want to talk about rosters that on paper are hella spicy, how about this BLG roster? So we've kept bin. Listen, I get it. If you watch the LPL, this was the wackest during his career. There were times where like it was criminal. I even think even when he'd have like the odd playoff game, I'm like, bro, you shouldn't even be in the playoffs. You were a bomb in some of those other games. So he gets a stay. With that said, he does still bring some games in the playoffs. He still brings some games at Worlds. He's a player where, again, when you're as great as he was, and I think sadly coming into Fearless, he was actually looked like the GOAT of top lane. When you've been that great, I'll always give you the bounce back chance. I'll always give you that respect that you might be able to do it in another team, another year, another meta, another roster, whatever. So you keep being the return of the prodigal son. Jun is back, except in this case, you motherfuckers kicked him out. I always told people, I don't care that, like, but where was the upper... Bro, Jun almost won you Worlds, homie. And as talked about in the previous JDG discussion, eventually he just realized, like some Nightmare solo queue game, I've got one carry that can carry this motherfucking game. It's Piers. Guess what, Piers? Me and you, homie, holding hands, Thelma and Louise off the fucking cliff, mate, because it was the only chance he had to win. And non-ironically, when that team fell apart and Scout was gone, he was still carrying games too, mate. He was actually having some stud carry games as a junk. So he's back. You've got Knight, by the way, if you remember early 2024, Knight and Knight and Jun that was a fucking fire in the booth, jungle mid duo. They would just dominate that early game. Then in the bot lane, we've kept on. Now listen, Thorin's been a critical player of On. But you know what? If I want On to play the game, Nymaera, I want an ADC with the following profile. He must be him. He must be the fucking man. Because, by the way, On has that Hillersang in him. He's going in, homie. I don't believe they call for him to go in. I don't believe the shot caller. I think he just sees that angle, and the joke is he's the pike that always goes in on the fucking E. He's the Lee Sin that presses Q every time.
He's huffing like the Arrakis spice.
He's the Thresh that always does the fucking hook. He does it all. But if you give him to Viper, now here's the thing. You said that was controversial. That's because of what Goomer stands are like, bro. I get it that he won. I get these fans. Viper actually had a performance at Worlds where he only made top 8. And I'm not trolling. I think that without changing a single mouse click, if he had actually teammates that performed better, he could have won Worlds. He was actually that is one of the most blameless performances I've ever seen. And by the way, that is actually typical of Viper's career. He's a fucking sick player. And clearly, by the way, has what I love in ADCs, the greatest ego of all time, because he's actually so sick, by the way, guys. He didn't even do the usual mistake of the ego ADC, which is like, I only play ADCs. He's like, I'll be the god on ADCs. Fuck it, I'll play Ziggs too, motherfucker. You know what, Midlaner? Give me that pick. I play Ziggs.
He was the greatest AD carry in like the bruiser mage meta of like season 8, season 9 bot lane 2. This guy was like the awesome dude. Guy. He is a great Vladimir player as an AD carry. Did you see other AD carries play Vladimir? I don't want to see them play it again.
So come on then. Here's what I'm saying. I'm going to do it though. I obviously, sight unseen, no one's ever seen this roster play. I have no idea how it works. But I'll tell you what, bro. When I look at this roster, if this works out, get ready for this is why it's the Listen Up segment. This gives me JDG 2023 vibes, bro. Like anything is possible. In the same way as I said earlier, Knight, if he ever wins Worlds, the crazy thing is a Chinese mid laner will have won Worlds. That's never happened before. Like, again, don't go back to that thing before. But it's never happened in the modern day, has it, lads? So anyway, I think this roster, sight unseen, could do everything, bro. Where are you at on them?
They have that potential. My worry is what is happening with coaching staff. Because Big Way, I'm not going to lie, I think he kind of ruined this team a little bit. Now, they kind of ruined themselves too. Like, Bin was playing really badly this last year. But put it this way, when they made Worlds Finals in 2024, that was still a little bit of a shock to me because that team was still very flawed in its own ways. You know,
they overperformed in that playoffs.
I think they did. I think that Knight had an incredible Worlds 24. I think actually I would argue that Knight was the best player overall at that tournament, which again some people deem quite controversial because obviously, you know, you got the Faker game 4, game 5, crazy masterclass. Yes, very very clutch. But I think if you look at Knight across the entire
the first 3 games of the series, though.
It was like 3 games, 2 games. Sure, whatever. Like you can weigh up things. There's at least a discussion to be made there. You have some like all-time great players there. I think that Viper, he is one of the few players in the world which can upgrade for Elk, because Elk is, he's a great AD carry. Viper might well just be the best and the most versatile, and also is the most fluent Korean player in Mandarin, like out of any of them.
Right.
Like he introduces himself and speaks in Chinese on stage, and the joke is because Knight has such a strong rural accent, people joke that Viper has better Chinese than Knight.
Okay.
Viper even has a nickname which is the husband or the hubby, because like he's meant to be like the perfect teammate and AD carry and stuff like that. It's like I can't remember who named him that, whether it was Mako or whether it was someone like GenG actually, but like that whole EDG team, he's so beloved in China.
By the way, as a quick sidebar, why is it? Because people think Koreans are good at this. No, nobody can fuck. People know China as the memes. No, more than that. They have the best sense for nicknaming people I've ever seen in esports, bro. Like, they've even done it in Counter-Strike, by the way. Here's what's mental. They barely watch Counter-Strike. But because we had a few tournaments where some Counter-Strike players went, one of the best Western players is a guy from Bosnia called Nico, right? But what's famous about him is he does that shit bit Chovy-esque in this sense. He'll be like one of the best players in the world the whole year. Then he'll go to the major, our equivalent of Worlds, and he'll famously chalk it. He'll just chalk the match. Their nickname for him immediately was they called him the Shrimp. Because like when you cook it, it like shrivels up or something mad like that. It's like, bro, how did they come up with these? These are genius. Well, I know they're crowdsourced, but they're fucking amazing at nicknames. They're sick at it.
Chinese player came up with the unkillable Demon King.
Yes, true. I think that was OMG. Yeah,
I think that was cool, right? Cool.
It was, yes.
It's like when you're playing as Faker, it's like you're playing against the unkillable.
Which is the most iconic name of all at this point. Yeah.
I don't think there's. I mean, obviously, I'm very league centric. I can't think of a more iconic nickname within esports just because how iconic Faker's gone on to be, and it's stuck over that time too. Yeah. Sometimes a nickname will get replaced by a better one.
Sure.
No, that happened in 2013, and it's stuck for 12 years. Like, this guy is like whatever. Like, this guy, that's never getting replaced. It is iconic at that point. I mean, Knight has his own nickname, which is the Golden Left Hand, because he's a left-handed player. And he's got some really cool stuff, because basically, back in the old PC bang setups, he used to play cross hands, because he didn't want to say change the setup, and he didn't realize you could change the setup and just uncross them. So when he was playing in PC bangs, he played like that. In fact, I've actually got an LPL staff shirt from when I worked out there at some point, and it's got like the golden left hands on it. It's really cool. It's got like the League of Legends cursor on it, and there's a load of stuff like that. There are so many nicknames, and like, some of their nicknames are just brutal as well. I mean, if you've seen like any of the Hoopu esports stuff, sometimes they come up with some crazy stuff on there too. So it goes both ways. But yeah, there's something just very poetic about, well, Mandarin is a language, which helps them with it. But
yeah, that's true. I do always say one of the things whenever you translate what they say is they don't just say like, and this guy came in and he was an underdog and he won. They like, from the land of the wind where the mountain sees the moon shine over the mountain. Fuck, it's like, holy shit, this is like pure verse. What the hell? Yeah. I know it's mega evocative Mandarin, isn't it?
Well, and then it led to this really cool thing, because we had the golden left hand of Knight, particularly MSI 23. Actually, it was Kitty that was doing some content for us too. It was basically like Chinese angle was like the golden left hand versus Chovy, the golden right hand. So you had like the golden hands.
That's some animation. I like it. That's
a banger. Oh, like this. Yeah, you got it. When you see it, by the way, folks, you as viewers, when you see this shit, you amplify that, because that's how we know that we're doing a good job. And you have a part to play in this narrative too, because the way it is received also helps with it. I can't even. Oh yeah, because we're going on to like Viper and the whole BLG team. So Viper is known as like hubby, basically. Is like, this guy is like, you what? This is your ride or die. This guy is like the great guy. And obviously he started in LCK on Griffin, was absolutely fantastic there. Well, obviously almost everyone on that roster has gone on to be absolutely fantastic, to the point where even their substitute jungler, Kanavi, we just talked about him as well in this episode, one of the greatest players probably in his role of all time. And then Viper went over to LPL, and he's just continued to be, probably best AD carrier in the world or thereabouts. Viper Mako probably were the most, they were the most dangerous bot lane of that time, I think. Of course, went on to win Worlds 21, where them being the focal point of that team up until maybe the later part of playoffs, where Scout and JJ kind of took on a little bit more from that. And obviously, Flandre, great run of form too. Caveats aside, Viper is the kind of player you can put into any team, and he'll just find some way to work with it. That's a great upgrade. Obviously, Bin needs to find his form again. On is a coin flip, and if On plays well, this guy's fantastic. He has just this, he does have that unique game sense, but sadly, that's rarely come out in the very top end of international competition.
Yep.
Occasionally,
it's been a bit of a world choker, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, there was that. Was it the game 5 where someone counted that he hit like one champion with a rel Q all game
bad.
5?
It was really
something
bad.
Like that. Like, he missed that flash stun onto Owner in the river, and then a couple of others. Like, okay, all right, he's had a stinker too. It's like, again, sometimes it gets to you. The sad thing is you don't always get that many opportunities at that.
True.
Luckily, but that one particularly sucks. So for me, it's like, okay, I believed similar things about BLG like this year, because I want to keep the roster together. Surely they'll be like international contenders again. Obviously, that wasn't the case. So what was holding them back? Well, obviously there's some fearless stuff. I think there's maybe some motivation stuff too. I think that We talked about the jungle position. Maybe only Shun can hold it. Get to that in a second, because I think the vibes are so important to this team. But I think another thing is coaching staff. I think that BLG, on the whole, have actually been a fairly poor drafting team. Kira is a big proponent of that theory. It's like, look, BLG, they know themselves and they'll play, Vi, Ari, Kai'Sa, stuff like that, and that was really good for them. But realistically, they were picking drafts which are just straight up bad at some points. Again,
they do what you said earlier. They still draft like it's the 2010s, and you just get everyone shit hot champion in lane. But then you see the comp and you can't win. Yeah. Like what?
Well, I mean, it goes. This is it bumps up their like mechanical prowess in some ways for me. In some ways, Game 5 World Finals in 2024, they played a full dive comp into a full anti-dive comp, and they were one team fight away from winning. Like, that's actually kind of Kino if you go back and look at all that. Into even like Faker's Galio and whatever, and it was so damn close. That's why that was such a legendary game, because, it's not just T1 being an excellent team and one of the greatest teams of all time. It's also like a team which is worthy to be their rival and push into the
absolutely.
Which is that's another thing which I really hope that fans go on to more. You might be a fan of a team. To be a good fan of your team in some ways, you must also respect that there are teams which are good enough to be your rivals. Like, because there are no great heroes without great enough villains as well. You have to.
No, by the way, to add to that, if when you say Faker beats the LPL, it was just him beating top esports every year and jacking over Kanavi doing nothing, that's not that cool. It's cool now because you beat the JDG super team, you beat the fucking BLG super team. Like, that's actually dope. Yeah, that's actually that is a worthy opponent to defeat. Yeah,
that's actually sidebar on this. So one of my biggest problems with Warhammer 40,000. Everyone loves Space Marines, cool aesthetic.
Right.
This company, Games Workshop, has decided to put, like, there are models on the tabletop which are older than me. They are 30-year-old sprues. My dude, if you want your cool guys to look even cooler, give them someone cool to fight. So all the kids down at your local stores are playing Marines versus Marines on tabletop for forever. But yeah, in back to what holds...
get the fucking Eldar going. Get on that shit. Exactly.
That's what exactly. I have a Revenant Titan somewhere back at home. Badly painted, but yeah, I was on that shit. I lived about 30 minutes away from Warhammer World, so this is like the other part of my childhood.
Okay.
I had video games than I had my tabletop stuff. But yeah, so I think about what could hold BLG back, and I think in some ways the coaching staff did before, because I think that some of the ways that they played around objectives was bluntly just not fit for purpose. I think that the way that we've seen teams play around objectives for the last however many years is you do need to be able to control the space around an objective. Now, I think the LPL has actually gone away from that, and I think they've suffered for it. Occasionally, they are good enough to do this, but not always, which is effectively they'll try and roughly sweep out an area around an objective, back off it, let you sit on it, and then I guess it's more like a tactical shooter thing. They prefer to retake the pit. They like to retake the side. They don't like to be sat on it. They like these aggressive angles coming in, but they can be more creative about the way that they approach an objective, and they have the initiative. Problem is, they got to the point where they weren't quite good enough to pull off that style, and they were going into enemy vision, and it just ended up being very disrespectful. And even in winning games, they'd go up to an Atacon after like losing control around it, completely flip it and lose the game. And that's the kind of thing where I think over time, coaching staff need to step in and update the way that they approach objectives or the way that they play around them in general. Now, their coach coming in this time is Danny. Now, Danny was on IG. IG largely had a pretty good year. He was on Weibo, which went to World's Finals. I'm not going to argue that Danny does have some hella good results in there. This guy's also one of the most just like murky drafters ever. Occasionally come up with an absolutely crazy
by the way,
thing.
as far as I know, that's one of the things that got him fired from T1 back in the day. People thought he just kind of didn't do the right drafts.
Wasn't he also the guy that played every single roster iteration except for ZOFGK when they had the revolving roster?
That would make a lot of sense.
I think he played like 9 rosters except the one which won like 3 worlds back to back.
He had Cannon in top, and then they would put Teddy in. True.
Oh, which is just insane. I'm sure there's so much stuff behind the scenes there, but just looking at that in retrospect, like
the idea that the one that he didn't try ended up being like the fucking
that is
hilarious. True.
The more that you think about it, that is
just that's the one fire he definitely deserved more.
So yeah, I look at this guy and I'm like, if you coin, like, there's like, I'm personally invested in this now. Like, Knight is one of my very favorite players of all time. He plays my favorite champion and one of the best players of all time.
To win worlds eventually, doesn't he? He has to. Come on.
Yeah, and like,
it's even not just trophy. We need Knight to get one.
And even Faker's just like, yeah, this guy is like my greatest world's rival, partly because of that. I'm sure he obviously Faker's very PR. Like he knows how to play interviews and be fair to people. But like Knight,
and he knows that it's a very popular player in China, etc. He gets it. Yeah.
I asked that question earlier in terms of, because we think about it in terms of Scout, Tarzan, and I guess Kanavi, who has played well against Faker internationally? Well, actually, Knight has on the whole.
Absolutely.
He's beaten him MSI 23.
Yep.
He was on the JDG Super Team in semifinals 23. And, you know, again, that is one of the greatest series of all time in T1.
And by the way, he was one of the more blameless people on that team.
Absolutely. No, if Faker didn't get that Azir shuffle, the play that you will remember was he ends up getting a Talia shove unassisted onto both bot laners. And one of them is like a Tom Kench or something, right? Or whatever, like someone that can save each other. So he ends up hitting two people in the perfect way with no assistance and ends up leading to like getting the Baron. That leads to the push eventually, which ends up to the Azir shuffle. Yes, Faker should be remembered for that. But like if that didn't happen, Knight would be the guy you remember for that play. And yeah, you know, and then obviously it goes on to Worlds Finals in 24 as well, where, you know, I think Knight is one of those people you think, okay, he hasn't choked against Faker like that internationally. Like, he has actually stood up and been counted for. Maybe you could argue, you know, that flash charm in mid lane, which led to, you know, one of the big plays being lost in 25, in that Game 5 finals. Sure, whatever. But on the whole,
here's the thing, though. I'll tell you something that I think is underrated about that, though, as well, Nymaera. Notice what I said earlier. In a weird way, this is the one area I do the character judgment. I can't handle when it's like Scout and it's like, bro, you just got scared and did nothing. I hate it when you can't pull the trigger, bro. At least Knight went for that. He was trying to win worlds on that player, bro. He missed. So because he whiffed, we all think, Lord, what the fuck if you hadn't done that? But I tell you what, if he'd have landed, bro, that would be like the most famous clip ever in the Chinese League of Legends. It would be dope, wouldn't it? It was game 5 and he went for it. I kind of fuck with that mentality, you know?
Yeah, and the tragedy of that is you only get so many shots at that.
Yes,
and if you do miss them, then obviously there's tragedy. But again, like just opening the door like that, I'd always prefer that.
It's tantalizing as fuck, isn't it?
And that's why I like the way that BLG play. Is it always the best way of playing? No, I'm always sat there just to see if they can thread the needle. Just if they
that's another thing. Along the same lines, as a team, they have the same identity, Nymaera. They're not trying to play fucking cutesy macro again. They're trying to haymaker knock you the fuck out. And when it lands, you suddenly believe they could do it against anyone. You just think they can.
Yep. And one of the people, but the thing about that identity is that came about before Knight joined in spring 23 when Tabe joined as a coach. So it comes back to this coaching team of how do you get people on the same page playing this kind of style. I think Tabe started that. The players learned to play that way. Knight came in and then obviously continued that style. But you do need that kind of updating and the upskilling it to the new meta and the way that you approach the early game and the way that you reset and lane and draft and whatever. And Danny has had some great results. If this motherfucker coin flips my team like into like this generational roster into not achieving what we think they can do, I am going to be so annoyed. I think that the only thing which can go wrong for this team is like either just terrible meta, terrible drafting, or just like the objective play that this team has been very, very greedily playing around continues. Like if that continues, I can see this team low rolling into like third, maybe at worst in LPL, and I can see them, you know, not making international finals or whatever. I would hate to see that. I don't want to see that, but I must put like a cautionary warning on there somewhere.
Here's the one thing that scares me about Bin. As I told you, bro, after that Worlds Finals, because I also thought he did a fucking awesome job. That's one of the reasons I rated Zir so high. Like, bro, he's the only person who could, like, take the body blows from fucking Bin and still be in the game. Everyone else was getting literally KO'd and fucked up heavy on those picks in that tournament. Here's the problem I have, right? I was ready after his body of work. He'd been in a bunch of finals. He's won all the LPL. He's been such a great player. I was like, you know what? Maybe this guy could be the GOAT top laner. He's kind of got the resume for it. His game's there. But I'll tell you one thing that sort of shook me. I do worry that Fearless sort of killed some of his fucking vibe too. Because first of all, like when he's had to try and expand the champion pool, it's been dodgy. Well, the problem with Bin before that was when he would force the same champion, you did like the other moral judgment. You did like, oh, wait, he's just so good on it. He can play it blinded or anything. Fuck, he's just so good. Wait a minute. Now it more just looks like, no, you really do have, like, you want to play these three champions. If you can get them, I even think this plays into what we're saying about the drafting. Bro, I'll tell you the thing I worried about the last drafter, the fucking coach. It sounded like he just, like, whereas Knight, that's actually famous. It was even a thing I saw that that coach said on, I forget which Chinese coach it was, said a bunch of stuff on stream that people translated onto.
Well, Kenji a lot of the time.
Yeah, there you go. And he was the one that said that the problem Knight has.
He was one of the RNG coaches, by the way, after Tabe, I think it was. So
he was one of the ones that like also was on like a team that won Worlds, I think. And basically, he was the guy who said that Knight is like the most agreeable star. Well, that totally makes sense for what I've seen with Knight's career, because Knight's biggest problem in his career is, bro, can I just draft for you? Not. It looks like he just goes, yes, boss, and does whatever he wants. Mate, I get the vibe that in BLG, the problem the coach had was he just said, yes, boss, to Bin. He just gave Bin whatever he wanted. Like when Bin couldn't play the Ambess, he could have every fucking game though, didn't he? Like that's the problem. I'm really scared that Fearless sort of undid the beast, mate, because I want so badly Bin to be really good again, because if they are, this team can do everything, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's something which other people have said that as well, where effectively, like, there's a little bit of, like, yes man philosophy in terms of, oh, I'll play what the team wants. We're actually like, I want to see Knight playing the weird shit.
There's
Like,
times he should have just also slammed like a Syndra or something and said, fuck the comp.
exactly. Oh my god,
I'm
exactly.
Knight, bro. I'll carry this game. Whereas,
Exactly.
some of those ones, by the way, the amount of games at Worlds where he's actually just willingly played on Azir, it's like, bro, it's like, well, the only
And I'm like, look,
you're not voted on. You're all right.
Like,
you're not
yeah, exactly.
on.
I'm one of those people like, look, I don't, in the same way that, like, I don't think like Gumyushi's Kai'Sa is like the best, but it's still like, it obviously shows you
it
who's playing,
works.
but like, it falls into the same category of like Knight Azir. I'm like, okay, he's had some bad games he'll play it for the comp. I don't want to see him play stuff for the comp. I want to see him stuff which,
of course not.
I want to see him like on these dynamic, high mobility mid laners. Like that Silas game he played against HLE in semis of Worlds 24, where I think that in the retreat from that one fight in bot side, he ends up. I've never seen anyone else do this on Silas. He gets 9 rotations of spells off on Silas in an entire fight. I'm like, that's just like a guy like spamming spells off cooldown for like a full like minute solid. How does that happen? Or more than that even. And yeah, I think when it comes around to the fearless thing for Bin, I think this actually leads into a bigger topic, which I'm interested to see what you feel about this. I think this is the worst global year for level of top lane since like 2017, maybe.
I think across the board, mate. It's one of the reasons why I also think Keane was like the sleeper fucking carry the whole year. Like he was the only guy who didn't seem affected.
Like, World's finals was Doran versus Perfect, and I'm like, I think part of that
if you put that exact same KT roster team in any other year, that it would be impossible to ever get those results for. You couldn't. And I get destroyed by people hard picking Camille's and doing shit. Never do anything.
And I'm like, I think mid jungle was good, and I think there were points where bot lane was good as well. But I'm like, some of these top laners, you put them against, Zes 23, or you put them against, Bin 23. The Shy in his peak years, Flandre was really keyed in that meta. And I think that Flandre, even then, he was beyond his like individual peak. But there are or Nogari, of course, someone like Nogari. Oh my god. Now, some of these players, which would just take an individual matchup, which they've played like 200 times, and like, okay, I'm going to make you go down 50 CS. I mean, what was that one matchup in? Was it Sword versus the Shy or something like that, where he ended up going down 50 CS in Fiora versus Aurelia or something like that for the level plausible. 1? It was like the largest CS gap in history.
Sure.
I think that top lane is this year.
Season 9 Worlds, yes.
That was the one. Yeah, Season 9 Worlds. Yes, that's the one where Griffin, the sad departure of Griffin. Yeah, I think that top laners didn't get to practice matchups, like there's very specific matchups, as much as they did in previous seasons. Even though they might have played the individual champion more, you don't see as much as Jax versus Renekton. You don't see as much as like Camille versus Fiora. You don't see as much as like, I don't know, Mordekaiser versus Ornn was a huge one for all too. Just like these ones where like, I can lock in this champion, it's a known matchup. Because of Fearless, meaning that you have more variety in the types of matchups, you might know it's like the 95%, but do you know it's the 99%?
Also, notice as well, top lane particularly is another example of a role that in Fearless just takes away strengths. Like, if you were playing against Bin, you might just have to start banning Jax, mate. You didn't have an answer for 2 games in a series. You can't risk it just going 3.
Like, it used to be Kastance versus a bunch of people, right?
Certain people with Camille would be the same, but in Fearless, they can only play it once.
Yeah.
They can only wreck you one time.
Yeah, and you can play a class of champion. You can play like, well, some of them are very unique. No one really does what Camille does, but you can play like Sion, Ornn, Cho'Gath, or K'Sante, and there's like enough tanks, but they all do slightly different things, and their matchups play out slightly differently. Yeah. And yeah, I think that my theory is that because the specific matchups are less common, it means that you don't get like the 99% understanding from the very best top laners in the world, which in some ways, I say like lowest level of top lane for this blah blah blah. I mean, I do stand by that point. I think the matchup understanding is worse, but I think that some of the players who play a bit more utility and play for the role of the team, like your Dorans or Keen or whatever, I think they've had potentially even more room to shine. I say someone like Keen is obviously very good in his individual matchups too. I mean, he's someone who plays both parts of that. And yeah, I think that obviously gives you a big advantage in the meta where actually you've always got like another champion of that class where you're playing the same kind of team fight, which helps a lot. But I think that has really colored the way that this competitive year's worked out. I think that's one of the reasons why Doran T1 ended up working out a little better than sometimes, because realistically, when you ran into someone like Bin before, we talked about this with HLE with their jungle support still being good, but actually you just can't do anything about this top lane matchup. It's just unplayable. And I think that I think that's hit Bin, because that's one of the biggest ways that he'd win. He'd just always have that extra percentage knowledge over the matchup, get that extra auto attack in a trade you didn't know he could do. And it would completely ruin matchups for some people who thought they knew the matchup. And I don't know how you get that back in Fearless, besides just a lot of practice.
By the
like
way, that's the other team I even feel bad for. Even though people will go, but Darren, they won the LCK Cup in first stand. If I made that team for Hanwha Life in the off-season, before I know Fearless is coming in, think about what we just talked about, right?
5 games of Zachary Akali.
You're going to get Zeus top lane all day long. That's godlike. And then at the time, it doesn't matter that Peanut and Delight have limited champion pools. They're really good on their champion. Fearless killed that team. Like that team, look, that the off-season GM, you fucking killed it, man. But then the game changed to a different game. So no. Right, that'll end the Listen Up segment by Raycon. Shout out to Raycon. Go buy some if you want. Right, there is another team, though, I referenced it earlier, that like sort of quietly made a banger roster, which is JDG, bro. So JDG lost a bunch of these big names, and they lost like fucking Piers and John. But then if you look what they put together, so they got Zhao Zhu in the top lane. Then they got the CFO players. They got Junjia, who's even played previously in the LPL. And they got Hongqiu, the guy everyone was fucking loving at Worlds. And actually, I will remind everyone of this. I said it. We all said it, motherfucker. We actually thought this team was going to beat KT Rolster. Yeah, I know now it sounds silly, doesn't it? But I'll tell you what, even though BDD's godlike, we did look at Perfect and Peter and all those people in fucking Dark Dam and go, you know what? CFO's actually sort of the truth. They really are. Like, forget even the modern Flash ones, they're actually better, mate. They actually have like, the Hongqiu guy's a bagger. He's sick. So they've got them. They've got Garloff MyG, who, if you didn't see, by the way, started the year bizarrely bad. By the end, he was like literally like putting out
consistent
pentakills every other game. It was mental. That IG run in summer was real until the playoffs. And then the support is Vampire, who maybe the name value isn't as big if you're not an LPL fan. He's a fucking player with real talent who people have talked about in others. He was talked about, I think, as in part of the BLG super team that they were trying to make this season. So this is actually a real, as long as you buy into the Hongqiu angle, this is suddenly like an interesting roster for me, but where you at on them?
Yeah, this is a team which I think should be top 3 if they realize their potential. We'll see how far they can go beyond that point. So Xiaoxu was on JDG before. He was on there for the second half of this year. He replaced Ala. And credit to him, he actually had a pretty good time this year. I think probably, look, Shun was on and off. His carry games were really good. In terms of consistency, you had like Pays and Xiaoxu. And I think Xiaoxu was like, his Cassante was really, really good. This guy, I've valued him for a little while. He has deserved shots on top teams. I'm glad he's here. And so he's a good player to keep on there. Of course, Gala, very, very consistent. I think that gives you a very good kind of like top bot lane kind of laning strength. I think they're both very good team fighters too. Then we have like the potential people, you know, how much can they actually do? Junja Hongqiu, we know what they do as a mid jungle. Of course, they've left CFO. The LPL, the LCP is going to be absolutely.
It was pretty carried by that team, wasn't it? That wasn't just the best; it was the cream of that fucking league.
Which I mean, it's so, in some ways, I wish this duo had stayed there because that region needs like its ambassadors and its flag bearers. And like I feel for bad people like Vestian or whatever, just like just seeing this talisman of a team just dissolve and then.
Think how hyped you'd be for the next year. This would it would be the age believe it all be possible. Sure.
However, CFO's loss, JDG's gain, as you know, they're a very aggressive, dynamic duo in this mid jungle. I think that GenG, one of the better Kiana players at Worlds. I think this guy was really, really good on a bunch of different champions. GenG, of course, was on the EDG Worlds winning roster in 2021, but as a sub jungler behind GeG. In fact, this is a guy that in solo queue around that time was like, there was a lot of content made around his solo queue play because he was like 80% win rate or something like that. And he would just consistently just outfarm people by a million ways. And he kind of pioneered this style in 21 where like, you wouldn't spread your ganks across the map. You would just skank one lane so heavily they'd fall behind and they were just useless. And then it was just like a 6v4 at that point because you're so fed and they have a member which is just not in the game. And that guy is really, really special. He did choke a couple of Worlds play-ins before, and I think some people are like, well, you know, we've seen him a lot, but actually it was only really until recently he did well. Regionally, this guy has been an absolute beast. So I hope he can bring that over to the LPL too, especially because one of the biggest things about this team, they got Tabe. They got Tabe as coach. So AL don't have this, you know, this all-star LPL coach talisman anymore. They've got this guy who's managed to make miracles out of stuff before, and actually even their sub coach, like their assistant coach.
Swear, Tabe, like the only area people can diss him is Worlds and sometimes championships, right? I call a coach like that. He's one of the greatest floor raisers I've ever seen in League of Legends, bro. Like he goes to teams and he just has the Midas touch for the roster.
Yeah, and you can genuinely see his impact on a team. He's one of the few coaches that I can point to and say that's a Tabe team. You know, RNG from 21 and blah blah blah. Where again, like, and then BLG after, and then of course teams like Anyone's Legend, like these quick, responsive teleports, catching you off guard across the map, understanding where vision is and isn't. That's a Tabe thing. Yes, you can attribute it to players too, like Xiaohu and whatever. But This guy is really, really good at that style. And when you've got a mid jungle like Ginger Honkyu, I think they'll really thrive from that style, where it is, again, very fast-paced, heavy playmaking League of Legends. And then we get down towards bot lane, where I think Tabe is really important here too, and their assistant coach, Xiaobai. These two make supports good.
By the way, for people, because I've said this before, but people forget, the reason why everyone's called Zhao is because that just means little, unfortunately. Yeah. So my joke is you have to think of it like fucking mixtapes in the hood. Everyone's like little people. We all get it. So it's not as weird when you know what it means. Otherwise, you think, why the fuck is everyone called Zhao something?
Exactly. Yeah. Oh my god. You could make names out of just everything Xiao, like Xiao Longbao, Xiao Ha, Xiao Shu, Xiao Hao. Xiao Shu and Xiao Hao played on the same team for a long time.
I think there even was a guy called like Zhao Zhao or something insane like that once. So there's almost every combination at this point.
And then there was like Wei, Big Wei, and Wei Wei as well, all in the same place.
Yeah,
and
that was one of the worst ones. I always thought that must be the cast of Nightmare.
And then apparently the champion Vi in one of the Chinese dialects is also called Wei. So it's like, okay. And then actually Wei was like the best Vi player in the world during like 20 minutes. I was like,
it's so on the nose, isn't it? I know, that's simulation, sloppy writing by the script writers, you know.
I will take this over just like the numbers, which I know are kind of like meant to be on Chinese characters, but I'm like, I don't know how to like translate this into usable stuff in English language, sadly. But Gala, I think you know who Gala is at this point. Very solid team fight carry, good laning. He's very consistent when he's on form. If the team starts to stumble, he is a bit of a litmus test for that, where like he famously, I think he was the guy who was like, Akali is coming, and there was no Akali in the game. He was just, you know, he's had some moments like that where just like his floor drops through into the basement, really. Vampire is the guy which I'm really interested to see what happens on this team, because I think a lot of people look at him and they say, oh my god, great engages, great laning, and they immediately assume great support. That's where I have reservations, because there are some people who are saying, you know, Vampire, he's the next big superstar, blah, blah, blah. He's very, very good at laning, very, very good at teamfight engages. He does not know how to play macro for the life of him. He is one of the support players, which I noticed can't make plays around side lanes very well, and doesn't defend his side lane towers very well either when people are getting dove on them. Part of that is because Team WE, the team that he was on before, had pretty bad solo laners in terms of playing around side lanes, and he'd always just rather stick with his AD carry and say, I'm just going to land a hook and you're going to kill him. But that left side lanes out to dry so much. His side lanes then went from being bad to being just actual loss conditions. And I think that ended up hurting the team at some points too. So what I need to see is Xiaobai, who's a guy that was on Ultra Prime, and he developed some teams like the... I'm trying to remember if I think it was an E-Star as well, one of those teams from a couple of years back, which ended up really oppressing people for a while. And Tabe can make this guy not just really good at those kind of pick champions and the engages. His Nautilus is really good, his Alice is really good. I need to see him play the vision game better. I need to see him play around side lanes better. I need to make sure that like that creativity isn't lost, that his engage potential isn't lost, but he can actually have the substance behind the style for that. Because this guy can be really, really good. I just don't want to see this guy tap out at just... And one of the reasons I think this might happen, by the way, he is a locked camera support player. So he plays on like a... And you can look at his POVs, and I'm like, okay, he probably should be looking around the map a little bit more. So unless Ginger is again, I need like Ginger, I need the coaches to be like, you never press that like Y key again. Your camera must be like free roaming. Because the way I think of it is anything that's on screen, the laning and the team fights, fantastic. When he has to like, move his camera off and scroll off to the side, like, it's not moving. What do I do? So that's my read on that kind of team, really. They have great potential. I think they have great playmaking. I think that this should be a Tabe team in the making with a very good, aggressive playmakers across the map. But I need to see Ginger Vampire synergize up well together, and Vampire learn how to play macro.
Right, even though we've done a lot of the big names, this one is pure self-indulgence, which is, what is it? Fucking day ending in a Y. Time for me to bang on about fucking Rookie again, and then all you to go, it fucking sucks. He didn't even make worlds this time. Technically, Thorin, he lost in the plains. Which is like, listen, mate, you are aware in worlds they let like fucking EU teams just be in the main event. Like, come on, Riot, sort it out. Give them 4 invites each for fuck's sake. You had it sorted a couple of years ago. Go back to it. So anyway, here's the problem with the IG one. If you know anything about Rookie's career, and by the way, he's nowhere close to his peak, although he was pretty decent in summer, right? The problem with Rookie teams is this. This is why I say it earlier. I have so much sympathy for you if you're the one being oppressed. But my joke is, if you either keep staying in bad teams or you recruit the bad players, that's like you're locking the fucking door in on yourself in the jail cell and you're your own warden. Like, eventually I have to blame you. So my problem with this one is, look, obviously the Shy went. Now, before everyone memes, I kept saying all this year, this was the only year of League of Legends ever. The Shy decided to play responsible League of Legends until Worlds. Cheers, mate. Why the fuck? You know what? To be fair, he used to bomb it in the regional. At least he almost got to Worlds this time. Like, sadly, he actually did all year. It's like he kept it in it. He was on some like fucking. He was Dr. Jekyll most of the year. Then he just went. I was waiting until now, motherfucker. So he did that. But sadly, actually, he was good. He was really good this year, guys, for real. Way came in, and famously in that like revolving door, on paper, he probably should have actually been like either good or the worst. I can't tell. What would be weird was when they would win with Way, I would always watch and go, I don't actually know that he's playing better than JJ, but the team does win now he plays. So it was one of those like mysterious talismanic picks up where you're like, okay. Then you had the bot lane, obviously, like Mako started whack as fuck. He was so bad at the beginning, which is one of the most bomber moves ever, because I'm a massive fan of Mako also. I do think he should be in that conversation for he might be the GOAT support. He has every fucking accolade, the level of play. He has defined so many rosters over his career. He clearly was like the shot caller, the visionary. Gala, like, cooked when he got to summer. So the problem with the moves now is your top lane is gone. You kept Wayne rookie. Like, on the bot lane, I'll start with the good. I fuck with the Zhuye guy. I think he has actually like got some fucking skills. He was a player I also think deserved an upgrade. But boys, if you are a rookie fan, that your picture on the dartboard isn't the Shy, because the Shy sometimes giveth and the Shy sometimes taketh. The picture on that fucking dartboard is Fortic's face, because we all know this motherfucker, as we say in English, flatters to deceive like no one else. He'll make you believe at some point in the regular, hey, this could work. You know what? He's not on his champion. He's not bad.
You will be betrayed. Let's go.
When he goes into the playoffs or a regional, he will betray you so hard. So what do we think of IG and how did they end up with this roster? How have we ended up here? Because remember, this year's roster was like the everyone's won worlds or MSI roster. It was like the fucking get the gang back together for one last dance sort of thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, so this team highlights something which I think also applies to top esports and a number of other ones too. I think a lot of players weren't fucking with the roulette system, the auction system for teammates and stuff. And Split 1 is not seen, I don't think, at least from what I've heard, it's not seen as that valuable, because it doesn't give you that many championship points for worlds, and, whatever. And I think some players would rather have a break. Tien's taking a break.
Remember what I said earlier? Zhao has played 1,000 LPL games.
Well, I mean,
you do play a lot, so I see it. I can see why you take a break. There's a reason Uzi I used to say, I don't start until the Chinese New Year every year. Yes. That's a real thing. I get it. The burnout's real hobby.
Yeah, and Jackie loves taking a break because he has like horrible tinnitus right now, and basically is like, look, even his doctors say like, you need to take a break. And I think
the joke sets itself up for this one, Jackie Love. I get it, because every season, listen, if you think I'm bad with Kanavi, I am the greatest mark for Jackie Love ever. I used to hate him on IG when he hinted, but then he went on to that top esports where he was the one who was getting hinted. And now every season, by the way, he did it in the finals this year. Every season, I do see him be the best fucking AD carry in the LPL. He's so fucking good. But the joke is, I can see why his name's Tinnitus Bro, because when he gets to Worlds, I always go, you know what? Open your heart up. Just because you've been hurt before, you gotta welcome love into your life again and trust people. And the second I do that, Jackie Love just has some mid-arse game every time against T1. And then I can get why he's got tinnitus. I think I have tinnitus in those matches. I'm imagining getting hit by a flashbang and it's like, I can't see anything. I'm fucking dazed. I'm staggering up. Next thing I know, the series is over. 3-0, 3-1. Get the fuck out the server.
Yeah.
So mate, I get it. You've given me tinnitus metaphorically.
As a fellow tinnitus haver, I got it from going to too many rock shows.
Of course, you're standing near the fucking speakers. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Dude, my first gig was Deep Purple, Thin Lizzy, and Styx. King banger, great.
Sadly, that thing that they do, because they do it also when I go to the drum bass raves, mate, it's not nerd shit. Because in the modern day, we don't have a sponsor for this, but you can actually get earplugs that are custom to your ear that do the same thing.
If you go to gigs,
they let all the music come through, but they take out all the fucking bass. So essentially, it's even what DJs wear. Because I have a mate who's a DJ and he also lost his whole hearing because he did fucking drum and bass for 20 years. You get you look nerdy, but you'll get all the music, but with none of the downside.
Well, you can get some ones which look cool. They're not like, if you're going with like the yellow foam one sticking out, I kind of get it. But like, folks, if you're gonna lose bits of your hearing, you don't get it back. Like, don't mess with that. And like when Jackie Love said that, because I've had tinnitus for like, I don't know, 15 years old. I've had it for a long time because I grew up going to a lot of gigs with my dad. yeah, get headphones like that. And it is one of those things where, you can kind of get used to it and
you
stuff.
can manage it, right?
Yeah, but then occasionally it starts to flare up, or you just start noticing it more, and then if you're already not feeling great, then then you notice it like,
becomes the reason,
really
right? Yeah, sure.
And Jack Lover said he's having it to the point of like physical pain, pretty much.
Oh, fucking hell.
I'm like,
Right.
that's far beyond what I've got.
Yeah.
I'm like that. Credit to you, mate. I have no idea how you played through that before. That's ridiculous. And he's still a fairly young guy. He's like early 20s still, right? But he started playing very young.
He's a
and I think,
phenom, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of people kind of confuse like old players. They can conflate old players with people who've had long careers. And the thing about having a long career, especially in LPL LCK, and you mentioned this before, Shahu's played 1,000 LPL games, you don't get breaks. And we just talked about Demacia Cup. Well, if you're playing a Demacia Cup, you don't get a break then either. And now you've got, there's winter and then first stand and stuff like that. And if you're playing in, any other amount of stuff, you're still practicing in the off season. The problem is a small problem that crops up, which you don't have time to deal with, remains a small problem until it gets a little bit worse. And then it becomes like a slightly bigger problem. Then it's actually a big problem at some point. And that's the problem with kind of like relentless esports schedule when you've been a pro for, Jackal has been playing since 2017, 2018, right? So he's been there for, 7 years, pretty much constant play. Because he makes it all the way through the playoffs bracket in most different parts.
And close to Worlds. Yeah, it's
Worlds
of international tournaments, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, I do feel for this guy, and I do understand. This is something that was talked about when T1 were flying around to like Rebel League of its own and like EWC and all this stuff. They have to like get on planes like every couple of days.
Oh, it's
nuts. Fake has talked about his wrist issues and stuff like that, having to literally adapt to the way that he plays. The problem is just you don't get.
But it's weird. It does seem suspicious that he always peaks at Worlds, but then he always has like a period in the middle where magically he's way work. At this point, it can't be coincidence, can it? He has to be almost like saving himself and peaking. He has to be.
Yeah, I think that. Well, I wouldn't be put it this way. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Although there could be a number of different conflating issues and whatever. And that's because it's not in their interest to say anything about that because he'll just say trying his best at all times, and I'm sure he is for the limit of what he set himself at that point, right? Basically. But yeah, so there are a couple of players who are taking a break. In this split, Mako is one of them. The Shy is one of them. Tien's one of them. Jackalov's one of them. I'm not sure about anyone else. I think there was a point where 369 might have been, but I'm not sure if he is now. But anyway, there's a bunch of players which are like, look, I need a break, especially if they're ones which go to Worlds all the time. So a team like IG, this is a team which has been hit really hard by this because Maker's taking a break and the Shy's taking a break, and you're just like, oh bloody hell. This team actually was really good. They had that upper ceiling where they could take best ofs versus any team in the LPL, and apparently even contest a team like T1, besides like a random int or whatever. They were a good team. This team could have been a finalist or a semi-finalist at Worlds.
In the summer when it was the regular season, but the like Nirvana Ascend group or whatever, I can't remember if it was Nirvana or whatever, whichever one it's called, the top one. Ascend, there you go. Which is mad because you'd think in English it'd be the other way around, but it's all good. It's all good. They actually did beat every other team. And as seen at the end of Worlds now, so they look fucking good. Like, yeah. So if you were ever going to run roster back, it's that one, surely, right?
I think the reason for the Nirvana Ascend thing is Nirvana is like where you go through the cycle of like Samsara and you have to like keep trying again. And then you ascend and like go above the cycle of whatever. Okay. I think something like that. They also named each of the different stages for like the different LPL world champions. There's like a Knights Rivals stage, which is about EDG.
Right.
And actually, I can't remember the other ones, but they're all named after that one. I got a bit lost. I'm not gonna lie. There's like a lot of there's some Chinese poetic flair to a lot of things they do, and I fuck with it. It's really cool. If I'm casting 1,000 games of it, sometimes the details slip by a little bit. But yeah, I think IG are a team which, I think I look at Photic and Dre. I like Dre. He's a really good playmaker on stuff like Raycon and Nico. He's one of the best Nikos in the entire league. In fact, there was an excellent game. I want to say it was in spring, where he completely carries a game from FPX versus JDG when FPX were just like not a good team, and he just completely blast JDG out of the water. And we know that JDG had their inconsistencies, but Dre on the Nico found like 2 5-man Nico ults in the same game. Like, this guy has been like a real hotshot playmaker for a while. There are points where he will just randomly look for those plays and die. His laning hasn't always been the most solid. So I'm a little bit worried about just the physical brawn that Photic and Dre will have, because Photic's not necessarily, the strongest AD carries you're pointing out. This guy was really good on V5 in stuff like the Kalista Renata and the Senna metas. In Kalista Renata, because it was, I think that was Photic and PP God. I think I'm remembering that right. This guy was really, really good at that. And when it came around to Senna stuff, this guy's really good at that too. But it just, the meta never lasted long enough for him to get anything through his split. So he's one of these guys which has like half of a good regular split, and then it's kind of whatever. And yeah, I think he was on, I'm trying to remember if he was on LNG this year for a bit, but basically he was on LNG, and it was not good, folks. It was not good at all. But he was on, he's on V5 and NIP with Rookie. There have been points where he's peaked. I just don't trust him to do that for long enough to make it count as split. And I don't really even know much about Sobro and top lane. Way's there, sure, and Way's played with Rookie before. Obviously, Rookie's not playing at this Demacia Cup. We won't get to see that. But IG, I think this is a waiting room to see if their players who are on break come back.
Also, by the way, have you noticed, he's just got all his fucking boys as the coaches now. Maffa and Kakao are his coaches. Like, Rookie, mate, what's going on? What level of nepotism are you on, homie? What are we doing?
Oh my god. Oh yeah, that's true. I actually hadn't realized that. Oh my god, that's funny as hell. God, there are some weird things.
Just you up? What are you doing, mate? What are we doing at this point?
There is, tell you what, there have been some weird coaching changes over the last couple of years.
The LPL, for some reason, because you know that you tend to coach a team for like 3-4 years now, secure. The LPL just cycles coaches every 2 years. It feels like it's nuts, isn't it?
Do you want to know how many coaches JDG have had in 2 years?
Come on.
7. 7 coaches in like 2 years. They went through like Warhorse, Hom. Obviously, they had, they've got Tabe now too. They've had.
They're all, another thing about the LPL, it's also like the Premier League. If you ever once were a good coach, there's always another team ready to sign you and hope that you just resurrect your career. Like, you can always get a gig the next day if you're fired. Yeah. So it's bad, isn't it?
It's absolutely. They had Clear Love as well.
Stevie Max at one point.
Stevie Max. They had Sin. They had, obviously mentioned Warhorse before. Oh my god, look, there's actually too many to name. They just went through everything. I think that obviously didn't help JDG in their own way. Hopefully Tabe can finally right the ship here, because I think JDG have this kind of curse where like they only work with Hom, and now obviously Hom's he's gone back to Korea. He's following his work in Navi. He knows where he knows where his he knows where his success lies with that. But yeah, for a team like JDG, we're hanging on to IG, right? Like I just don't know what this team's building around. This for me just feels like a placement split, like a holding split. I need to see who comes back from this. It feels like Rookie's just forever in purgatory. And last year, I really hope that wasn't like his last realistic shot, because yeah, this guy was really, really good for summer, particularly. I mean, at points I was saying he was on like MVP performances. Obviously didn't last, sadly, but this guy was really, really good for a long part of for this year.
Absolutely. Right. We have got another sponsor. We have got a sponsor called Prize Picks. And if you don't know, this is actually a really, really easy one to use. It's basically, a lot of it's you'll famously have heard about a lot of on American podcasts, especially sports, etc. If you like to watch things like sports, it's super simple. Basically, all they do is you build your lineup. They put a bunch of picks, and it's simple. You're not messing with numbers. And all you do on each one is you pick the one you want, and you just pick more or less. Essentially, they give you a stats projection, like this quarterback will throw this many touchdowns, this running back will get this many yards, or whatever. You just say, based on history, your gut, who's your favorite player, you just say more or less. It's super easy to use. You just download the app. You can, within minutes, have your lineup set. I think it takes like 30 seconds a day if you do it really well. Also, as a result, you can just follow your favorite players, your favorite teams. They have a bunch of features. A new one is called early payouts, which means if your lineup gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out the winnings before the game even ends. Also, if you have things like the fantasy season's over, which is another thing people love to do in American sports, well, you might have messed up your roster and it might just be over way before the end of the season. So don't worry, you don't have to wait until next year's draft. You can actually play fantasy football every week and pick your favorite players and win when they hit their projections every week. No draft required. Also, it's like, as I say, it's super easy to do. You just do more or less on at least 2 player stats. If you want to do loads, you can just do 2, you can do whatever. They even have things like, they have a thing called stacks, so you can just pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. So if you're really, really confident, like maybe you want to do an NFL quarterback's gonna, or wide receiver's gonna have yards and touchdown, whatever it might be. You don't have to just pick one in one category. You can just stack it up for that guy, and if he's mega, you win when you hit the projection. So download the Prize Picks app today and use code summoning to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Think about that. That's code summoning to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. And I certainly agree with that latter phrase. That could also have been the Monty Thorin era of summoning insight. It's good to be right. It's good to be right. Right, okay. I think now we'll talk about some Western League of Legends, mate.
Sure.
So one area I want to actually start with is, before we get into some teams, I actually have sort of like a meta discussion I want to have with you, Nymaera, because I actually wonder where you come down on this. When DonJake has done all of these off-season interviews where something like 5 days a week, he was doing an interview every day. And look, I get that his style also is he breaks the fourth wall, and he also like engages with the community, and he tells them where his head was at. And when he made, look, there is a little bit of it where it's like he is also doing those interviews like a fucking Parkinson interview where it's like, and then your dad died, and then they're like, oh, there's a tissue, and then he gets emotional too and goes, oh, it's drawn me into that, and I'm choked up. Look, which isn't the Thorin style. I go in depth and all that, but like I always maintain the veneer. I'm professional. I'm unflappable. So, and also I will just say, I get that he's a newer interviewer, so he's still getting the reps in. So to him, he does like 5 interviews in a week, and he goes, I'm bloody burned out. I need 2 days off. And I'm like, mate, that's a fucking light week. What are you talking about? That's me on holiday. But okay, I've just got the reps, homie. I've done like 10,000 interviews. I've done it, homie. Malcolm Gladwell fucking got the idea of that book off me and what I did in all my different areas, the events, the fucking things. And he's a fucking hack anyway. He's not even a scientist. So whatever. The point is, DonJake did all these interviews, and a lot of them didn't go into just like, why do you play Kaiser? Or what do you think about the offseason of 2022? Should you have gone to G2? He actually tries to do sort of like, who are you as a person?
Yeah.
What's your career journey been? What has the emotional ups and downs been? Like when he talked to Mickey X, he went deeper on the idea that like in G2 at the end when they knew he was gone. By the way, they did this to people in the past, like Reckless. They sort of froze him out. It was just sort of like, you just know in the room when no one saying anything, I know I'm gone. And actually in the game, they're not really trying for me. And maybe they sell me out at times. Well, one of the ones actually, I think that was the most powerful that he did. And I think hit the community the hardest. But this is also what I love about the community, because it was literally the same community that caused this problem.
Yes.
Was obviously his Upset interview. Because when he did his interview with Upset, I've always said, here's what I don't get. Look, I know why some people, mainly me and people who don't like Fnatic, didn't like Reckless. Spoiler, I did a 2-hour video on it. There are very real stories that were known by people in the community. It was one of the worst kept secrets ever in pro play. This is a very unliked teammate who a lot of players cycled in and out of his teams and then went to other teams and went, I will never play with him again. Right? I get why people might dislike him. What I don't get is, considering they do have a little overlap in their playing styles, people give Upset the hate you would think that they'd give to someone like a Reckless or a Forgiven or someone like. What I don't get is, as far as I can tell in his whole career, the worst things Upset has ever done, bro, is come 10th place a few times. That's just game performance. He dared to go home from Worlds when, if you don't know, the story's out now. Essentially, his girlfriend had like a sexual assault scenario, which essentially put her in an incredibly fraught emotional state, I will just say. And since Upset had just married her, he decided, actually, you know what? The life of my family goes over trying to win a BO1 that'll get me out of a Worlds group and get my head banged in the quarterfinals of Worlds. So he fucked off back home. And unfortunately, because shithead Adam, who I will never forgive for this, because he does every now and then, even though he says he apologized, bring it back up again and resurrect the whole topic, because he dared to do that thing where he made it like a big thing publicly. People hated on him for that, even though that one, by the way, he's just blameless on. Like, anyone I know would choose that option. That is not the moment, by the way, when you stay in fucking the Worlds and you just go, well, hope it all works out at home. And then he also, the third thing he did, which is so unforgivable, is after a career as one of the best players to never win the LEC, he dared to say in an interview, I'm too good not to win the LEC. Even though every shit player who goes, I want to win Worlds, you all go, well, you got to believe in yourself to win Worlds. So what's bizarre is,
people loved like Broken Blade saying you've got to have delusion or whatever.
Bro, some people even liked it, Spanish fans, when Super implied he's like as good as fucking like Ruler or some mental. I can't remember who it was, Ruler or Viper or something. He once tried to imply he's in like the best bot lane in the world. It's like, Super homie, you might not even be in the best LEC bot lane. What are we doing? So the point is, the main the gist of the Upset interview was actually that even though he's German and he puts on that fucking stern face and he seems very stoic, no, it has gotten to him. Like, actually, he has felt like there's a mountain of hate. He can't open social media. The second he fails, people aren't just like, you played bad. They like relish in the idea he's suffering. And they basically, people are like almost demonic against this guy. So I wanted to know, what are your thoughts on this topic? What are your thoughts on Upset? Where do you come at this topic from?
Oh, I think like that level of hate is just alien. I mean, I think this kind of comes back to internet culture, gaming culture, going back to stuff like Xbox Live, towards the way that games are moderated. People are very okay with saying some horrid things when it can't be tracked back to them. In
Oh,
fact, I liken it to, I mean, for those of you that drive, it's like road rage in rush hour.
Yeah, yeah.
People become demons when like you pull ahead like half a length of the car.
The joke is a screen somehow makes people's full personality change, doesn't it?
And that's one you can actually see through and see the other fucker in the other car. Like I've done the rush hour to work. I've done that. And like I'm like, my dude, we're gonna get there in the same time. This makes no difference. At the same time, like I lose one, so like sure, I went. God, I remember the first time I promoted to Diamond 2, I went like 0-13 on Quinn. I fucking won the game, but I'm sat, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna get some shit for this. And I remember actually thinking like, oh wow, I'm actually glad that no one lost their shit at me in this game, and we actually still won. That was crazy. I think people are just so okay with saying some really nasty stuff. And again, like I get some of this. I'm not in the same position as them. I'm not nearly at the same level of size, but you know, there are some points where people have told me to like off myself or hurt myself, and I'm like. In what world is this okay? Would you say this to anyone? I think there's just like a certain level of decorum which has just been lost.
Well, my other one's this one. Even though I understand, yeah, there's different forums and stuff. I always say this one because you say it as a lot of it's obviously anonymity and lack of consequences. I always think, bro. And by the way, before you say this applies to me, I would literally say any of this stuff, and they know who I am. What if your mum saw that post, bro? You know what I mean? Here's the difference. You might think I go mad about players and say this shit or whatever. Yeah, my mum, I'm not going to tell you about her, but she would just go, yeah, that is who he is. Like, listen, he always was like that. I wouldn't ever do a post like, end your life. That's fucking, there's a line and you've gone way over the line, but you haven't even just tipped up. You've gone as far as you can go.
And I'm really surprised that for some reason this has come down on Upset's head. I mean, I think he's quite clearly set personal boundaries. And I think that is actually a good thing. I think that in an era of ever-increasing parasociality between streamers, between players, public figures of all walks of life, it is okay for someone to say, "I'm not going to tell you about that part of my life. I'm here to, you know, some people view it as I'm here to do a job." And Upset has been like, you know, I'm not here to necessarily be friends with people. Not that you can't be cordial, but I mean, everyone's had points. You just have to work with someone. You wouldn't wouldn't go out to the bar with them. I mean, like, God, the famous one is, you know, the Mythbusters, right? Adam and Jamie, they wouldn't go like have dinner outside of work. They worked incredibly well together. They are like very, very successful people. They wouldn't consider themselves like very, very close, like, you know, and whatever. Not the kind of thing where they'd be like best men at each other's weddings or whatever. And yeah, I think that Upset set very clear personal boundaries, and I really praise him for that. I almost wonder if one of the reasons why people target him more hard than other players is that I don't think he has as like open friendships with other players in the public eye. And I think that when you see other players being like friendly with other players and like you have that back and forth and like the voice com stuff like that, I almost wonder if that buys into it. I haven't thought about it that much.
No, here's why I'll echo that. That's actually a good angle, bro, because I actually do think that actually one of the most effective responses, even though by the way none of these people were involved with my video, one of the most effective responses to my Reckless video was the idea that people like Whippo and fucking what's his name? What's the fucking jungler's name? What was the Danish jungler's name that he had?
Broxer.
Broxer. Some of the people actually came out and were like, "No, I fuck with them, whatever," even though they weren't my source.
Well, you can go back to like, you know, like
that means though, if you like Whippo and you like Broxer, that means it's sort of in a way there's a spillover effect where you're gonna be more open to Reckless being a good guy, you know.
And if you look at like the original Fnatic roster, which got very famous, well, I say not the original, but like you look at like the season 3 Fnatic roster going into season 4 when Reckless came onto it, that was like one of the most happy-go-lucky teams there.
Absolutely.
You know, like Cyanide was always the Joker, Soaz and Peke were always very, you know, fast and loose things too. They were a very chill roster, and I think like
absolutely.
If you start
it was a vibes team.
Yeah, exactly. And once you start connecting people with those kind of interactions, it becomes a lot easier to have those interactions with them. Whereas actually, if someone has like, you know, if they just don't like to have, I mean, for instance, I'm not someone who likes to have like my relationships in the public eye. Not anymore. I used to at one point. That was really, I had bad experiences with that. And I'm like, you know what, I'm in a relationship and that's okay. I'm not going to have that online. That's actually better for us in some ways. And that's obviously, that's in a different sense, right? But this is in case of, I just don't want to be like putting all of my shit online. I'm not the biggest fan of people like taking photos with every time we go out to like lunch or whatever. Like sometimes I'm just, folks, I'm here to get away from the screen for a point, And I do wonder whether some players who are less open about friendships with other players on Twitter and constantly have like this constant reaffirmation of positive, like open vibes, that doesn't mean they can't have that elsewhere, folks. And it doesn't, but not everyone's friendships are the same.
Oh, I know. I also know what you mean. Someone who's maybe like a bit fucking antisocial could infer that you're being aloof or something. Like, that's you don't have the human connection in that sense.
Yeah. And also like there's none of that kind of, it's like I'm going against this whole like group of players at that point.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so and in some ways, I think that makes it more important for people who don't have that kind of positive. That I say positive, like they have that constant like affirmation of yes, I'm friends with people, yes, I'm positive, yes, this is the relationships I have. In some ways, it makes it more important for people to stand up like that because obviously that's the boundaries they put in place has made it, I guess, easier for some people to target them because they assume that this person's isolated or a single target or whatever. Because yeah, no, I mean, I've talked to Upset from time to time on broadcast. Nice guy. I've never had a negative interaction with him. Yeah, sometimes folks just interact differently, and that's a good thing. That is a good thing. You can't just have like this mono personality type of people who are just outgoing and whatever. Like, I mean, yeah, I mean, there are a bunch of people. I've had a decent chance to hang out with a bunch of different players down the LEC, and not all of them are like as socially active and posting everything, but they're just wonderful people. Some of them, obviously, and like someone like Xerxes, wonderful bloke, one of the nicest people I ever met in the LEC. I would never hear a bad word about him. Someone like Vizichachi as well, love that guy. And there are, just a bunch of people. A lot of the people on Giant X, people were saying, oh, Isma's toxic from XYZ. I've talked to them a bunch of times. Isma's a lovely guy. I really like that guy, actually. I've managed to hang out with him and the GX guys at time to time. What you see online is not the extent of people's relationships, folks. And remember that they are people. And while they might just not display it in the same way as you would, that does not give you the right to say the stuff that has been said online. Have some decorum, for God's sake.
And I'll always say this. I am someone who has been an insider in the League of Legends scene, particularly the European one, for many, many years. The European one's actually the only one I'll ever say. I actually had people who were friends of mine that were pro players. I just had acquaintances in the NA one, or people who fucked with the banter vibe or whatever, or came on the shows, etc. The problem is, what people don't realize is this. To contrast it, as I just did, since they're always eternally compared as players and even fucking playing for Fnatic, the difference between the Reckless one and the Upset one is I was able to make a 2-hour video just of other people's stories about Reckless. I've actually heard, considering how hated he is by the public, so few pro players ever behind the scenes that actually dislike Upset. In fact, he's one of the ones that if you ask other pros, they do think he's like one of the better players to never win LEC. They're always sort of like, yeah, I don't really know why. Like maybe, he zigged when he should have zagged on the off season, or he missed this team, or things happened, like he had fucking some tragic circumstances. By the way, one of the things he obviously did for two of those teams is he kept sticking with fucking board, didn't he? Like he put all his chips in the ball bag, which, listen, I don't blame you. A lot of us did that. A lot of us thought if that guy ever figures it out, it's going to be the fucking truth. So it's also just bizarre to me because I do feel like it's why I say, though, it's come full circle. That's why when the exact same Reddit fucking forum and the same YouTube comments that are the ones who do the hate comments and then like, this is out of order. Yeah. What's going on with it? It's like, you're the ones doing it. Look in the mirror, bro.
And I get that it's not like it's not like a monogamous. It's not like just like everything. Not every. It is somewhat of a hive mind. You've got different factions and stuff. Basically, it's like as a part of the community, you somewhat have a part of a responsibility to hold comments like that to account as well. Yeah. I think, what is it?
By the way, that's a great way to phrase it even. Here's another thing, mate. It's one thing, I can tell you from personal experience, it's very different if the really evil comments grayed out because they've been downvoted and they're hidden and you have to go and click and you have to basically say, put those comments in my eyes.
Yes.
It's different, mate, when you open a thread, the match thread, and the top comment with the 1,000 points is the one shitting in his soul. I know what you mean. That's the accountability. We can't stop certain people because you can't stop people posting on the internet. But if we're part of signal boosting that because we think it's lol at the moment, you're participating in evil in a way there, mate.
And there is a difference between, like, again, if it's objective criticism, like if I see criticism about myself, sure, cool, I actually use that as feedback. I mean, in fact, one of the big things that Quickshot would tell newcasters coming to the LEC is he was actually suggesting, check social medias. A lot of people don't, but they are still your audience. Now, obviously, you have to do it within certain tolerances and whatever. Like, the problem is people who are trying to give like objective feedback and stuff like that, some people aren't trying to do that. And that's the problem. That's the comments that we're talking about. There are other people who know they dislike something or they disagree with something, but they don't know how to give that feedback. There is an art to giving feedback. And
it's different if you are giving feedback like this, Nymaera. I actually have thought about this, and if you did do this, I would really like your casting. I know what you mean. The problem is, the trick online is, there's a guy who's like, I actually just hate you, so here's some feedback, but actually nothing you could do would ever make me like you. That's the problem. You can't follow that feedback.
It's like, oh, this fucking guy sounds like Vedius. I'm like, okay, yeah, you are actually correct. I have mistaken my voice for him.
Metaphorically, Highlander fucking Vedius, or change my voice. Like, they both seem quite unreasonable. I'm just going to have to cast.
We've just perfected the casting accent, We both came to the same conclusion. But no, there's this, So basically, there are different groups of comments. So I'm not saying, don't go like shitting on people for actually. You're allowed to have negative opinions. In fact, that's a good point of doing so.
Absolutely.
That's half of what we do on shows like this because it gives variety.
You can't just build people up. The trademark of this show.
Yeah, but I mean, God, I mean, when it gets to the point where Chovy is in the League Awards acceptance speech, or like wins the the Game Awards Esports Player of the Year, and he's like, "Oh, I don't really feel like I observe it."
Oh, that was so sad, man. That broke my heart for real.
Like, what you need to understand is that, well, you might hate this motherfucker because he's a rival to your favorite player. This is your favorite player's favorite player. This guy respects him. And if you can't do the same, then you're not on the same wavelength, and you need to really sort that out. There is a healthiness and kind of like a little bit of egging on, a little bit of a rivalry. But when literally one of the greatest players of all time is like, yeah, I don't feel like I deserve this. I feel like shit. I understand because he's lost a big game and stuff like that. But after so many years of like people being like, Chovy is just, he's boring, or he's not as good as he thinks he's a choker. Like, guys, your favorite players all love this guy and learn from him, and maybe you should respect that a little bit more too.
Absolutely. Right, okay, there is a team we can talk about. I referenced this before, but we also didn't know what was going to happen with it. So there's this bizarre scenario, as I talked about with Zabatine, that there is a team called French Flair, where what they did was they made a roster where the joke is, it is an LEC roster. All the players have played in the LEC. It was Adam top lane. Bwipo did the Fnatic from 2021 and Roll swapped back when he came back to Europe, because the joke is, like, I guess he's done giving everyone lessons on top lane now. Now he's back to play jungle again. Then you had Sakan at mid lane. You had 3XA, who, by the way, unironically, I mean, even Peter Dunn said this joke. He even did the meme of what Dom Feet on Reddit do. He was like, this 3XA guy's fucking really good. He reminds me of Exakid. And then someone said, you better be joking. That is Exakid. Think about it. It's EXA. It's Exakid, who used to want to be like a stud and was fucking pretty good at the beginning on SK. And then Targamas, who, listen, I've thought he was crap at times. He's still a fucking LEC level support, boys. He could still be in the league.
Good year, actually.
Yeah, this is actually one of the better years of his career. So you look at that roster, yeah, on paper, that's mega exciting. The problem is, and this is where there's actually some nuance people missed. Yes, there's a rule about ERLs that mean I can't just make G2 fucking from last year and put it in the ERL for obvious reasons. It would ruin the fucking league. So there's a veteran rule where you can't have a certain number of people who played within the last X amount of splits. And the issue was, this is the key thing. It isn't that the dickhead guy, his owner, doesn't know what he's doing. No, he checked apparently with Riot and was like, is this okay? Here is my roster. Am I about to sign it? And then they were like, yes, you can do it. And then after he did it, someone went like, the rule about, you told me that was okay. So it turned out, and by the way, of all the names, probably because he was the role swap, Bwipo, arguably the biggest name, the one you signed probably to make the whole team. I get he's not French, but listen, homie, I've always said this before. When you're Belgian, if you're British, we essentially invented Belgium as a PvP zone, if you don't know, for Germans and fucking French and Dutch people. Listen, I get to say that. Because of that, I'm never quite sure. You have to meet them. Are you the one that's more Dutch, or are you the one that's just sort of French anyway? So I get that might have worked culturally anyway. I'm not sure if he's more, it feels like he's more on the Dutch side. I'm not even sure on that one. And again, it's a fraught fucking area with a lot of side history. So he's the one that's got dropped, and they brought in Natty, that fucking streamer guy, and he's going to be the jungler now. So what are your thoughts on this whole thing? Because this is a fresh topic for you to discuss. So where are we getting into this?
Well, this just seems like a massive comm snafu. I mean, end of the day, they weren't being stupid. They checked, they asked someone, they was told it was okay, and it turned out it wasn't. Now, this has screwed over teams before. I can't remember the team it was. I want to say it was something like SK Prime, or maybe like
circumstances.
They wanted to like drop a player from like their LEC team down to the academy roster, and then they realized, well, we can't do that because we got 3 players in that role. I can't remember the team. It was one of those teams, and this has happened before, so there's precedent set of this. However, basically every offseason the rule books change slightly. So for instance, this year ERLs no longer have like the local residency rule, which is effectively, despite you having European residency, to make sure that ERLs are kind of still following the same kind of guidelines, you no longer have to have like 2 Nordics, UK, and Ireland players to play in LEC. You know,
which, by the way, is big, because I can tell you in pro sports, even things like La Liga for a long time had that rule. You had to have a certain number of Spanish players. You could only have so, because for the same reason, they don't want to lose like the culture of the league. Yeah,
and which is, I mean, that's the same reason it happens globally too, right? So you're not meant to it's meant to kind of like have some kind of regional identity. Obviously, you could argue that regions like the NLC failed at that regional identity because it's just the catchment area is not, it doesn't like fit in like any other cultural bias. It's like the Nordics plus the UK and Ireland. Also, Malta's involved too. Okay, right, fair. That was always a huge problem for the sponsorships, by the way, because no one.
Because people used to say it's the UK league, and I'm like, not Sort of.
No. It's like, well, the problem is British Telecom doesn't want to sell like Swedish phone connections.
Yeah, exactly.
So then you have to have this problem of like, do I advertise to one country and hope that they'll accept the rest of the catchment zone, or do I do just all of Europe? Well, we're not big enough to do all of Europe, and no company is going to have an office for these bits. So what do you do about it? So that was a really big issue for that, and one of many reasons why ERLs first suffer financially at different points. But yeah, so this has been a thing which happened, this veteran rule before, which has screwed over an LEC team's academy team at some point. I can't remember for life in which team it was. But realistically, if you've asked someone, you've said it's okay, I mean, why would that be a problem?
You've done your due diligence, right? What more can you say?
So then in my head, I'm like, okay, well, maybe it was the person they asked didn't have the actual authority to say that, or maybe they got a false positive about a rule being changed and it didn't get changed, or any number of things like that. Or maybe it was okay, and then actually someone else stepped in and said, no, it wasn't. There were I can see multiple scenarios where this could have happened in different ways, because at the end of the day, I don't know whether they were, maybe they were communicating with the tournament organizer, the TO, and then they didn't make the link to Riot or something else, because maybe they were talking with LFL, and then, link didn't go to Riot properly or something like that. There's any number of things this could have happened like that. As far as I'm aware, they've done their due diligence. Obviously, it feels shitty for them because, at the end of the day, they were trying to put together a project which will bring viewers to the league. It will be exciting. Fans will come in. And particularly the ERL meta for a little while has been put an exciting team together with big names. And that means that even teams which are facing it get some extra bonus from that, because they get to play against these big names they wouldn't do otherwise. Despite the fact that, I know there was some pushback from a bunch of fans at different points. Well, you're just smurfing on a league, isn't this just unfair or whatever, and blah blah blah. And that's the whole thing about the veterancy rule, which is meant to stop that. But with the success of teams like,
which, by the way, if you think about it, Lost for Tories did do that. They just didn't get applied to the veteran rule because Nemesis hasn't played it forever, has he? So they sort of had a way back in there. Yeah, exactly. So they got around that.
Yeah, no, well, and fairness to them, it's the way that the rules are written, and it's applied to them fairly. I mean, credit to them. I'm not gonna dunk on someone who's played the rules right. I mean, hell yeah, you got a bunch of people who are very famous streamers and high elo players, or players which haven't been playing recently. Yeah, and they managed to get away with that, which is really cool of them. To be able to do that and actually bring the attention to, it's really cool, seeing people actually pay attention to the NLC for the first time ever. Really, that was really cool. Obviously, the sad thing now is that they've left and the NLC is now in the lurch. It's like, oh god,
it's the wasteland now, mate.
What do you do now, basically? So yeah, I mean, Natty Nat, funnily enough, he did play in ERLs before. He played on Ruddy, which is actually DonJake's ERL team. Talking about him earlier. So he played there, and he was really, really cool there. And this guy just reached rank 1 in career with an absurd win rate, to the point where he single-handedly skyrocketed Rengar's ban rate in the Korean server because he was the only player that played it. So when he left, the ban rate went from 60-something% down to almost 0. I was like, what the hell? Okay, this guy's insane. So you're never going to see him play that pick again. So he's just been right in the public eye in terms of, wow, this guy's been doing a lot of really cool stuff. He had a bunch of front range page Reddit posts about him on the League subreddit. It seemed like now is his time to make a big move, and it's really cool that they managed to get him involved. I think that if you're going to bring someone in that's meant to bring some kind of brand value, I don't think that's a bad option for them, because of course he doesn't go through the veteran rule either. Is not someone that's gone into tier 1. But yeah, I mean, you just got to feel bad for Trayton and the guys organizing this team, because it feels like they did the right things as far as we're aware, unless they asked the wrong person somehow. And even then, if they got a solid okay, it's a solid okay. It's not on them at that point. Yes. Which, yeah, I would be really interested to hear exactly why it was no'd after it was given a yes. That's the big thing for me.
Yes. Right, I actually thought, being as we have Nymaera on the show, and if people, as he referenced it already, his original appearance was to talk about the LGL, obviously, because that was the year when DFM became relevant, etc. Since we talked about one side of it, which is you've taken the best jungler and fucking mid laner from the LCP and put them into the LPL right in the deep end, that does mean that the LCP is in a tough spot now, including CFO. So obviously the main problem if you're CFO, that some of them, unfortunately, have lost the game of fucking musical chairs, because actually, if people don't know, Doggo obviously previously played on, he actually was on the old BLG, I think it was.
Yeah, it's 22.
Because he got replaced by fucking Uzi, didn't he? So,
but he replaced Uzi.
Oh, there you go. The other way around.
Yeah.
So what people will forget is he had his chance, but I believe he was in the off-season rumours also to go to LPL again this time, and people were referencing him on some of the big names. He maybe now just be stuck on a team where it's like, who knows if they can do anything. And by the way, he was also a pretty good fucking player on that roster, I thought, coming into the international tournaments. So where is the LCP at now? What happens to CFO now?
So there are two big things. The CFO, one of the top laners left. I think it's Driver that left. So Rest is the top laner that remained.
And people preferred driver, but they thought rest was the one
Yeah.
shouldn't have been fielded, right?
You know, Kaiwing was the first player to leave, and I think a lot of the now I don't know what's gone on with this offseason, but the players were surprised when Kaiwing left.
I believe he went to like the fucking Brazilian league or something. Did he think going to like some
So,
Brazilian team?
yeah, something like
think
I
so,
actually can't
right?
remember because I only remember viewing this from like an LCP
Right.
point of view. But then, you know, some people were on, but this also came out this came out around the same time as the other huge piece of news, which is again very distressing for LCP. PSG Talon was bankrupt and have just been kicked out of the league. Like, so two of your teams, which went to Worlds, are just gone. The two most iconic teams within your region, CFO, which went to all 3 international events at this year, and then PSG Talon with players like Maple and Casa. Maple came out of retirement.
He came back, yeah.
He came out of retirement after they made his. I recorded a retirement video from Thorin. They made his recorded retirement videos. Like, what do you mean you're coming out of retirement? But apparently he did that for like a favor to the team. Basically, he did that as a favor. He was like, I'm going to come out of retirement, or whatever. And then the owner of Talent had like a public social media spat with someone who he owed a lot of money. Apparently, I don't know whether it was an investor or a streamer or a public figure. I can't remember the exact details on it. But like, there's a difference between having financial issues and having financial issues in the public eye to that level. That is where shit really gets bad because it starts.
It's also really pretty nuts if you're fucking actually aligned with Paris Saint-Germain Football Club, bro.
Yes.
You're not just some random esports talk at that point, you know.
Yeah. Because you're damaging your team's reputation, the league's reputation, and the big ass football club's reputation. Yes. What the hell? What is your problem? Don't do this. Like, sort this stuff out. And, you know, it ended up being kind of saying, well, you know, we were waiting on a round of investor, like gathering money and shit like that, raising funds, and that just never came through. And then things snowballed because they'd loaned some, they'd got some loan money, and they weren't able to pay that back. But it got to the point apparently where, like, they weren't paid for going to Worlds, and it's like, oh, you've qualified for Worlds. You've earned the right to pay for your flights and hotels.
That's nuts. And then get back out as well, got completely shit on.
Yeah, and they ended up getting blown out, you know, going right bang out after, because they lost to VKS, right? They lost to CBLOL team.
Yes.
So, like, I can't blame them for that. But then, so Talon works. So the way that the LCP model works is quite similar to Valorant, where you have like your partner teams, then you have like your guest teams, and then the partner teams can never relegate, but the guest teams can go up and down.
Yes.
So Talon was a partner team. Of course they were, because they're one of the most successful teams in the region. Very strong branding. They have been kicked out. Like, they're just completely gone. The players are completely without a home. And this came out at the same time as around the CFO news. And like, circling back to that, I think it was Casa, he was like on call with one of the players. It was like, oh wow, where's your team? And it's like, yeah, well, where's your support? And they're like, yeah, we don't know. So basically, so you know, they were kind of like, they were joking about it because they're good friends, but it's like, okay. It turns out the CFO players, I don't think they expected that move. And I think particularly Chowie, the coach, apparently is known as like the reverse Tabe, where he's like, I'm going to sign and the players will stay, as opposed to the players sign and the coach leaves. He's like, the coach is signing and all the players leave. So apparently the joke is like, he's the reverse Tabe, which I found quite funny. But yeah, I mean, you've lost your jungle, your mid jungle. You've lost your support. Doggo's staying. I think basically he didn't want to go back to the LPL. I don't think he had a very good time the last time he was there. Like, folks, all of these casters at international events this year, they saw him on Draven doing mad things. He pentakilled Faker, only like the second person in international events to ever do that to Faker behind like Caps in 2019. I can't remember if anyone else did it, but like one of very few people to ever pentakill Faker on the international stage. I had to cast this motherfucker, locking in Rammus Yumi on Ultra Prime and complete running it down. I had to cast this guy going 0-0-0 on Draven for 30 minutes, dying once defending the Nexus and doing nothing on his fucking champion. He's been like destroying T1 on internationally. Why do I get this version? Why do I get this? He was just so bad at LPL towards the very end of it. Like, Ultra Prime, this team, I can't believe, this is probably the most this team will ever get mentioned on this podcast ever, by the way. It's like 5th time this time. God, it's strange how much this team turns up. But yeah, he was not very happy or very good in the LPL last time he was here. Yeah, he was pretty good on BLG when he first came in. He deserved that chance after having that really good time on, it was BYG he was on, and obviously he subbed in
MSI when they almost went to the final,
Yeah, he subbed in there for Unified, who was he Unified.
Was it the same DFN one, the MSI for 2021 or whatever? Yeah.
That sounds about right. Yeah, he was in that. He was in that era. So like he was a mega Tristana.
He was really good.
And all this other stuff. Yeah. So this guy was So he deserved that shot. And then obviously he came into LPL and just kind of seemed like the skill vampires hit him and ebbed away slowly. So I can understand why
that's happened many times when the stars of the LFL or LMS/LCP sadly go over. It's happened many times, unfortunately.
It happened to Maple. That happened to a lot of people because Betty went to the LPL as well. He was
loads of them.
A lot of people did, which is a shame. I mean, you understand why, because the paychecks are huge.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, I feel really bad for the players which are remaining, but I guess what else is there? But then, so now suddenly you've got these two teams which are completely like exploded. You have no idea where these are players going. SoftBank Hawks have basically ended up sniping Arya from DFM, who is a little bit 1v9 there. So you've got like Ebby and Arya back from like the 21 team. Ebby was not great this year, and I'm friends with him. I do chat with him occasionally. I'm like, buddy, it's not going so great over there. But I'm hoping he can maybe revive and give it a good shot for the next year. Maybe that means that actually a Japanese team makes it back international before. But again, rather. But my real worry is the LCP is a major region. I think there is actually a sizable amount of the audience which does not realize the LCP is a major region. And that is a problem because, you need strong teams to give you results which are showing that. And I think CFO did do that. They were at first stand. I think, the Karmine Core fans love that team for, helping them get out of groups, obviously, because they ended up beating top esports in that 1-best-of-3, which allowed Karmine Core out of the group stage. And then obviously they've kind of like had this kind of like, they've had mutual respect for each other the whole year. MSI, Hongq, I think he had a really cool tournament there. Worlds, they end up getting to quarterfinals for the first time. And the team from their region has done since 2015, which is nuts.
It's wild,
this team, it's a crazy year. There should have been the flagship ambassador for your brand, and now they're completely gone. Like, what do you do with that? You cannot replace players like GenG and Hongq. Hongq is one of the greatest rookies we've seen come out of anywhere. I mean, he's better than a lot of the mid lane talent that's come out anywhere, really, in the world. This guy's fantastic. So your ambassadors are now gone. You have to start from zero there. And the second team, which went to Worlds, exploded too. So the problem is LCP now need to somehow cobble together another ambassador team. And my worry is they just become like, in people's mind, they're just like the minor region team. Even though technically there are no minor region teams in internationals anymore. It's 5 major regions. Technically the way that it works. So I think LCP is in like dire straits, and it really sucks to see so many orgs just like catastrophically implode, because I mean, teams have had some bad reputations before in other regions and they've never really been removed. I mean, technically RNG is one of them in LPL. They've had like financial like stuff over their head for forever. It looks like they're actually out of the LPL now, but there's no announcement on it, so we're not sure about it. But yeah, it feels like this one was just so big, so public, and so damaging to the reputation. It's like we have to get rid of them, and so it really leaves LCP in the lurch.
Even though that's obviously all correct, there is one little tiny little break in the clouds, which is this is some copium as a motherfucker. I don't care. I'm going to be indulgent.
I'm going to be huffing it. What do you got for me?
Listen, there's one name that's come back though, bro. SOFM.
Oh shit.
Listen, I know he's a million years old. He's probably also just coming back to just play for funsies.
Oh my God.
If people don't know, former Worlds finalist when he was with that team, fucking Suning or whatever. SOFM, if people don't know, was actually one of the few fucking like Vietnamese type players that fucking made it in the LPL, bro. He was actually good, and I actually always thought, if you're, put it this way, I have never asked him about this player because why would he ever come up on this show? But I would speculate he wouldn't be Monty's favorite jungler. Monty likes the Korean fucking tracker's knife, But SOFM was the guy where it's like he played fucking pro matches like it was like he was a guy. He played it like he was the jungler in solo that just mutes everyone and does whatever the fuck he wants. Like, I love it though, because he did have a genius. There was a madness and a genius to his play, bro. He had sort of like that crazy, like he's constantly fucking up in your grill. He's just he's got nuts pathing. He did at times seem pretty naturally good at reading where someone was. I know it, again, this is like Maple coming back at the end. They're not really coming back to be the best. They're probably not going to be an elite player. But I wanted some thoughts on SOFM as someone who's followed some of these.
He is one of the most unique players in history. Because like this very, hyper aggressive playmaking jungler, but he'd always build Knight's Vow on every couch champion. That's like his big. It's just like, why?
Well, I mean, it worked for him.
I know. Like, okay, right. Knight's Vow Lee Sin. Sure, you know better than me. But yeah, I think he's tried to be, one of these big figures within the Vietnamese scene because, he was such a figurehead. And I think it's really important right now because Levi is just retired. And Levi has been like the talisman Vietnamese player for forever. Yes. Again, in terms of like players which, if there ever were a Hall of Legends kind of like for kind of like the minor region players, if they made it in there, the two players I put in very quickly are, well, I mean, you have like the Flash Wolves, but I put like Kiaya and Levi. Kiaya for literally bringing himself out of poverty and like through esports. That's such an inspiring story. But Levi, who was just stuck by that team time after time, I think when there were points where like Garm were like, some of his teams, were financially not in the best place. He paid out of pocket for his stuff. He's been very, very selfless. So you have one icon leaving the region in Levi, and that is really a loss because that guy's so iconic. People recognize him regardless of, he'd never making quarterfinals, blah, 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 whatever. He's just such an iconic player. So having SOFM come back as another icon, I wonder if that can kind of be a bit of a stopgap for Levi coming out. Now, he did briefly step in during the match fixing bans around VCS, because basically he started the team, which he owns the team, Vikings. So he started it. That's his team. And yeah, so I'm actually not sure if he owns can you play a team that you own? I'm not.
It feels like you shouldn't be able to, but who the fuck knows at this point?
I don't know. I'm not sure, but like it's his team. Like it's definitely his team. I don't know what, because obviously players did that way back when there was like the very small orgs and the startup orgs or whatever. In franchise, I'm actually not sure how that works at all. But yeah, I think he came back. I can't remember if he came back to coach. I think he did come onto the Rift. I can't remember if he role swapped into support or something like that. Because again, look, VCS is one of the regions which has had like they are probably the region with like that's been most hard done by. I'm definitely up there. I mean, as I guess you got the LCL because like that region just ceased to exist when
I'll tell you why I definitely agree with this. It's also been a take command. The reason why the LMS was done so fucking dirty is because everyone went like, yo, said like, but they're never making playoffs or worlds. It's like, NA's been allowed to just chill for fucking years in some dire states, but because it's Riot Global's headquarters, we can never take the major status away from them. Like, that's not even a meme. There's been times where, like, at this point, all their strengths have gone. So I know what you mean. It's like, you have to, at this point, we're either all major regions and then you just have the other teams be small shit and they get playing or whatever, or only Korea and fucking China are major regions. What are we doing? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that it's really hard to undo that level of like entrenched kind of stuff about, because I would imagine there are a lot of casual viewers that don't even know that like that kind of change has happened between major region and minor region. It's like, oh, when's the Japanese?
Yeah, the other thing is Vietnam also is another region that's been able to generate a lot of viewership at times as well. People don't know that.
So funnily enough, I was going to mention this when we were talking about Kespa Cup earlier in terms of global viewership, because one of the reason why LCK viewership grew so much this year is Vietnamese viewership. Like you had Lazyfield playing, and like I think I don't know whether there was like a Vietnamese broadcast kind of set up for it or whatever, but like Vietnam has a huge server. I think they have, obviously China has multiple servers, but I'm pretty sure that Vietnam has something like the third largest server in the world. And because they, so many people play very close to the capital, their ping is actually very good. So on the whole, like Vietnam has like good internet, not dissimilar to Korean ping or whatever, because you're playing very close to the server thing. A load of players which play, and they're very engaged, and that's why teams like GARM, which which are kind of like minor national celebrities, and SOFM, who's been so successful, like they are actually very important. Yeah. So when you have this region which has got so much potential, but then they've been put in and out of different allocations, LMS, then obviously onto VCS, and now they've been put back into the LCP. That's obviously a lot of stuff which happened. A ton of match fixing happened, obviously. And like, I want to say almost half the league was banned, including some of their very best players. Some of the people from, I believe they were from like the Saigon Buffalo roster. They got banned. One of their best mid lane talents, which never made it international, but there's a guy called Dia1. I think that's his name. He actually holds the international record for most solo kills in a single split. He did that in, I want to say 2020 or 21 or something like that. I can't remember if it's in a year, he had something like 64 solo kills. Absolutely ridiculous. And again, it's in a minor region, but like this guy was, in a region which has struggled for mid lane talent at points, this guy could have been the next big thing. But often when you have minor regions where the wages are a little lower, I suppose the logic goes that it's easier to, throw money at people and sometimes coerce people into doing XYZ. It has happened across different places. This just became very, very public very, very quickly. Half the region ended up getting banned. And then this is also, without talking about the other thing too, Vietnam was looking really quite good around 2018, 2019. GARM was on the up and up. You had some good teams coming out of it. You had like low-key take a game off of Damwon, I want to say, in 2019 plans as well. They had some good teams coming out. And then COVID hit, and Vietnam got hit harder than anywhere else because they basically said, if you leave the country, you are not coming back in. It's just, so basically Vietnam completely full shut its borders and said, if you leave, you're not coming back in. So GARM, despite being, and well, there were two teams, the GARM and Team Flash, which were actually weirdly quite a good macro VCS team. They were less like scrappy. They're actually much more about the macro of things. Both of those teams were very, very good, and they got denied international experience for like 2 years solid. And even when GARM first qualified for their first MSI back, they had to go compete in Southeast Asian games, which was very important, kind of like in terms of national pride.
Yeah.
So they missed MSI.
Yep.
I want to say like MSI 21 or 22, something like that. 21, I think it was. and they went to go do that instead. So you then had a region which was on the up and up, doing very well, getting more reputation, maybe getting scrims of the big teams, completely locked off from international play. That progress was stifled. So you had VCS kept down that way too. And then obviously they got put into the LCP, which I think has probably ended up being a better thing for them now, because I don't think they would have had the same results on their own after that. But like, I just can't help but feel like this region has had just so much bad stuff go their way. To have like a talisman come back in like SOFM, I hope it at least kind of brings some belief back in the region. And maybe, you know, with some of the top teams exploding, maybe we could see, Garm or Vikings make it back into the international stage.
Oh, but I also agree. Vietnam is the one that I also think has been mega fucked over too. Because here's why. I think it is fucking insane that, like, look, Nymaera was just on this call. We didn't agree to this topic. I'll say it because I don't give a fuck. I did a whole video on it. I think one of the most insane competitive integrity breaches in the history of esports is the idea that when Vietnam teams couldn't travel for COVID, they just don't get to play in Worlds and MSI. But when RNG couldn't travel, they got to play on the internet from China in a tournament in Korea that was a LAN, and then they put artificial ping onto the teams in fucking Korea on the LAN, and then they won the thing. Like, it was the LAN and you didn't attend. LAN stands for local area network. Like, this is insanity. So that is nuts right there, because what that basically means, and look, I get it. If you're some naive fan like at home that's like me, that is just the way the world works. Yes, the big dogs and the haves, they can get away with all sorts of shit. The little ones, you get punished to the nth degree and to the letter of the law. That's just the nature of reality, I'm afraid. That's just the way things go. And then also, I'll throw this out there as well. Before anyone goes like, lol, who gives a fuck about GAM? You mean the team that almost beat G2 this year at MSI? This year, in the plane, they went to 5 games with G2. The one that at the end, by the way, was in fucking Worlds playoffs, like a real fucking team. So again, look, they haven't had historically the same levels as the LMS teams did. Obviously, once upon a time in LMS team won the fucking Worlds. But the minor major region distinction is not as big as people think, especially as I say, if we're not saying major and we talk about Korea and China. Like the margins when you're talking about NA and sometimes when EU's bad, it's a lot closer than you'd like to believe.
Like, I think for me, this comes into a wider conversation about, I don't know what went in terms of the specifics of what happened in terms of the Worlds and the international events that they couldn't attend, and whether, because it's in Iceland, you can't do that much, but when it's in Korea, you can obviously get it's easier to do that. Tons of asterisks over MSI 21 for sure, though, absolutely. I just think that it's just a waiting pot of potential which you could be using. And I understand that Riot has really streamlined Global League of Legends. Now, back before they made it into five major regions, my opinion was actually what you need to do is have more mid-level international events like Rift Rivals, but for the minor regions. So stuff like, OS, Japan, VCS, they have their own Rift Rivals, and then CBLOL, maybe Turkey and LATAM can have their own Rift Rivals as well, something like that. And that's how you decide who gets the second seed for Worlds or MSI, because obviously you have the 2 seed regions. Because the problem, so obviously I know this from an LJL perspective, but this happens for OS, happens for CBLOL, LATAM, whatever. Typically what happens is some players who can't quite find a spot in the best teams in LMS or PCS, or some of the players who just missed the cut in LCK or LPL or whatever, they go and they find the best team they think can make Worlds in a minor region, but they don't have much incentive to stay there afterwards. I mean, for instance, the LGL teams back a couple of years ago, I mean, DFM, Hawks, Sengoku, when they were like in the top level of Japanese level of play, they could throw good money into a Korean player. You could throw, what was it, like 10, 20 grand a month at Korean players, which is good money.
They had a bunch of real players, historical players.
I'll tell you what, there was a Sengoku team in I want to say early 20. Oh no, that's a whole different story. Basically, there was a playoffs where Sengoku beat DFM when DFM were kind of in their invincible era just before 21. And then COVID, the second wave of COVID hit, and it delayed the playoffs by 3 weeks, I want to say, or something like that, between the upper bracket and finals, and the patch changed 3 forward. It went from 10.5 to 10.8, I think it was. And DFM were always better at adapting to patches. If that patch had happened, if that match had happened on 10.5, Sengoku would have been the champion. It would have changed so much stuff. Anyway, that's a whole aside. God, 2020 and 21 have so many asterisks over in general. But the problem is you have these teams which go international, and then they come back, and then these mercenaries, they go somewhere else. It's like V3 in 2020 did that for LGL when they had like Boogie, who obviously ended up eventually going towards LCS, of course, too. But like Boogie and Archer, they did that. And there were some teams from like TCL when you had, I think you had like Snowflower and like GBM in a Turkish team at some point, and Supermassive when they had one of those super teams. VCS was actually a little bit different because they never had imports, really. They never really did that. Basically, what that meant is that if you want to upskill a region, they need to have international competition to some degree, so their skill set isn't just contained locally. You need to kind of like trickle that down somehow. But if the top players collect all of that and they just fuck off to a different team, all of that learning changes and gets stripped out year after year. So what, you know, my opinion was you actually add in a second string, have like some riff raffle stuff, maybe have some like bottom tier major region teams or like mid-table teams there. And then basically use that to get some stakes online. Make it have like your second seed for Worlds or for MSI, depending on what format it is or something like that. And that gives you this way to go towards that. Obviously, it's a huge amount of investment. Trying to convince viewers to watch a new tournament from regions which are less popular, it would be an uphill road. And I think just in general, I think Riot's taken the idea of streamlining things to that degree, and then just saying, look, the two-tier split between tier 2 and tier 1 is not what they wanted to do, and they chose to go somewhere different. But yeah, I think that what that has meant is that there are many areas of the world now where it feels a lot more prohibitive to actually like be like, I can go to Worlds from my region in the world, which I think is a big problem in terms of like the dream of League. But it's a whole complicated thing. There's a whole lot of logistic stuff out of setting up a second string like that.
Well, here's the thing. I've no doubt that PSG Talon owner guy wishes he had no contracts and no nonsense. Well, in that case, if he went to America, he should use Mint Mobile. I'm not American. I think I've made that very clear, both personally and in my tone. In fact, if you want to know my political stance, I think we should repatriate the States. But enough about that. I'm not applying for a visa anytime soon. Don't worry, I already did that. I lived there years ago. Fuck off. You had to bring me from fucking like the equivalent of a council state in the UK to be on your television shows. Don't ask me why you couldn't produce anyone better and you had to get a visa that said I am fucking goated and you need me in your country. That's literally something that happened. Anyway, Mint Mobile is basically the easiest deal you're going to get if you're in America. If I was there, this is what I'd use, because their best deal of the year is happening right now. You can get a 3, 6, or 12-month unlimited plan for just $15 a month. All of their plans come with high-speed data and unlimited talk and text on the nation's largest 5G network. You can bring your current phone, you can bring your current number. As I say, no contracts, no nonsense. So turn your expensive wireless present into a huge wireless savings future by switching to Mint. Shop Mint unlimited plans at mintmobile.com/summoning. That's mintmobile.com/summoning. Limited time offer, upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12 months. Plan required, $15 a month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan, term only. Over 35 gigabyte, may slow when network is busy. Capable device required. Availability, speed, and coverage varies. See mintmobile.com. I am actually, by the way, literally required to do that, like, mad disclaimer thing. That's why I just vibe with it. Like I was doing those like medical things in America where it's like, and try this new thing here. Like, morning, mate, a new draft. Like, you know, like what? But that voice just, you know, you tune it out. Right. This has been a long show. We've done a good one. So what I think we do is usually what we do at the end is this. We do like a 2-minute break and get a drink or go to the toilet. Sure. And then do some viewer questions because we have like a Discord where people. So are you up for doing like 15, 20 minutes?
Absolutely. That's like no problem.
We'll be back in a minute or two after this break.
Cool.
We're back, and it is time for Nymaera's first ever viewer questions segment. Now, if you're on Twitch, there's not many people nowadays, or YouTube, bad luck. It's not viewer questions like that. I don't get, you type whatever you like in that Twitch chat, mate. No one's reading it. That exists in a void, and I'm never going to take your question from there. It sucks, doesn't it? But you still have time, and maybe you already did this. If you're subscribed to the Last Free Nation Discord, then there is a section called like crew members or crewmates or something, because we're doing that like naval fucking pirate theme or whatever. And then we have all the channels where you can submit questions for Hot Take, Point Made, League of Legends, and CS. You can do it for the Four Horsemen. And obviously, some of the insight is the show where we do it every single week. So what we will do is, if you submit a question there, I'll always say this, even though no one bloody takes me up on it. If technically you just want the question read, but not your username, so you don't have Thorin go, Billy boy, you're a fucking idiot. If you just want us to address the point instead, then say you don't want your username read out, but no one does that anyway. Maybe actually, there's another thing I've had to learn the hard way, Nymaera. It might sound fucked up, but I actually think at this point, people who are fans of mine actually want to be directed by me and roasted by me. I even sometimes suspect they troll me with the fucking
You have
questions.
made a brand out of
You know what I mean? I feel like I feel like sometimes they set me up on some like Chovy or fucking upset or frog and topic. Like they want me to fucking go off now. They're just rage baiting the shit out of me. And sadly, I am. Listen, Don thinks he invented it. I was getting one guy way before that on the internet, bro. Way before that. So I will pick the questions and I will do so.
All right,
now.
what do you got for us?
So, right, here's a fun one. Danny O says, are there any players in CS or League, so just do League in this case in yours, that had amazing individual talent or a very specific skill set, but they never translated to team success that you think would be amazing positional coaches? So where he then gives the example, which is where he's thinking of this from, because obviously people have praised that Alfari apparently helped the Broken Blades like laning, because obviously he was like an incredible specialist at laning. So is there a player in League that like had some crazy talent or skill set and maybe it didn't work like in their career, but they could coach in this sense? So what do you think for that?
Well, the easiest one's Niski, right? Because he was like the jungle whisperer, someone
Sure.
like that. You're looking for people. I mean, there are obvious answers in terms of like people who are one tricks, but then you're trying because you need to have someone whose niche is not too niche that it can't be used that much. But we're high enough level for people to respect them. But then yeah, and it needs to be, but it does need to be like specific info to actually upgrade someone's skill set. So yeah, I would think about someone like Niski because the way that he viewed the map and the way that he played around jungle was very interesting, but he didn't really have the teamfight carry power or the laning strength always to make that work. That's the easy one. That's the first one which springs to mind. I have to think about this one actually. So the problem is there are too many people as positional coaches. I'm just like they were just good in general. Because I think the spirit of this question is not choosing someone who is just so damn good. I guess you could go back to some of the pioneers of League, but then you have to question, has that skill set retained itself over time? There's someone like who had like such specific strength, like someone like Diamond Prox, obviously. He was just so good at specific. He was again all around very, very good. But again, his specific strength was so good because the way that he thinks about the game was really, really good.
I mean, I'll tell you an obvious one where I feel like he could work very good as a position coach, mate. He is a guy where it wasn't just like a meme. He was like a genius at builds and stuff, mate. He would do that thing that everyone now does. He would look at the patch notes. And I always tell this story that in my career, I think I did 3 Diamond Prox interviews. One was in 2012 when he was just pure Russian. It was through a translator. Then I did one in, I'm going to say, like, I don't know, 2015, where I think he could speak English, but it was scuffed. And then I did one, like, at the end of his career, like, way after he'd retired, where he actually spoke very fluent English. And all I'll tell you is this. Once he could just express himself in English, bro, it wasn't a meme and it wasn't hype. He was actually a genius about League of Legends. Damn. Like, when he would speak, I always used to say he was one of those ones, like, from his lips to my ears, mate. Like, if he told me something about a thing, I would then go and look it up and go, fuck, he's right. No one ever saw that champion this way, or they didn't know you could do this build. Like, I know what you mean. That would actually be, like, an underrated detail for a pro team, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people on like that, like M5. Funnily enough, I met Edward for the first time this year. He was really cool to chill out with because he actually is working as a coach now on BDS Academy.
He's working with BDS, yes.
Yeah. So he was cool to chat with. Again, the problem is just like everyone I want to suggest was just generically just good at League, and I don't think it's like the specific niche.
Yes.
Gosh. Support. I tell you what. So again, maybe someone's just generally too good, but someone like Treats, really good. Really good. Someone, a person at just describing the game. Treats was just very good. I mean, again, I'm just going into players which are just making.
By the way, I think I can resolve this topic because you actually did nail it earlier. The obvious answer is one tricks. People who are just absurdly good on solo queue, but they've never expanded their game and maybe they've never even played the team game. But it's not a joke. This is even true of supposedly people like Faker. Supposedly, elite players, even in Asia, when they see sick one tricks on the solo queue, do message them and say stuff like, what are you doing with Hecarim that works in that way? Or how are you playing Master Yi mid or something? And supposedly, they are able to take info because much as Adam showed us, it doesn't mean you're actually a better player. But I'll give you the obvious example. I have seen people like Chovy play things mid that were like weird. That look... Yeah. Like the example is I have a guy, maybe you know him, called Yasuke on my Discord who has played mid, right? I saw people like Chovy play that, right? The joke is Yasuke plays it better because Yasuke's played 1 billion games of it. So the joke is he'll never be as good as Chovy. But if you were Chovy, I would say, mate, hit him up. He could probably tell you something weird about timings or like when to use the ult. Like that would be the obvious angle if we're talking positional coach.
Yeah, it's like there's this really famous Z1 trick. He's like in High Diamond. And like he's still kind of known as like the best Z. Or like High Diamond into Master. He never really gets beyond that, but like mechanically, that guy's fantastic. I mean, I've messaged players about Ari at certain metas. Like around 23, I was really locked in on builds that year because there was a lot because the mythic items actually added a lot of playstyle differences. So for instance, a lot of people were obviously going the Everfrost build, and I was a big proponent of like, okay, this item's been nerfed too much now. Switch over to Leandries, and there's a choice of different second items. You know, Lichbane. You can go like Cosmic Drive was really good when you gave the ramping AP, and then when you're doing that, actually you want to go First Strike because that amps the Leandries burn, which it you know, flat damage increases or percent damage increases, which affect your flat damages, are really really good on anything which has base damages. In fact, I think I remember talking to Niski about that before MSI 23, actually, or whenever it was. Yeah, MSI 22 maybe it was. I can't remember. That would have been one MSI. Oh no, sorry, it was 23. My bad, because that's the first one time they had 2 in there. Yes, there have been like, yeah, basically one tricks is probably that's the specific skill set, and this wraps around into a conversation that Broken Blade had a lot this year, where he's talking about, well, you know, I don't have to be the best Swain player in the world when it's a good draft for Swain. It's pretty simple, folks. If a champion's good in a draft and you understand that, that's great. Now, if you understand like the specifics, you know, I talked to Jackie's quite a lot about individual stuff this year, and I was questioning about some of his rune choice in certain champions. Like, well, okay, I don't like using X rune because it means that I have to trade on rune cooldowns, and I don't like playing around blown plating cooldowns because it loses some opportunities. Like that kind of specific stuff, that's the kind of thing which you can learn very well from certain players. So yeah, typically, I think it might not be a satisfying answer, but most of the time it comes down to people with like really weird playstyles like Dernby, who actually did do some coaching for Ultra Prime, actually with like, that's like the 6th time I've mentioned that team, or one tricks. That's basically what it comes down to. People with either really weird playstyles or very specific champion niches, like Huhi, Aurelian Soul, or the old one.
Also, I'll actually give someone what to me is an obvious one. Just the joke is because he's too successful, he would never accept just the positional coach, which would be like fucking LS. The joke would be, you're talking about someone with a very unique skill set and talent, but I'd actually think as a head coach, by the way, if people don't know, when he had the coaching gig for T1, that was to be a strategic coach. It was to do with the draft, etc. There would have been a head coach. He wouldn't have been that. So to me, I actually think his problem is he probably should pick a role, maybe mid or jungle or something. He should probably pick one role or support. I'd say one of those 3 and pick that and specialize. And he probably could bring you all the latest tech from solo queue and all the latest ideas, and it would be mad valuable. The problem is, if he does coaching, he's a fucking millionaire course streamer. He's going to go and do it full on and try and be a head coach. So that's just one of those ones where, like, it's a good problem to have, but you'll never see him do it, unfortunately.
But then you also need that player to be good at talking about the game. You know, I've worked with enough pro players on LEC, for instance, and like some of the, like some, you know, Jack Spectre, very good at explaining his points. He did some coaching before that point. I've worked with Treats before, and you know, let's be honest, the people who actually stick around on broadcast typically are better at talking about the game anyway. It's the natural evolution of it. Otherwise, you know, not great at talking about it. They can struggle about it. So yeah, you've kind of got this checkpoint now, like either hyper specific skill set like Niski in terms of the Jungle Whisperer. You need kind of like one tricks, and then you're probably looking at, you need to have people who are actually good at speaking about the game. Goes back to the conversation we had about earlier about like the actual vocabulary you have about the game, and the way you talk about it is very important.
Right. This is a mad one, but let's do it. XL Golly says, if you could have a League of Legends champion ability / passive in real life, what would it be? Let's go. Look, what's good about this is obviously most of the OP as fuck, wouldn't they? Like all the ults.
Yeah, anything which affects every champion in the, so like you have 2 choices here, folks, right? Do you choose Soraka ult or Karthus ult? You know, you're affecting everyone on the rim.
That might say something about your personality as well, that.
You know, like, you could just say Soraka ult. It's like every couple of minutes, you know what? You have a freebie on me. So those are the really OP ones. Anything which affects anyone in the world. Stuff like Twisted Fate ult. Oh my god, just like a free teleport. That's pretty banging.
But they still get a chance to get you while you go in. There's almost like a fair play to that one. They can give you land some blows on you, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, if I would just use TF ult to, I don't know, like, well, I guess I could get into a lot of trouble with like border police, but I'd just use that to go home, you know. That'd be pretty useful for me.
Okay.
Anything else which, because look, let's be honest, I don't need stuff which is going to kill vast amounts of people. Folks, believe it or not, I don't need stuff which is going to like do that, you know. There's a lot of implications which I don't think are good about charm abilities, so just don't touch them with like a 10-foot barge pole. Anything mobility, basically, stuff like Quinol or TF ult, yeah, or anything which has like crazy like healing. Oh wait, is there anything which gives you a load of money? I guess there's some. Well, no, Pike ult, you'd have to kill people for money
people
again. Yeah, again, which I'd rather like to not do that.
You can also in real life already kill people in exchange for money, believe it or not. Like that sort of does exist.
Incredible.
You know?
Yeah, so I think realistically, the short list is Soraka ult or like the big teleport abilities, basically. What about you?
I'm trying to think what I think. I'm going more with what would be fun for me. I'm not trying to like make money, kill people. I'm trying to think what would be really fun to be able to do. So let me think. Because I was thinking something similar, a bit like you said with the whole fucking. Let me think. A bit like you said with the whole teleport to go there. I was thinking similarly along similar lines. Rexile, pretty good. I just fucking tunnel anywhere I want to go, bro. That's OP. That's literally some cartoon shit. I can get out of prison. I can go into a place. That'd be pretty dope.
Yeah, you could.
And that's not a malevolent one, you know. I'm just getting places.
The tunnel's just an E. It's a regular ability too. So like, yeah, I've been thinking a lot about ults. There are a lot of like regular abilities which are completely fine with that too. Again, but the grand majority of them are like, yeah, if you want to kill someone, it's great, but you know, it's not really what I'm in this for. So any of the heals are pretty good.
Yeah. No, by the way, the Soraka one, I haven't even thought that. That's actually pretty good. That's pretty OP.
Yeah. Again, because again, it literally targets all allies. So, you know, like you've instantly solved like a whole bunch of health conditions everywhere.
Oh, similarly, there's another good one. What about wait a minute. I was just thinking what was a really obvious one. Wait there a second. Kindred ult.
Yes, that'd
be pretty useful in real life, mate. If you could just cast that when you're in trouble, it's pretty fucking dope.
True. Or like, if you're thinking about personal safety, you could use something like Zac passive. Like, you know, if you get hit, if you actually, you know, you get hit by a car. Good. You know, you get hit by a car, you're actually completely... Look, I'm not going to say it's not going to hurt like a bitch. You're still getting like Shadow Bros, but you will live. And then that raises questions about... I mean, it's on a 5-minute cooldown, you know? Hang on, that could actually be really... What happens if you make it to the end of your life and you're just permanently just like respawning? That'd be really kind of morbid, actually. But yeah, Zac passive's in there.
Also, for comedic purposes alone, even though I understand in theory this is possible, but the idea is because I have the ability, I can just do it on command and time. Be pretty OP to have settle.
I just want to suplex people.
No, I can always pull it off. It just works every time. Remember, that's when you press the button and it does it, Nymaera. There's no like wrestling. You can't counter wrestling. It just works every time. I just fucking wreck them, don't I?
You know, I've heard John Cena's retired. I think there's an opening there. There's like Ash Hawkshot if you want to see across the world. That's all right. I don't know. That's most of the big ones I think about, which are like actually have real life utility that doesn't get you into a shitload of trouble from.
I agree with you. Some of the actual violent ones, like, wouldn't you be a psychopath if you wanted Orianna ult in real life? You know what I mean? Why would you want to draw a bunch of people who are being vacuum and damage them in doing so? You know, what's wrong with you, bro?
Oh my god. I mean, there's stuff like Echo ult, being able to turn back time briefly.
No, that's pretty fine. I have to say that's a pretty big one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's all right. I'm trying to think of I'm just scrolling through all the champions now.
Sorry, we've done enough. We'll go to
we've given you some good inspiration.
Yeah. All right, here is an interesting one, because sometimes people like to ask philosophical questions, Nymaera. So Milkman22 says, what is your opinion on the experience of awe? What reliably evokes awe in you? And do you think awe is what people mean when they describe a religious instinct in humans? So it's a pretty deep question. What do you think? I mean, I'll give you an obvious way onto this question, in my opinion. Look, he's meaning it more like philosophical, but I will say that's actually probably, if I had to describe, one of my favorite things about esports. One of the reasons I always say I'm an elitist in esports is because really what I'm addicted to, I'll give you an example. People think I'm a faker hater. No, I am a hater of annoying modern faker fans who tell me like he's the best now ever. If you do, I think it's mad other people don't adopt this opinion. I actually think the play he did make in Game 5 of that fucking World's Finals against BLG might be his greatest play ever. That play evokes awe in me. That is like something like, actually, you think you are watching like something out of a fucking Greek myth or something. Like, how is this possible that someone would like get that perfect timing off? You dodge something. There's something about the peak possibilities of what you can do in esports or any physical or mental endeavor that is awe-inspiring. It does somehow defy like basic description and rationalization.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of ways to achieve awe, I think, quite consistently, which is a sense of scale. A sense of scale tends to work for things, and that can be taken in multiple directions. So for instance, something which like evokes a certain sense of awe for me is like there were Egyptian historians of ancient Egypt, because Egypt was so old that they had to study themselves like that. Because, you know, the Egyptians were as ancient to the Romans as the Romans are to us. When the pyramids were built, mammoths there were still mammoths alive, stuff like that. Like I'm just like there are some things just don't line up in my head because I think, well, that's human history. That surely can't be as old. And then you realize actually, oh, this goes much further than that. It's much further into the past like that. I have a background in physics. I did a physics degree. Some of the things you learn there in terms of, oh yeah, tell you what, this one's probably one which maybe people wouldn't expect. Probably the most beautiful equation in physics is e to the I pi equals -1. And that is very important. For me, that's awe-inspiring because E, I, and pi are all derived from completely different areas of physics. E is from natural radiation, stuff like that. Pi is from geometry, and I is like imaginary numbers. All of these things mashed together go into a perfectly round number. And there is just something insane about deriving three things from completely different understandings from hundreds of years of history works out into a perfect -1. There's just something about that, just thinking like, this is so much of human history and understanding and standing on shoulders of giants and giants and giants, which works out into this perfectly beautiful equation where somehow all of these different things work out in the same answer. That really inspires awe in me because it I don't know, it shows something is working in the background there, and that level of understanding despite these different routes is so cool.
Yes. No, by the way, you've actually also nailed it because you got to his point there about like the religious instinct. I think that is a good way to describe it. It's whenever there's something that happens that feels like that can't just be random chance. That's like there's something too perfect about that. Like that even feels more perfect than if someone actually came up with an idea. It's almost the most perfect idea ever, that the way it slots together. And there's many things like that in life and nature, obviously. Here's a good question. This is one of the ones, by the way, the style of questions, because they are some of the Insight fans, they usually like to do questions that are like half a joke, but then half serious. So you'll see it starts out serious, then there's a punchline at the end. So get ready. You both co-host shows with the wonderful and controversial Key Ray. So obviously the guy I've had on the show before, I've got him on my Discord. My question is, which is more difficult to understand? One, why he gets so much hate in YouTube comments and other parts of the LOL community for pretty reasonable takes and opinions. Or two, his accent. You see the fucking, by the way, you have to understand, the guy who submitted that's American. You have to understand, as someone, as people who are English, that's also just a bit mean that we're just going, because I will agree, he has got a mental accent, but it's too easy.
You've never heard him say purple burglar alarm.
True.
Yeah, I think like part of it is, I mean, oh god,
it's true. Also, he does get mega hated on. I have to say, it's wild, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes in fairness, he has a good laugh at it, and like Rich and I on EuroLeague, we have a good laugh at him at his expense too, because it's just I don't know, like we have an understanding about it really. Look, when you grow up in an area which is closer in location to something, you have more exposure to accents. Scottish accents aren't really much of a problem for me, unless you go into like some of the islands where it's actually kind of going to more like
Scots.
Sometimes
Gaelic. It's almost like other languages. Absolutely,
yeah, and like I mean. Do you remember, Hot Fuzz, the movie?
Yeah.
There's that one scene of like the West Country, and it's like, and you got like the translator to the translator to the translator, which kind of going down that too. A lot of people overlook the fact that like Britain has the most dense amount of accents anywhere in the world, and there is a whole bunch of reasons.
You have to go a couple of miles to get another one sometimes.
And often there's a lot of like there are people who like have rivalries from the town over the hill.
Yes.
I grew up in a place called Southwell, and there's like Newark, like 20 minutes down the road, and I'm like, okay, all right, for some reason, and like Mansfield, there's like places within 15 minutes of each other, which has got like for some long-standing rivalry for God knows what reason. A lot of it comes from a lot of political backgrounds where for a long time people didn't have second names in Britain because you never moved outside your town, basically. So you're just like John from that place over there. Like you didn't need a second name. Only when kind of like there were a lot of political reasons for this in terms of, feudal style ruling or whatever. But eventually got around to the point, it's like, okay, you're just going to be named after your profession because we need some way to differentiate between people. But because people were so kind of like isolated in their communities for so long and just kind of no one really interacted as much, it meant that the accents evolved with them to the point where, like the radio accent, which came about realistically around, mid 20th century or whatever, that was meant to be like an unhappy compromise where everyone could understand you from north to south of the country.
Oh, okay.
That was why like the transatlantic accent came through. It's not because it actually, the Queen's English is not a naturally forming accent in the UK. It's just one that everyone understands. Yeah, so that's a whole diatribe on that. What's the other bit of it? Oh yeah, understanding why he gets so much hate. I don't know on that one. You got any angles on that?
I mean, mine is, it's actually the reason I brought him on my shows is because he doesn't have to have a filter. It's actually one of the reasons I think I've always had people dislike me. Richard Lewis once nailed this. He had like a really shrewd analysis. He said, if you ever look, almost nothing Thorin's ever said was actually like, for example, I've never broken a single law. I can never be, there's not even any like speech laws that I would ever have been convicted of, etc. I've never done a single crime in my entire life in any context. I also say this all the time. It's true though. You can look it up. I have never lied in my entire 24-year professional career. That's just something I personally hold as like, I'm actually very proud of that. I actually do think that's a very important principle in life because in my opinion, most crimes and moral failings start with a lie, if only to yourself, etc. So I think that's like a crux of like being a good person basically. But what Richard said years ago is he does get why people hate me though, because here's one thing. And if you ever listen to how they complain about what I say, it gives it away. What they really hate is this. I actually have sort of escaped a bunch of containment factors that exist in society for all of us. Like, for example, I don't have a boss that can go, you can't say that. I'm not even at the point really where people can put public pressure on me. I don't work for any company. I have my own company. I can't be fired. So what he said is what he thinks people hate if they're just normal people is the idea that like maybe they want to make an edgy joke, but they can't. They'd get fired. In fact, they'll even say, hey, I'd be fired at my job if I said that. It's like, bro, I don't work at the car phone warehouse. Like, I don't know what you want to tell me. If I'd go the other way, I'd like you to be able to make a joke, but you just can't. You live in a corporate environment. I get that, but so I think there's a bit of that. I think essentially, if you listen to how he says his opinions, I actually think he's a very shrewd guy with a lot of good insights, but he's not going to say, I think Knight's laning against this guy was excellent. He outmatched him, and the way he performed against him was exceeded expectations. He's going to say he fucking backed up, we blasted and the fucking he's shite on the fucking, and that just seems so raw that fans can't handle it. It's like it's not palatable for him. You know what I mean?
The thing which I don't get, and again, I think one thing which I think this should work in his favor so much, and I think people just overlook this. He is legitimately, no one I've worked with in esports more has brought more receipts about what he says than him.
Like, this guy has a very good memory, by the way.
Like, he notes this shit down. And he's like, I'm going through my notes from like 2023 spring, and I've got this timestamp here, and I'm like, oh my god, you actually have like a notepad for every single thing of note here. I mean, which is actually really interesting for me because, you know, sometimes I don't note things down and I have to like search things up and I have to like double check myself. And it's like, oh, bloody hell, he's actually got me on that. He's got a receipt. And I have to like take something back. You know, I think if you're going to hate Kira, at least do it when you've actually read through his receipts. Like, he's one of the guys who will stand by his opinions because he does actually bring the backing for it. He very rarely says anything which he's not planned to back up. You know, sometimes I'll take the edge off it. I'm like, okay, you know, you've actually, you know, the way you're delivering that is too harsh. And that's a thing. That's just a thing which I do. I try to be the diplomat, which is why this is one of the reasons I think Kira and I work well together. Actually, I kind of become the Kira translator a little bit because, for instance, there are points, particularly when you talk about, you know, very popular teams like T1 or something like that, and you make one of those bold statements about players, and I'm just like, that is going to be crazy. Or, for instance, there was a point where he was talking down on Broken Blade for one of the finals performances he had, and I'm like, okay, just putting it in perspective, he means for this bracket he's talking about. He's talking about the bracket of international play, not European play. Clearly, he was like the best player in this series, XYZ. But it's like, actually, we're holding into a standard of this. So sometimes reiterating the perspectives can help. I think sometimes, maybe that's a root of it. Sometimes Kira, like, he's saying things within a perspective which he means. So when he's saying, like, you know, this player, like, he's really disappointed me. And it's not like he's a bad player. It's like he wants more from him, but that gets left unsaid sometimes. Sometimes I think that can be a root of it.
Right, what we're going to do is, there are loads more questions, but as usual, I can always go back on a future one and pull from them, and people are welcome to submit them again. That'll be the end for this week. Nymaera will be, fingers crossed, let's hope Monty doesn't fucking hear. Apparently he will be here in the future weeks, and we'll do a whole bunch more episodes.
That's the plan.
Obviously, if there's more, by the way, there was barely any LCS news anyway, so we'll wait in the future for that one. But we'll be back next week. I don't know if it'll be the same day and time. We'll find out ourselves. See you on the next episode of Somebody Inside.